There you go. I don't know. Sometimes I think it might be the auto exposure on the camera. Anyway, yeah, go for it.
Okay, we're on.
Huh?
Greetings, one and all.
Hello.
Hello. Although it still says waiting here. Oh no, there we go. It's up and kicking. Let me
I just got. Hang on. Let me do that.
I'm just getting all the usual suspects.
And
good evening, gents.
hello there.
Afternoon. Oh.
Pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Pop. No, there's something else.
Is the mic gain better
Yes.
Than
last week?
last week?
So, I don't know. I can't remember. That's last week.
It was a bit quiet last week.
Yeah, I worked out who's using the integrated mic and not the external one.
Schoolboy error, but hey, at least you're
We all
talking
do.
into the right side of the mic. Yeah. Sorry. Get it in right at the beginning.
While you can.
Out of the way. Yeah, out of the way. It's done. No more shall we speak of that.
It's only because I've beaten all your times.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay. Being like that, are we? I haven't really been on it today. I've been knocking up about 200 miles a day. What's she saying?
She says, "Turn it up, Kent. You're real quiet." What, compared to everybody else?
Yeah, you are actually.
Oh, that's very
Little
A
bit.
little quiet.
How's that, better?
Yeah,
A little bit better?
Yes.
that'll do.
Oh, apparently, yes. There we go. She's not up here today.
Is she not?
No, not today.
Oh, is she racing, is she?
No, we've got the builder turns up tomorrow,
Oh,
or one of them at least. So all hell will break loose. God help us all.
gotcha.
And it would be where I've got an enormously busy day tomorrow. 7 machines, no less.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
So, yes.
Yeah, I've got a podcast that I need to finish, but it's so... we talked for ages, and it's just like, I can't cut that bit out. I can't cut that. Oh, look at him.
It's
Evening, Matt.
Unclean.
2 red lines.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
You feeling
Sorry,
all right?
No, I feel like I've been hit by a truck.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I've been looking forward to this all day because it's the only bloody thing. Oh, it's been asleep all day.
Oh, dear.
Oh, man.
You all right?
Yeah, yeah.
Sort of.
What's up?
No, it's just usuals.
Ah, right, okay.
Just the usuals. I'm expecting tomorrow's going to be grim. Very grim. In fact, I don't know where to start. I could do the 3 Oberheims as an X. No, 2 X's and a OBXA. A T8, a memory moog, and what else was there? Oh, 106. I should be able to knock that on the head quick. Something else. Oh,
Have you already opened these synths up?
No.
So you can just so you have to actually unscrew them, then get in, then diagnose, then.
Yeah. It'll be all cold calling tomorrow. Just drag them out, see what's wrong with them, fix it, get it done.
You need an apprentice, mate.
Yeah, but who'd want to do this job?
I don't know.
We're just in the wrong part of the
I
country.
would say, who would want to be Luke Skywalker to your Obi-Wan Kenobi, eh?
Yeah.
Talking of which, have you seen the trailer for the new Obi-Wan series? Oh,
No, I'm keeping my head down from that at the moment.
looks good.
Don't want to risk it for a biscuit. So how's everything else anyway, generally?
Still alive.
Like that, is it?
Yeah. Can't complain. Haven't got the lurgy. Touch wood.
Yeah.
Oh, mate.
Yet, I know. Yeah, it's amazing. Like, I've got 2 kids at school and a wife that works in a school, and they normally bring home everything. But none of us have had it.
Yeah, because schools
So-
tend to literally be petri dishes, don't they?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
At best. Actually, just out of interest, can you hear this?
No.
No?
No.
That's what I thought. Because I made myself look like a right idiot on Mr. Wiggly's show. Weirdly enough, that's the whole point of being on the show. But what it was I got some audio files connected up to my StreamYard, played this song for Luna Mate to dance along with, and there was no music coming out.
Oh God.
So it was just me prancing around like a prat. To
So no
silence.
change then.
Yeah. So Dom panicked, pushed the button, which played some, yeehaw music, ding, 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 which really didn't go
Squeal
with it at
piggy.
all. And I can't figure out why it won't play it. Cannot figure out why it won't play it.
How odd.
The chat are still asking for more gain.
More.
More?
God,
More?
more. Well, that doesn't go up. So what changed? Yes.
More cowbell.
Okay.
What have you got in StreamYard? If you click on the settings button at the bottom and go to the audio tab, do you have automatically adjust mic volume turned on?
Let's have a look. How do I get to it now?
Settings at the bottom of the gear, and then
Oh God, yeah. I
in
see
the
that.
audio
Look
tab.
in the audio. No, it's not.
So tick that. There you go. And is have you got echo cancellation on or not?
No.
No. Okay. And you got stereo audio on.
Stereo audio is on.
Yeah.
How's that?
That's better, I think. But there's a hiss coming from. There's like a humming and a hiss.
There's an enormous noise now.
But that's not you, is it? I don't think.
I'll just mute and see if it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do the same. It was
No, it's
Sass.
sass. It's sass.
It was the sassiness.
Yeah. There's like a hum and a hiss.
Yeah.
So it sounds like you got like
Probably
AC
picking
going in
it
the
up.
background.
Well, yeah, amongst other things.
He's broadcasting from the top of his fridge.
Let me just see.
Or
Change
inside it.
Or inside
the-
it, yeah.
the mic position. Is that any better?
Yeah. It's not 100%, but it's better than it was, definitely.
Right. It's probably just picking up noise from the laptop.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's something not right here because normally I have the monitors off to stop the echoing on the mic.
Mm.
But if I turn it off now, I hear nothing from anywhere.
Honestly, it's like every week it's something different.
And we're giving this man our synths to look after.
I know.
They'll be fine, honest.
I've got the DX out this week.
Nice.
Ooh.
I put it away and it was, just
Stop laughing.
kept it safe. And I thought, no, bollocks. I got it out and it was just having a noodle. And it's just like, yeah. Yeah, I love the keyboard on it.
Yes.
The keyboard is just the nicest one out of all of the the ones I have. It's
And it sounds very good.
Mm.
Well, I like it. It is
Tumbleweed.
FM. It doesn't deny what it is.
Yeah, I'm not so big on the FM thing, but just the feel of that keyboard is just beautiful. So.
Yeah, that's a very successful keyboard. They put that in the Korg M1.
Mm-hmm.
It was good enough to go into the Korg Oasis.
Yeah.
So
Most Korg stuff of the 90s
Yeah.
and the late 80s had the same keyboard. I mean, I think it's the same as in my Z1. And then you see they did that, and then many years later they built the Modi X and put the keyboard mechanism with no aftertouch and nothing. They go from one extreme to another. It's albeit over 30 or 40 years, but
Yeah.
yeah, it's odd that they chose to be so cheap in that regard.
Indeed more. Yes. So,
Anyway, how was your GT last week?
Blinding, isn't it, Kent?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is
I'm,
pretty sweet.
It's
Yeah.
I've been doing. So I was saying, Kent, I've been doing a couple of 100 miles a day. Today's the first day I haven't played on it since it arrived on Friday.
Nice.
But
Yeah.
no, it's very. I mean, this is just the PS4 version because neither of us have got PS5s. Because I've got this website that I keep open called what is it, stockchecker.com,
Yeah, I know.
and I keep refreshing it every day. And the last couple of days, a couple of places have had it in stock. It's a place called the Game Collection and Scan, but both of them are only offering it as a bundle with a pile of other stuff. So like the Game Collection, there's like a ton of games and you get the camera and everything, which you don't really need unless, I suppose. But anyway, 800 quid. Scan are doing it for 840, and their deal's actually a little bit better because they give you a brand new replacement hard drive or SSD, and it's like it's a Western Digital Black, which is like, you know, stonkingly fast. And they throw in a new heatsink for it, and they throw in an extra controller and a couple of games. It's like 840 quid or something, but it's 840 quid.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
And the
Isn't it?
console's what, 450 for the
You
disc
can get
version?
you can get a really decent synth for that.
I know, but it was tempting. I kept thinking, well, you know, this is a superb hard, or, you know, SSD. No, and in the end, I bottled it.
Yeah, just because they're just trying to, you know, sort of like, yeah, you really want this, we'll buy all
Yeah.
this shit off us as well.
Exactly.
So,
But
yeah,
I mean, you could then take that, because you take the 1 terabyte that comes with it out and make that as an external drive, but it's still only 1 terabyte. I mean, I've got a 4 terabyte on my PS4, and that's about 2/3 full.
Jesus.
But yeah, I know. Do you know, there's games on there I haven't even played. Is, you know, you get the PlayStation Plus freebies every month, and you think, oh yeah, I'll play that, I'll download that, and you download it and you never bloody play it. So I do have a clear out every now and again.
I've got to say, time for a bit of a delete up going on, isn't it?
Well, I had a 2 terabyte drive.
Arse is joining us.
Arse.
Arse.
Arse. If he draws a little line down there, it could be, couldn't it?
Oh,
Yeah, I can hear Robbie. Just thought I'd
Good,
say
good,
that.
good, good. Yeah, I know you can.
Are you mixing cocktails tonight?
We just need a glitter ball in there. Look at that.
Yeah.
That's cool, those lights. Aren't they? Can't see his face, but the lights look amazing.
I tell you, this is the best bit.
It's the only UV light that Ty
look at
sees.
that.
Yeah,
Oh, you got one of them as well.
You
Yeah.
flash bastard.
that's gorgeous. Yeah, keeps me entertained.
It matches the headlining in his Bentley.
But look!
What-
Oh no,
what?
hang on a minute.
Can't see, it's dark.
Nuage, she's working! Yay! Yeah.
What
Oh,
a very
happy bunny this
familiar
week.
problem that was.
Fucking hell! Don't even go. You know what the solution was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's scarily similar to the Widdy problem that I had.
Oh, you had to turn it off and on again.
No. So you know, do you remember last week I couldn't get it working?
Yeah.
It just wouldn't. They wouldn't connect. It wouldn't do anything. And so anyway, so I'm waiting for this guy. I think I told you, this guy in Germany, and I still haven't heard from him. And so anyway, very long story short, I just completely gave up and tried literally everything. And what was it? Turn Wi-Fi off,
Yeah.
and it works. That's literally it. Turn the Wi-Fi off, and it works. So, obviously, why didn't I think of that? So obvious. But anyway, so it works again now. So it's all good.
It's like trying to get my son to do his homework. Turn the Wi-Fi off. He works.
Oh yeah.
Or not. Dad, I need the Wi-Fi. Why? We never had internet when we were kids.
No, we used to just fail.
That's it, yeah. No, we had books.
So have you priced up your new Mac then, Ty?
No, but I will. I mean, I'll be honest with you. The last thing I need at the moment is I really don't need a new computer, but obviously it's getting towards the end of tax year, so yes, I will.
Can you buy me one as well?
I don't think it quite works that way.
Have you
But-
actually used the new one that you bought last time?
Yeah, the new one. The new one is now. No. He's not joking. No, it's now actually plugged in. Yeah.
No, it's not you I'm laughing at.
Oh. Go on.
Oh fucking.
What? You're gonna have
Can you not
Am I
see?
tripping or something?
anti-badger guy?
Oh.
Where's the baboon?
Oh.
Sorry.
Gone home.
Sorry. I
I'm
just,
having
yeah.
a flashback to the 90s.
Oh, it's weird.
It's here.
There's the
there
bubble.
it is.
Yeah, but no, but I will. Yeah. No, I will. Obviously, yeah. But I really don't really. I don't really need a new computer. But I mean, they do look great. I mean, they look really. Yeah, they look kind of. I mean, to be fair, I was going to buy a MacBook Pro again, just because I do need to buy stuff, and so I was going to buy a MacBook Pro, but there just seems so little point in doing that now because I think this will be more useful.
Well, one comment I've heard quite a bit about the Macs, and obviously, as you know, I despise them with a passion. But
well, you despise Macs?
Absolutely, can't stand them.
But why?
Overpriced.
Somebody get the popcorn.
Don't like the operating system. Don't like the company. Don't like the company's ethics. Overpriced, and they seem to engender a passion within their supporters that is unparalleled, which I find quite
do you know
perverse.
what? It's not that at all, because I don't have any passion, but what I actually want is having come from. I mean, at one stage I had 8 slaves. I had 1 master and 8 slaves, so I had 9 PCs, and oh fucking hell! I mean, I spent more time trying to get all that to work. And amazingly, it just kept literally on a daily basis. There'd be something else that wouldn't talk to this or wouldn't talk to that, and there'd be fuck up this. And these were all done by. These were proper music computers. These weren't off-the-shelf computers. These were all music computers, and it cost me a fortune. And it was just years of crap. And I then bought a Mac, and hey, guess what? Everything has worked, and everything has now worked all the time since then, which is now I don't know how many years ago. So my argument is, I totally get what you're saying, but they just work, and from my point of view, it was worth paying the money that I paid for it, for the simple reason that it saved me more time, because my time is money, and it just worked. And I've never had a Mac in 25, something like that, 20 odd years. Never had a Mac let me down. Yeah. Whereas I had PCs let me down on a daily basis.
I understand that. And one of the benefits to Macs, which I will admit, is that the company has full control over both the operating system and the hardware, so they don't have any compatibility issues. So I completely get that. But what I don't understand is, if it's a studio Mac, why doesn't it have a built-in audio interface?
Because I wouldn't want a built-in audio interface. I'll tell you that for a fact. That if I had a built-in audio interface, if I could have it taken out, I'd have it taken out. Thing is, the difference is professionals choose what interface they want. They choose where they want to go. They choose, we've had this ongoing thing about every audio interface sounds different. Whether apogees sound different from RME, and RME sound different from UEdit, and they all sound different, and they all have a sound or facilities that you want. So I tell you for a fact, there is not a single pro that would want a built-in audio interface. Every pro would want to have their own interface. That
not even just a basic one.
No, absolutely not. No. I've got a headphone socket. That's good enough for me. That's literally it. Honestly.
Yeah, it's round the back though.
Well, on that, well, who gives? I mean, I know. I saw when Nick said that. Honestly, I was thinking, oh my god, okay, we really are struggling to. But the thing is, I'm not a fanboy. I'm really not a fanboy. But I'm not a fanboy of anything. I basically just want whatever it is to do what it's meant to do. That's all it is. And it's the same with people. The reason I have so little patience with people, if you're being paid to do a job, fucking do your job well.
And
if you can't do your job, fuck off. Get someone else that can do the job. So, and I'm the same with. There's zero fanboy, but all I know is, having had years of nothing but grief on a daily basis with PCs, I would not go back there in a fucking million years. Because whereas Macs have always just whatever they say they're going to do, they just do. Apart from obviously work with Nuage, which involved me turning Wi-Fi off and on again.
Yeah, well, that's hardly the Mac's fault, was it?
But that's it. So sorry, that's that.
No, that's fine.
It's just. Well, I think all I'd say is, again, pros that I know, 99.9% of pros that I know, we use Macs, and there has to be a reason for that. It isn't just because they're expensive. It really isn't just because they're expensive. It's because when you it's 3 o'clock in the morning and something goes wrong, you kind of want to have a vague clue what it could be that's gone wrong. Whereas with PCs, as you say, the moment there's so many components talking to one another that if it falls over, you're fighting a losing battle.
I've never had a problem with this.
There is a way around this, is when you buy pre-configured PCs.
Well, I used to work for Gateway Computers, and that was kind of a Mac for the PC world.
I had one.
Everything, and I know this for a fact, everything was tested. So any component we offered in a configuration with any of our systems was tried and tested with everything else. So whilst you could have a choice of a different graphics card or a different network card or a different sound card, everything had been tried and tested. So it was kind of like a Mac. And there are people out there who build PCs, I'm sure Sassy is one of these, who can build a PC from scratch and will go out and source the right components and make sure that they have been tried and tested and get the right, the best drivers for it, and it will work probably just as well as any Mac.
Exactly.
You're absolutely right, Robbie. The problem is, because my first computer was a Gateway, when it was Gateway 2000,
Yes.
and the problem isn't that. It's not when you take it out of the box. The problem is when you then come to expand it, you then come to fit stuff into it, and it's at that stage where it all goes tits up. Because even when I was buying, so all the ones I was buying were all by specifically for studios, specifically music orientated, and everything was fine until that point where you wanted to fit in that new PCIe card. You wanted to fit that, and then for no reason whatsoever, it would just. That was it. Start of all your issues. And the problem is, you only need to put one thing in there, or change one element, or put one piece of software on, and the whole thing just literally collapses like a deck of cards. Because all of a sudden, you've taken this machine that was solid, and all of a sudden, what I was finding was the whole thing on a daily basis just started cocking up completely.
And this cost thing. I mean, I used to be like 10, 15 years ago. I was being badgered by Steve Howell to just get a fucking Mac, will you? Get a Mac, please, because then we can work, because he was all on Mac and I was on PC, and I was like, no, I can't afford a Mac, it's too expensive, and anyway, blah, blah, blah. And he said, no, seriously, buy the Mac, just get the chuffing Mac, because it might be a little expensive up front.
But it lasts. Yeah,
it will last and last and last, and you won't have to do anything to it. And I was like, yeah, whatever. And then I had the opportunity to get an iMac. It was I was being laid off by this company, and I was just going around trying to get as much out of the fuckers as I could. And I knew they'd got an iMac sat in the store cupboard that wasn't being used. The IT manager of the company flat refused to put any Mac on his. I'm not having any Macs on my network. They'll fuck it up. Anyway, so I bought it off him for like 500 quid. And I brought it home and put it next to my PC, and I said, right, I'm just going to run them side by side, and as I do stuff on the PC, I will go to the Mac and say, right, well, so I'm doing this, let's try that on there, let's find an equivalent application on that. And within a week, the PC wasn't turned on, because the Mac just could do everything that I was doing on the PC, and it did it more intuitively and more clever. I saw a comment, I can't remember who said it in the chat, that it's Macs are for noobs because they don't, they're too stupid to understand what's going on. No, Macs just do things much more intuitively and smarter in the operating system. God, I get frustrated with the fact that I can't lasso a whole bunch of files and then just go right click, move to folder, boom, done, there it is. Whereas in Windows, you have to create the folder and then drag and drop them in. It's just little things like that are just they're just better, they're just smarter. And it's not a fanboy thing. Yes, they're expensive. I bought another iMac, and this one has lasted me like 8-9 years, and it's still going strong. I do the whole show from here. It runs Logic. I can do all my stuff on it. I actually now, because I've got a Xeon PC down here, custom built from work, that I use for all of my e-learning authoring stuff, so it does a lot of video rendering and all that stuff. It's a pretty nifty machine, but I got fed up with just running that side by side, so now I just remote desktop in, and I can have the remote desktop going and loads of different things on this Mac, and it just does it. It doesn't even wheeze, the fans don't even come on, it just does it. And this is a late 2013, I think. I can't remember what this is now. Late 2013. Yeah, late 2013. So, and
the big test, the big test for me is the fact that, because I'm seeing lots of comments in the comment about, it's if you know what you're doing, then then use a PC. The only way I'd look at it is, so I know a few people that really, when I say really know what they're doing with PCs, it's their job basically. They know that PCs inside and out. Absolutely inside and out. What do they use at home? They all use Macs. None of them use PCs, and this is their job, to be programming PCs, building PCs, dealing with networks with PCs. Their entire day-to-day running is PCs, but outside of that, they use Macs. So there we go. But anyway, look,
I've been using them side by side for the last 10 years, and every day I just think, God, I wish I could have a Mac at work. I wish they'd let me have a Mac, but everything we use is Windows based, so we're stuck with it. So
yeah.
Well, I work with both formats side by side, and I think now there isn't a lot to choose between them. They both fuck up, but for different reasons. They both have those shortfalls, but in different areas. You know what I mean? So
in my experience, Macs fuck up a lot less, though. They're not infallible, but they fuck up a lot less.
Yeah, but sometimes what it is that, with the Mac Mini I got, it has been good, but at the same time it can be a complete fuck up and not apparent reason.
Yeah, but to be fair, what year is that one, Ken?
12.
Yeah, so yeah.
How much RAM have you got in there?
I have no idea.
Because that's the other thing with this thing. This came with 8, and the first thing I did was just chuck the maximum 32 gig in there, and I'm guessing that's had that makes a difference. Because
but the new ones aren't upgradable though.
No, the last ones were. The last iMac that was upgradable was the 2020, I think.
Yeah.
And you had to cut that bugger open.
Yeah. But I've yet to dabble in the M1 world, system on the chip thing. But everything I'm seeing
on an M1 MacBook Air now.
Yeah. Everything I'm seeing about it just says it really is.
Mate, like you wouldn't believe.
Well, to be honest with you, by the time you get to 60, you don't want to bother open these fuckers anymore. All right, let's put it that way.
I've got so many carcasses in my garage of old tower PCs that I upgrade or upgraded, and one for me and one for the kids.
I used to do OEM building donkeys ago, and you get these problems with you had to be careful. It was nearly always the video card. You had to be careful what video card you put in it, because the knock-on effect that it would have on other bits of software were back in the day.
Yeah.
Now it's not so much of a
interrupt requests.
Yeah.
God.
You now only have two different types of video card, really. Now it's either going to be Nvidia or it's going to be the other one.
Yeah.
Whereas before there was like 600 different bloody types and different chipsets with different drivers, and it was like,
Well, I remember I bought early 2000s. I bought a Creative Labs Audigy Platinum EX or something, which had the breakout box you can put on your desktop, so you can plug stuff in.
had the phonos and the SPDIF.
And it had the main board, and then there was a daughter board as well. It had like everything on it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a flipping nightmare! That I think was probably half the reason I gave up with Cubase, because they just didn't want to work together, and no amount of driver updates or anything could make these things work, faultlessly. I was spending every time I fired Cubase up. Oh, I've got to change this setting. I've got to do that to get this to work with that. Oh,
yeah, you couldn't have access to the wavetable unless you put in the. I think it was
mostly sample rates and stuff. It was just.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there were sample rates available on the older Gs that it couldn't do.
Yeah.
Which was even more bizarre. It's like there was a selection in the box for 96K. And you put it on 96K, and it went.
Although one big benefit I've found from Windows is that I can still run software that ran on much earlier versions of the operating system, and actually I've found Windows breaks very few applications.
I must admit, I've got a Windows VM that I run on here for various purposes, either running old software because of the old samplers or testing stuff, and it is. I have to say that you can run. I've got old pieces of software running on Windows 10 that I thought would never run.
Yeah,
and they seem to. I haven't really kind of pushed them massively, but it's. I mean, it's got its good points, its bad points, just like everyone else. But Robert's not working tonight, or is he? And he's just home before he's going. I don't know.
Well, no. I'm working. I'm not working for 2 weeks. So.
No. Oh, well, is that a good thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sometimes it's not a good thing. My team just gone 1-0 down.
Your team?
Team, yeah. We're playing Chelsea tonight. It was just like, I can just imagine what the songs are going to be like. And we're 1-0 down within 3 minutes. Honestly, we are so relegated.
Yeah.
Thank you for the sad trombone.
Is it Let's Be Having You, she said, wasn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, there's not much to be had at the moment. Oh dear.
Old Delia, wasn't it?
Love her. I love her to bits. I love everything she's done with that football club. She's been her and her husband have been absolutely brilliant for us. But there comes a point where you've just got to say, give it up, love. Unfortunately, you can't be in this Premier League if you don't have a ton of money behind you, and it's something we don't ever want to do it. We've always been a self-financed club, but it just means that we can't invest and compete, and it's not our fault. It's the fault. It's the root fault of top level football these days. But I love it a bit. But she's got to say, look, somebody come and take Roman Abramovich is looking for a football club. So.
He's looking for a bank account now.
He's looking for wages. Honestly, they said the last time they checked Chelsea's cash in the bank was 16 million they had in the bank. Their monthly wage bill is 23 million.
Jesus Christ.
23 million. What the hell? It's insane. But there you go.
Frightening, isn't it?
Less said the better.
Well, they're footballers. They have to be good actors.
Oh dear.
Good actors cost money.
Yeah, true.
Let's not go there, shall we?
What was the film? Falling Down?
Yeah. 6 foot away from the other bloke. Oh, I don't know.
Anybody else get Electronic Sound magazine? Nice little Wolfgang Fleur 7-inch with it today.
Oh, come with a cheese grater.
Have you heard that album?
No. Is that? Oh, okay.
Okay.
I wasn't, to be honest, I wasn't expecting much, but I'll give that.
Well, well, I don't know if anyone heard, but so one of the tracks on it, obviously I know something about it because it was done with Midge, and it was
oh yes, yeah,
it was Das Beat, which was his that Midge did about 6 months ago, and it was done basically for Wolfgang, and then basically Midge did his version, and then Wolfgang did his version. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
And our next guest is.
It's worth listening. It's worth hearing.
Oh, it's faithful Germany.
Yeah, it's worth hearing, but you know, it's a bit like, I tell you what, it is. It's no different to yeah. It's another one of those the individual parts making the whole, and when you take one of the parts out of the equation, you suddenly realise they're not quite what the whole was, if that makes sense. It's the classic, I'm going to go and have a solo career. Oh, are you? Great.
Bye.
Good luck. You know, yeah, exactly. And it's a bit sad, really, because for me, you know, that lineup, the Wolfgang Fleur and the Karl Bartos and the 70s, 80s Kraftwerk for me were just like literally god figures, and so to actually hear anything by any of them, which isn't kind of a certain quality or standard, is upsetting for me. But
so all these people get excited about going to see Kraftwerk live in recent years, and I think, well, that's not Kraftwerk.
It isn't Kraftwerk, but I've been to see them a couple of times, 3 times recently. Well, when they're doing their last tour. It's not that so much because it's not Kraftwerk. You're right, it's not Kraftwerk. It's Ralph Hutter, and although ironically, you've got to remember that 2 of those members in that band have been in Kraftwerk longer.
Yes.
Like a lot longer, as in double the length of time that those 4 were together. And so, to be fair to them, they have more of a right to use the name Kraftwerk than the original lot, because they've been in the band longer. But it's not the Kraftwerk we know. But it's the main thing is with that is the fact that has anyone actually been to see Kraftwerk live?
No, I wouldn't.
No. Honestly, it's worth it because they use, I did know, but I can't remember it now. They use their own. Well, it's not. I don't think it's their own now, but it's a very different kind of PA system.
Right.
And the sound of the visuals are good, and they do all the 3D bit, and it's all good. But the main thing is the sound quality is absolutely amazing, like properly amazing. I mean, I went to see them in Oxford, and they were, it was really good. But then me and Nick Batt, we went to see them at Symphony Hall. And if anyone knows anything about Symphony Hall from a concert hall point of view is one of the best in the world. And
Birmingham,
and it's absolutely incredible. I've seen so many gigs at Symphony Hall, it's amazing. But yeah, Kraftwerk there, and talk to Nick Batt about it. I mean, yeah, he'll never forget it, because the bass was literally, it was just, you could just feel it. It was just here. It was just pure bass, and there was zero distortion. The volume, Nick said it's the loudest thing he's ever heard, and the volume was ridiculous, but zero distortion, and it was just amazing. Everyone walks away from it, even if you didn't like the music, you didn't like Kraftwerk, as an experience because of the sound quality, and it was mind blowing. So. Yeah, you don't get, obviously when you go and see them at festivals and whatever, you don't get any of that. But as a proper tour in a proper venue, I would go and see them any opportunity I can.
You're paying to see essentially a very good sound system, rather.
Yeah, no, that's it. No, you are, because they don't do anything. Let's be honest. They do just
their accounts and check their emails.
They do just stand there, and no matter how much.
Sorry?
Well,
it's all running off Nuendo anyway.
It is, which being a Nuendo man means that obviously I have to show the loyalty. Yay. But
apparently some
paying
tracks
a lot
are
of money
muted.
to go to it's paying a lot of money to go to an internet cafe, really, isn't it?
Well, That's one way of looking at it.
Yeah, just
I mean,
four
don't-
blokes
the-
in red t-shirts over by one of the walls. Yeah.
To be fair,
This is good, yeah.
their performance is no different from a DJ, basically. You know, there's all it is lots of muting, there's lots of filtering, there's lots of panning. One guy's controlling the videos, so it's basically nothing other than a glorified DJ set. And you know, Ralph plays, you know, a dozen notes here and there, but that's it. I mean, there's not a lot of live performance, but it's yeah, it's still a good experience. But yeah, I mean, visually there's not a lot. But you're right. You're kind of paying a money to go and listen to an amazing sound system. Yeah.
That's the same reason why people pay to go to the cinema.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. There's no difference at all. Yeah, I get that completely. You know, so I mean, when I went to see Dunkirk, I mean, the amount of times I went to see that film after I'd seen the film the first time, thinking, yeah, that's great, and then I watched it again and again and again just to go and listen to the score and the sound system. That was it. The visuals, but didn't really give a monkeys about the visuals by about the fourth time. It was I could have just sat there with my eyes closed, to be fair.
Well, there is something about seeing something on a big screen from a visual, you know, that kind of.
Yeah.
But I would rather sit at home with a large TV and a decent, you know, surround sound hi-fi, and not have to put up with kids and popcorn and
No,
the
what you
stench
do
of hot
is
dogs and nachos.
no. You see, that's where you go
Go
wrong.
to a posh cinema.
What you do is, you go to a posh cinema, you get the most expensive seats, and you always go for the 1 o'clock showing.
I went to the
that's
Have
it.
you ever been to the Regent Street cinema?
On the last week, you go for the last week, 1 o'clock showing. Fine.
Yeah, no, I get that. We've actually had it redeveloped in the town where I live. It's a proper 1930s Art Deco thing, and it was just basically an auditorium with a stage, and they kind of shoved a screen in there for many years, and it was just rubbish, and the seats were proper theatre seats, so you know you could sort of sit back like this. And they've just refurbished it, and it's brilliant, and they've put 2 extra small, like 30-40 seater screens in, and that's way better than than going to the big multiplex, because it generally tends to be film fans that will just sit there and watch the bloody film. I don't get this thing with America. I went to the cinema in America, and it's just like, whoa, you know, what? Sit and watch the damn film, for Christ's
No, that's
sake.
called. You see what the mistake you're making there. That's called Americans.
That's cultural, isn't it?
that's
'Cause
the-
they did
It
the same.
really is a
that's-
cultural thing, yeah.
That's nothing
Yeah,
to do with
yeah.
cinema. That's nothing to do with cinema. That's nothing to do with any. That's just.
Which
Americans.
I think that's-
Well, look
yeah.
at American football. You know, 30 seconds of
I'd
play,
rather not.
5 minutes of cheering and whooping, and
I got something in my
messing
email the
around.
other day saying Apple TV now comes with 3 months of Major League Baseball on it.
Do you know? I've got to do. I think it's 4 or 5 part, 1 hour series. So that's 4 or 5 hours about American football.
Oh, God help you.
I don't know anything about American football. So from now till
That's not a bad thing.
now till August, September. I can't remember August, September.
It's rugby for girls.
I don't think I'm going to be going in with that tact. To be fair,
So I'd much rather watch a decent game of rugby than American football, because it's just
Yes.
so stop-start. And I don't get half the rules. And baseball's just a snore fest.
I don't know any of the rules.
Well, baseball's just rounders.
Yeah,
Well, yeah.
but
I love the way how British is it to just dismiss anything that's just come over from there. Oh, yeah, that's just rounders. Yeah, American football's just rugby
well,
for girls.
technically it is. It's just kind of rounders.
It is.
But
Well,
they
well-
elaborate everything with stats, don't they?
The World Series for one country. True, isn't it?
How many Americans are we pissing off in the chat, right? I'm sorry, Manny. Honestly, I'm really sorry.
On the chat.
Yeah. Mind you, for balance, there's a few things here, I suppose.
Oh, there's loads of shit here. I mean, that's the thing. I think this is the problem. The problem is, we used to be, let's be honest about this. We used to be able to be really smug. We used to be able to look at different countries around the world, essentially, including the States, and just kind of laugh at their ways and the way they were, and and now I'm really sorry to say, we have no right to be laughing at fucking anybody, because
Not-
there's
not-
so
I-
much.
I don't
So
know.
much shit.
American football, where they don't actually use their feet to kick the ball. I mean, you know,
And then
you got to laugh at that.
They call our game soccer.
Yeah.
Egg chasers, that's what they are.
But
I'm
no,
staying out
at
of
least
this
we invented most of the world's sports
And then
along
became
with some of the
thoroughly shit at
along with the Greeks.
Shit, all of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And we trained a lot of people to be better than us.
No, I think they just got better despite us, to be fair. I think, yeah. You see, this is the problem. Is that I've got friends that have emigrated and gone elsewhere, and my best friend basically moved to Denmark, and I remember for years and years and years and years and years going, Christ, how could you do that? How could you leave this great country? And I can't believe you've left. And when are you coming back? And all that kind of shit. And now, honestly, if it wasn't for my daughter, I'd more than happily get out of this shit country. I'd more than happily go and live in Scandinavia somewhere. And
It's top of my list of considerations once the kids have been sorted through their education and gone. I've got no reason, no desire to stay here.
I've lived in a few countries, and this country is unique, both good and bad. But there is something about the UK, for someone who was born here, that you really can't let go of, in my opinion.
I'm not one of these bashers of Britain. Britain at the moment, yes, because there's a lot of things going on that didn't have to go on. We all know what that is. But I go away. Well, I used to go away a lot for work, and I'd come back having been to Africa or America or Dubai, some of these amazingly spectacular places. But to come back to East Anglia, which is where I was born and where I've always lived, and there's just something about this place that I'd be happy to live here if the rest of the country wasn't so messed up.
the thing is, it's not the country; it's the people. Let's be honest.
Well,
they're fucked up. I just want to go back to something Steve Elbow said. He said in the chat, look up Atherstone ball game if you want a real example of traditional English sport. It's an anomaly that it still continues. It's quite the throwback with a lack of health and safety. If anyone doesn't know what that is, and the only reason I don't know whether Steve Elbow he's from Atherstone or from around there, but this is where I was brought up. So I went to sixth form at Atherstone, and I lived in Polesworth, which is literally right next to it. So if anyone doesn't know this about Atherstone ball game, basically Atherstone is essentially just one long street, and then what happens once a year is the entire place gets filled up, and in the middle someone throws in this old leather ball, and you basically have to get it to the end. That's it. And the whole street is full, and it's all mainly blokes. I mean, I'm going to say 99% blokes, and they literally just essentially kick the shit out of one another. It's a huge scrap under the pretense of getting this ball from one end to the other, and it's absolute mayhem. And
well, it's rugby with less rules.
There's no rules. There are literally no rules. It's get the ball to the end. That's it. That is the only rule. And
like a night out in Peckham.
That's
yeah, not as much sex, is it?
It's really not for. Oh no, I'm sure there'll be plenty of sex in there somewhere. But yeah, so I'd love to know if Steve Elbows is actually from there or from that area, because that is literally my stomping ground.
He's from Nuneaton.
Oh, he's from Nuneaton. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Well, I know. My mum died in Nuneaton. Yay!
I'm sure it wasn't Nuneaton that did it.
Oh, I don't know. Have you ever been to Nuneaton?
I don't know.
It could have been, to be fair. Yeah.
I'll tell you something that was really freaky. I was scrolling, when you're on Facebook and you end up scrolling until your life ends, right? And I'm looking, and suddenly there was a photograph of my mum, and I went, why is there a photograph of my mum? Pull back up again, and it was somebody else's mum who had just died. I went, but that's a photograph of my mum. It really looked like her. I mean, in every single way. It's like she was a twin. That can't be right. And I'm trying to remember who it was. He was a guest on the show once, Robs. What is the matter with my memory? I went to phone Dave Spears today, and I went, what's his number? I've known his number off by heart forever. I'm going to have to look this up now. It's got me bugged. I'll find out who this was.
All these people saying that it's flat in East Anglia. It's mostly flat, but we do have some hills. We have
No, you
cliffs.
don't.
We
That's
have
cow
cliffs.
Where the cow
That's
shit.
absolute. That's
It's a little
absolute
hill.
bollocks.
We have cliffs.
I lived in Galston for 8 months. It's
I'm
flat
sorry.
as fuck.
That is,
Yeah.
yeah, because it's next to the bleeding sea. But
Yeah, and how do we get to Galston? Through fucking Norwich. Yeah. So
Excuse me.
it's- Yeah.
The only thing that is
Easy
wrong
time.
with East Anglia is the lack of motorway.
exact. No, that's the only thing that's right with it, because it keeps all you ruffians out. You can't. Seriously. If they extended the M11 and made the A12 a motorway, I would go. I would just, because it would open everything up. The fact that once the M11 stops in just outside Cambridge, and the A12 is just a rubbish dual carriageway all the way up to where does it go? Yarmouth, doesn't it? It's just
Yarmouth.
horrible. It's a horrible road, and it just keeps all you buggers out. You think you're
Have you
going to
ever
get stuck
thought-
behind tractors,
Have you ever thought it's not stopping us getting in? It's to stop you
keeping us getting
out.
out? Yes, that is really easy to get out of here.
Normal for Norfolk.
Roger Lyons.
Oh, Roger, yeah. Yes, his mum passed through.
Here's
yeah.
my spitting image of mine.
Really?
Yeah, absolute spitting.
Wow. Yeah, poor Roger.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, evening, Andy.
Yes, hello, sir. Everybody
mic's
take
on.
a drink. Everybody take a drink.
Mike.
Check,
Mike.
Testicles, 1, 2.
Wasn't on Ramsey's show last Saturday, so everything's covered in cobwebs.
Still can't hear him. Quick, say lots of nasty things about him.
Come on,
and he won't
Andy,
be able to
talk.
respond. Go
Talk.
on.
Come on.
Just
Speak.
move,
Come on, Andy,
move
you
your
can do
lips.
it. You can do
Move
it,
your
Andy.
lips and
Come
we'll
on.
give you the words.
Go on.
No, nothing.
No.
No,
Try
still
again.
can't hear you. No, don't play a note. No,
No.
No.
no, no.
Absolutely nothing.
Anybody lip read?
Reboot the PC.
Pistol.
Yeah.
Plug microphone in.
Be funny
Check
if
the
it was on a
settings
Mac.
in StreamYard.
Yeah, I bet he's on the PC.
If you had
Yeah.
a Mac, you wouldn't have done that. You see, you would have just.
Yeah.
Boost up.
Fuck
Just
off.
work.
Fuck off
Yeah.
and dress. What? I don't know why I'm standing up for PC anyway. They've given me nothing but fucking grief for 25 years. Fuck's sake. Oh dear me.
Well, if you use the proper
Try
audio
something
interface,
else.
everything's fine.
He's looking stumped.
Is it plugged in?
Nope, still
No.
not working.
No. Try shouting.
He's gone.
Somebody's cheering him. He's gone.
Excellent appearance. Thanks for that. Please come again.
I'm not gonna hang around. I might pop in later. Although from
You
the sound of
surprise
things,
me.
By the sound of things, everyone sounds like they're. I know you've got a day and a half of it tomorrow, Ken. So
Yeah.
I'm imagining that it's not going to be a 4 o'clock jobby tonight.
No, it can't. We've got like I said, the builders are going to be here at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and Fiona hasn't seen 8 o'clock. Well, unless I showed her a photograph of it. 'Cause she hasn't seen 8 o'clock in the morning for fucking 2 years, must be. I have to hold a mirror up to her face, check she's awake.
I'm just waiting for a badger to fucking
Well,
appear
I'm
behind you.
waiting. I'm
in a
waiting for
minute.
either
Yeah.
something to come up in the chat,
Yeah.
or a shout,
Yeah,
or a coat hanger around the neck.
yeah. Shut it, boya.
Yeah.
What was it? Shut it, boya. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, so I presume it's going to be a late one, but I do have to go and do some work, unfortunately. So I'll go and do what I have to do, and then if I get a chance, I will pop by later.
Okay. Well, like I say, it won't be a late one tonight because of all the shit that's going on tomorrow.
Mhm.
So,
Good. Well, if I do
Cheers,
see you
Ty.
later, great. If I don't,
Mm.
good seeing you all. I'll
See you, buddy.
see you soon. Be
Take
good.
care.
See you
Take
later.
care.
Bye.
bye,
Bye.
buds. Ta-da. Yes.
So how are you, Robert?
Yeah, living the dream. That sounded so sincere.
Yeah. If
The
the
speed
dream's
at
a
which you come
nightmare.
back with that was just,
Deadpan as fuck.
I banked murder yesterday. My head against a Netgear switch, trying to get it to do some actual routing, which was a stupid idea.
Oops.
That was time I'll never get back.
Mm.
That was.
So,
The rest of the day, I tried to install Google Play on an Android device that doesn't support it. That was an interesting waste of time.
the microphone's still working.
what?
Is my
Oh,
microphone-
got echo.
Yeah.
Is it echoing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about now?
That's better.
That's better.
It's better.
Yeah.
Okay, hang on. What about? Anything?
Yeah, we heard that.
You heard that? Weird. What? How come that's working now?
Because you've changed it again.
It's on the PC.
Look, Badger song.
Mushroom.
That'll keep her happy downstairs. She loves that song.
God.
Love Weeble and Bob.
That and my that was it. What's the other one she loves? Look at my horse.
What, sorry?
Look at my horse.
Yes.
It is amazing.
And was it Kenya? The Lions.
Yeah.
In Kenya. Pie.
But that's what should have happened Sunday. Instead of
That
me
means
doing
it.
this to nothing. Probably the way she's looking at the camera going,
What's he doing? Who's
What?
this strange man?
I don't know.
Actually, in the chat, Wagyu raised an interesting point. With your new workshop,
Yes.
why aren't you having a basement in it?
Oh, God, no. No.
I mean, you have to climb stairs and shit.
Yeah. How'd you get a CS80 down cellar stairs?
Yeah,
Seriously.
get a dumb waiter.
It'd be like a scene out of fucking Home Alone.
No, I'm not going to say it.
That's
Really
add some
quite
electric
much.
highs. Or MCBs. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah. To be honest with you.
I was in a play called The Dumb Waiter once.
Oh, what a great play.
Yeah.
Were you one
Harold
of the fans?
Pinter.
What did you play?
Honestly, I can't. All I remember is I was in it, and because there was only 2 people in it, and
You played second.
I can't remember. I can't remember who I was. I just remember because we had to study it. It was because it was like 36 years ago, I think.
God.
Yeah. And we were doing it for drama O level. So. But yeah, forged my love of Pinter.
Andrew's asking to come back in.
Hang off.
Yes, Mother.
He-
I can't see the bottom of the screen. The microphone's in the way.
Andy is knackered. He's also on mute. No camera even.
No camera now. That's an improvement.
Wow. Yeah. Well.
I go, hey,
Is
camera.
it working now?
Yeah.
It is.
Hey!
Oh, that was our
Overrated.
opportunity. Oh, your mic's not working. Your mic's not working.
Winding you up, Andy.
He doesn't
All
look
right.
impressed.
It's cool.
Yeah, but you know, it's okay. I've done a full day at work, and then I've just done 4 hours of parents' evening. I've done nothing but talk. So I don't know why I've come on here to talk in
God, yeah, that must
So I'm
be
not going to
irritating.
talk. I'm just going to sit here and take
Are
a
you
box.
are you still doing it all online?
It's all online. I thought it's all been
School
through-
Cloud.
through School Cloud.
Yeah.
Are you going to swear about it?
No,
Yeah,
do you know what? Actually, it's really good because you
It
actually
works
get
brilliantly.
it does work, and you get your 5 minutes or whatever with the teacher, and you haven't got idiots messing around.
Yeah, you don't have Karen there threatening you because you
It's
haven't.
it's done it. I mean, I clearly I did it with my computer camera pointing straight at me and the internal mic, so I didn't have to have this stupid thing in front of my face because that would just look weird at a parent's evening. So I suspect that it was that's done some, or just the US. I've switched everything on the USB, everything's off, back on again. So yeah. Well, hello everybody. We all right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Who's eating crisps? Yeah, Native VS is playing with his EPS. That's nice. Or is it an SQ80? It's an SQ80.
SQ80.
Yeah, there you go. I've got synth envy now.
Sass is flying a biplane.
Sass is flying a black plane. Yeah, okay. whilst firing a Gatling gun at the same time, from the sound of it. Oh. Well, that was a conversation killer, wasn't it? I'll go on. You carry on talking. Just pretend I'm not here.
Well, I remember at one of my parents' evenings many moons ago, the teacher was prattling on for about 20 minutes, and then they realised that they were talking about someone other than me.
Yeah, I've done that before.
The thing
I don't teach your kid. No.
The thing I really hate is when I get my kids' school reports, and it's clear that they've copied and pasted a whole bunch of stuff because they refer to my son as she's been doing, or they'll drop the kid's name in. I had one where they actually quoted some other kid's name in my son's report, and I said,
your kid's school clearly doesn't have a thorough enough checking system.
No,
because I get it coming back to me. I mean, because that's how we do it. You know, for example, I got 91 year 7 kids. You expect me to write 91 individually tailored and crafted? No, bloody way. Most of them form a homogeneous mass in the middle anyway. So, you know, it's like, you know, but you do that. You have your sort of your statements that you use for that kind of. But you've then got to be very thorough about changing the he's to she's and the hims to hers and the hers back to hims and the and so that, you know, that George doesn't become Geraldine.
Yeah.
Because it's embarrassing. But we have.
If we just be using they and them all the time, makes it so much easier.
No. Well, we can do that in English. It's not quite so easy in German, though, is it? Not that I'm writing reports in German. I marked I say marked. I read an essay that was done by a sixth former. It's an EPQ, an additional research project that they do about sexism in gendered languages. So like Spanish, like French, like German, and to what extent? It was brilliant. It was so good. I mean, it was 5,000 words, this essay, but it was absolutely brilliantly written, and I just thought this is fantastic. That all these little issues, like English, could just say, well, okay, we've got these people that are identifying as gender non-binary, and I'd like to be a neutral. I'd like to be a they. English can actually do that quite comfortably. Spanish can't. French can't. German might just get away with it, but I suppose it might be a bit weird because, you know, Sie sind can also mean you are as well as they are, and I don't know how well it would work in German. My brain hasn't coped with it. How you deal with all that? I think it's a fascinating area of sociolinguistics, which is right for research, and I could go back to university and do it if I wanted to.
But also in these countries that have the Romance languages, they haven't really fallen for wokery in the same way that English-speaking countries have. So you get these issues in the likes of Australia, the UK, America, and Ireland to a certain extent. But in countries where they have gendered languages, you don't tend to get that level of wokery.
What is wokery?
An inappropriate way to describe this issue that many people say is
like cups and plates and then.
That's quackery.
Oh, sorry.
Things like the belief there are actually more than two biological sexes or genders.
Yeah.
It's not a belief that it's medically accurate,
Yeah,
which is sadly actually medically accurate if you talk to the correct professionals.
No, I see. I'm a bit more open-minded than that, and I just go, yeah, okay, I'm going to go with that. You call it what you like. I don't think it is that. There are definite, you know, and I struggle when it's a 12-year-old that decides they no longer want to be a he and they want to be a she, or the other way around. A 12-year-old, I think, is it? I think, well, hang on a minute. There's an awful lot of information, and I think disinformation as well, which kids get influenced by. But we have to try and be. Our job is to be inclusive. That's what we've got to do. We've got to try and include everybody on an equal footing, and it's not easy sometimes. It really isn't. And yeah, I think English as a language is more adept at dealing with it than like we said, so the gender languages, Spanish, French, German, and so on. Be interesting to see what happens. But anyway,
Well, in our day, when kids wanted to rebel, they became punks and put, safety pins
Because they were
through
too
their
scared to do
ears.
anything else.
we're on
Yes.
dangerous ground again. We're on dangerous ground. Let's just try and be a bit, not get into sort of slipping through the cracks in the ice. I don't want to do that.
Behringer.
Right, let's talk about Behringer.
Behringer. What a bunch of
Listen, we
wankers.
can all agree on. No.
Well, I think they've announced a fantastic lineup of synths. I don't care what anyone else says.
Take them to the venue.
No, you're right. They have announced a lineup of synths.
You can ever release any of them.
Although I must say, when I saw the SH5 thing they posted today, look, we're making things, but they don't say what they're making. But yeah, everything's this SH5 thing.
When we've got the chips.
Yeah, yeah. Synth memes of
They've
But-
ripped that
but
one from
haven't
Nova,
they just?
But when you think, car supply has been affected by the lack of chips for the ECUs, it's not just synth manufacturers.
No.
This is it's a worldwide issue.
And the same thing is happening in cars as it is in synths. It's driving the price up of second-hand.
Yes, absolutely.
Which is good in some ways if you're selling, but it's bad if you're not.
Time to go
Although
back to
from-
points.
Sorry, what?
Time to
Go
go
back.
back to points.
Points.
Yes, and condensers.
Stick your ECU up your ass.
Dynamos.
Start having points. Have cars you can repair with a screwdriver and a wet rag.
Set the points
Yep.
with the fag paper.
Exactly.
No, you talk about the chips driving the price of cars up. My son tells me that his company haven't had any downturn in production for some reason.
Right.
So,
You can't write tonight.
yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I took my motor in.
Manufacturers making software instruments now, so
I took my motor in for a what do they call it? A equity check because I bought it on PCP. I would say PCP. Is
Stolen.
that right? Yeah, stolen.
You were high when
Yeah,
you got it.
Yeah,
Personal
Right.
contract plan.
yeah, that one of those. It's the first time I've ever done one of those. Well, actually, no, it's the second time I've ever done one because the first time I got so ripped off, I swore I'd never do it again. But I really wanted this car, and it was the only way I could afford it. But it's actually been quite good, and so it ends at the end of this year. So VW contacted me and said, "It's your last year, and you're obviously going to be starting to think about what you're going to do. So here are your options, and do you want to bring your car in, and we'll give you an equity check on it, so you can tell you how much you can get for it trading in, blah blah blah." And I bought that car, and I bought it 4 years ago, so 2018. It was a year old, but it had 50-something thousand miles on the clock because it had just
Blimey.
been owned by one guy who was just going up and down the A1 all day. Immaculate condition, but it's just high mileage for its age. So I got it for like 16.5 grand, I think I managed to get them down to, and bought it on this plan. And 3 years later, it's only lost 4 grand,
Yeah.
which is not bad. But then that's because the price of second-hand cars at the moment is really holding. The problem is that they told me how much I owed and how much my car was worth, and this was how much I could put towards another vehicle, and it was more than I put towards the one I've got, if that makes sense.
They've done well,
And yet I
haven't they?
still couldn't afford the one I wanted,
Yeah.
which is just
Because the price of new cars
because the price has gone up. Or no, the price of used cars, because they've got this. Because I've got a CC, so it's the big kind of coupe thing, and the replacement for that is the Arteon, and they've got the shooting brake, which is big enough to fit a DX1 and a Fairlight in at the same time. So I was looking for one of them, and I thought, yeah, they've been around. Yeah, it's kind of just a stylish van. So I thought, well, they've been around for a little while. There must be some decent examples on the used market, and there are, but they're bloody expensive. So I shall have to wait.
Can I just leap in? I've only leapt in for one thing because I'm sitting here working with you fucking bunch sat in the corner while I'm working.
Why do that though? Switch us off.
No, because I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I
You might
like
talk about him.
I like it. Yeah, like I give a flying fuck.
Mike's working.
So you're working or procrastinating?
No. Whoa, you obviously don't know me, native, if you think I ever procrastinate. Fucking hell, I have so much fucking work to do. No, I'm working. I always have TV or something on in the corner. Always. And rather than having TV on, I've got you lot, which is lovely.
Terrible idea.
But when I was listening to you, I literally had to just leap in and turn around and go, the whole woke thing. I'm sorry, I'm with Andy. People should be entitled to be called what the fuck they like. Absolutely. It's nothing to do with you, me, anybody whatsoever. If they want to be called he, she, they, fucking squirrel, fish, who gives a flying fuck? If it makes them happy and makes them content in their life, then totally inclusive. Everybody should be whatever they want to be. And anyone that doesn't agree with that, fuck you. And second of all, when it comes to Beringer, don't start me off.
You're inclusive.
End of story. End of story. All fucking wank bollocks.
I've got an idea.
I'll see you later.
Bye. I've got an idea for a new game, and it's called Invoking Ty. So we've got to come up with something that will get him to come in and chip in. We've got to think of something that will, summon Ty.
I wish he'd really tell us how he felt, though.
Play, you see, a game with added reality. Come on, Rob.
What? Say that again.
You said there's a new game. You've got to
play,
you see, a game with added reality. Well, stop there.
Treat me like a dog.
No.
Try and wind up Ty, get him down on his knees.
Sounds like Sass's plane stalled.
What's your altitude at the moment, Sass?
I wish I was higher.
What are you doing, Sass? Are you actually sitting in a washing machine?
He's in the fridge.
No, I'm in my workshop because I can smoke here. I don't like smoking in the studio, so and the boiler's on, keeping the rest of the house warm.
I watched something on TV the other day and showed a departure lounge at an airport, and I just got this really big sense of, oh God, I miss that. And the thing is, when I used to travel like all the time, I hated it, but I haven't done it for so long now that I really miss it. I really want to just go to an airport and get stuck there and then fly somewhere exotic. And I
haven't left the country since 1998.
Nearly, blimey.
I hate airports. I hate flying. Ever since they banned smoking, it's it's dreadful. It's still great if you go to Hong Kong because they still have smoking rooms, or if you go to the likes of Dubai. But anywhere in the Western world, it's absolute hell if you're a smoker.
There's an easy answer.
Rightly so.
Don't fly.
Or
Nicotine pack?
yeah.
Doesn't work.
More?
Yeah.
Nicotine tablets?
I used to fly so much that within like 7 months of me starting the job that I do now, which was like a long 10 years ago, I went from a blue British Airways member to silver in 7 months, and therefore you then get to sit in the lounge.
Oh, they're really nice BA lounges.
And that then makes air travel so much more bearable when you can go and sit in a lounge and there's free booze and there's free food and there's a better class of twat rather than the hoi polloi. I was sat in San Francisco. I was in the lounge there and was talking to this guy who's really doing my head in. And then Soulwax, the band, Too Many DJs, Soulwax, come out of this even more exclusive room, first class, I guess, and they just kind of swan through, and I'm like, oh my God, it's fucking the DeVale brothers. I love, and he's like, who am I? And I was like, oh. But I missed that so much, just sort of kicking back, free booze, free food, first on the plane. Oh. Never mind.
Yeah, you used the word.
Famous people we met at airports then. Come on. Yeah. Oh, come on.
Robbie Keane.
Who?
Robbie Keane, footballer, Irish footballer. Soulwax.
That's I know that.
In his cage.
Who?
Pilot in his cage being dragged on.
Yeah.
Plane.
I can't remember if I've actually met that many famous people or seen famous people, because usually you kind of get swan through special channels, don't they?
My
Well,
problem
I'll
is
jump in
with
then.
new famous people that don't know they were.
Really famous, really influential. Neil Oliver on the way to the Outer Hebrides, because he was making a television program about standing. So he was going to Orkney, and we were off to the.
Is he
Outer
the one that's on
Hebrides.
GB News at the moment?
Yeah,
Yes.
no idea. No, I've no idea. He's the sort of archaeologist, history buff, and also
He's a knob. That's what he is.
maybe he is. I had a nice little quiet conversation with him. He was fairly pleasant. I can only introduce him on first appearance, and he was perfectly nice. Anyway, no, I don't think so. I can't imagine him being an obvious. He's an archaeologist. Anyway, and then youth. Somebody mentioned youth.
Oh,
in the
yes.
chat a minute. That was Mac actually. So youth, but that wasn't really a surprise, since we were coming back from the same music festival, and we'd already met them at that music festival. So it wasn't a surprise to meet him at the airport. But it was. He was quite nice to chat to. He's very, very quietly spoken. He's not what you expect an as I could say, current member of Killing Joke to actually be. It's to be loud and leery. No, he's very quiet, very, very sweet. Because he was actually basically he's a hippie, isn't he? Really, these days he's proper hippie. Yeah. He was there at the Boom Festival doing his sort of hippie stuff with all sorts of different musicians. It was actually amazing. It was really enjoyable. But they were coming back at the same time on the same flights. So yeah, there we are. That's me. Anybody else want to contribute? Because that's about as good as it gets from me.
I think Innuendo is a dreadful door. And I think the worst Vangelis album has got to be Opera Savage. What a piece of shit that was. I bet he wrote that in 10 minutes.
Isn't that how Vangelis makes most albums? Just improvise and
Hasn't brought him back.
Hasn't, no. I was like, what's he doing? Oh, he's playing the game I invented.
Badger versus Baboon. I mean, we can clearly agree that Badger wins.
Well, it's clearly a badger, isn't it?
It's a badger thing, yeah.
Yeah. I'm with Fiona on that one.
Great time at Jarvis Cocker in the Washington Tavern, pub.
Nice.
Sheffield. That was.
I had an
that was
encounter
alright.
with Neil Tennant.
But enough about that.
Yeah.
Well, I had an encounter with the other
Messy.
guy, Rob Lowe. Is it Rob? Is that his name, Rob Lowe?
Who? The other half of Pet Shop
The
Boys?
half of Pet Shop Boys.
It's
Quite
Chris.
Chris
Lowe.
Lowe.
Rob
Chris
Lowe's the
Lowe.
actor.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's a long
Mr.
time, and I was
Flex.
never that into them particularly. But anyway, because we'd actually been to see them Whitley Beer Ice Rink.
Oh, yeah.
Being there on the
Whitley
performance
Beer.
tour in 1991 or
He sounds like Ian Body.
something like that. Well, he was from that part of the world. Hey,
Sounds like Gaza.
Ian Body sold me that thing behind me. Ian Body sold me that Pro One
Yeah.
from Rock City in Newcastle.
What a
150
lovely
juicy
man.
smackers. And poor Kent, he's had his morning hands on that one. So, but yeah, we'd all gone back. We'd all gone back
Exactly.
to after performance at Whitley Beer Ice Rink. We'd all gone back into Newcastle. Went to Walker's nightclub because it was a particular night of ill repute. And we've gone back in there and we're propping up and I was standing there, there's this bloke, and I was just suddenly thinking, this rather nondescript looking bloke, and I thought, I'm sure that's the guy from Pet Shop Boys. So I just tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Excuse me, can I ask you a dumb question?" I said, "Did you really use a PPG for the bass sound on West End Girls?" And he went, he said, right. He went, yeah. He just said, "Oh, that's about the best choke line I've ever had."
Bless him.
And then he went on to explain that no, it wasn't a PPG, it was a PPG and this and another thing. And
Yeah.
and then we had a nice little chat about it. That was me in Walker's nightclub in Newcastle talking to
Yeah.
what's his name?
Chris Lowe.
Chris Lowe, that's him. Yeah.
Just like
That's
It's one of those great things where people, how do you get the bass sound from West End Girls? It's this synth. No, it's this synth. No, it's that synth. No, actually, it's all of them.
It's about 15 of them all at one go.
Yeah.
Is the truth. Yeah. Yeah, that's the best choke line I've ever had, mate.
It's a DX7 Mini Moog and a PPG, I think. Was it?
Yeah, that's what he said. Yeah,
Yeah.
PPG, Minimoog, and
DX7.
yeah, I think I'm sure. I've got an emulator in my head, actually. I'm sure he said there was an emulator.
Well, it's like the string sounds on West End Girls. Everyone thinks it's Marcato strings on the E2, but it's actually that and some PPG as well. And I think when they recorded it, it was more PPG than it was emulator in terms of the balance. But yeah, it's great. I love that. Oh, I saw him on top of the pops using an emulator.
So it must be.
So Harold Faltermeyer did Axel F with 2 Fairlights and never used one on the record. So yeah, go figure.
There
But
you go. Hey, there we are.
no, I met Neil Tennant. I was at the ICA in London on the Mall, and I was there for a film starring Mark Reeder, you know, that Berlin B movie film, which is absolutely brilliant. If you've not watched it, watch it. Absolutely brilliant. And Mark had invited me there, so I was like stood outside waiting to go in, and I'm talking to my mum. I just had fancy calling me mum, and turn round, and this bloke is walking towards me. I swear, no shit. He's wearing almost the same coat as he was in West End Girls, that really long kind of. I don't know.
He's only got one.
Yeah, and it must have been that one. And he's walking towards me, and I'm going, Mum, Neil Tennant is walking right towards me right now. Luckily, my mum is a bit of a cool chick. She knows who Neil Tennant is. Oh, what's he like? What's he like? I said, well, he smells good, because as he wafted by, he smells gorgeous. I swear he heard me. But I go inside, I end up sitting down, and Neil and his partner come in, and they sit down next to me. And he's talking to his partner, and I'm like, do I say anything? Because they've been huge, massive influence on me. And I thought, no, I'll wait. And then his partner gets up and goes off somewhere. So it's just me and Neil. And I thought, this is it. This is the only chance you'll ever get. So I kind of sort of leaned over and I said, I wouldn't normally do this kind of thing. But, sorry, Pet Shop Boys joke. Nobody gets it. So I wouldn't normally do this kind of thing. But I just want to say thank you. For everything you've done. You've had a massive influence. He said, oh, that's very nice of you to say. So, he said, are you here to see the I said, yes, I'm here. And so, do you know Mark? I said, yes, yeah. And start getting chat. Bowie had died the week before or something. And so we started talking about David Bowie, and also, and then he shouts out, what does he shout out? He goes, Farrow, over here, like this. And Mark Farrow, the Pet Shop Boys, does all their sleeve work and everything. He comes over. Then Steve and Gillian from New Order, he beckons them over. I'm sort of like sat there like Neil Tennant's new best friend with
you got any more names?
Half of New Order. Yeah, it was like clang, clang, clang. And it was just it was awesome. And then they all fucked off.
Jimmy No Nails? Are you on death row or what?
Yes.
What?
So I got held up. Took me a little while to get away.
Oh, it's one of those evenings, is it?
There's more fur on them normally than that.
So come on then.
Is orange the new black?
Oh, definitely.
So come on, explain.
Well,
You can't just sit there in a prisoner outfit with handcuffs on. Or is this just a regular Thursday night at the Glue House?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
You just escaped there for 5 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. I may not be able to stay long.
Because the way after, they'll notice you've escaped. Escaped? No, not well.
Escaped.
I can't think. 4 hours. 4 hours non-stop, and I can't even string a sentence together.
I can see the snare drum. He's got the snare drum.
Oh, of course.
Yeah, it's ready.
Some the famous people then.
What?
Is that the sum total of the famous people?
Oh, well, I could drop a few more, but
Yeah, but that would be just tedious.
that'll just
Sorry, Robbie.
Yeah. Brilliant.
I think on that score, Kent would outstrip every one of us, wouldn't he?
Oh, I think so.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely would. Yeah.
Well, some of them I still don't know whether they were famous or not. So anyway, right. We had. Oh, Fiona was saying about we had a guy here yesterday who was in Bouquet of Barbed Wire. You don't remember Bouquet of Barbed Wire?
No.
Should I?
It was a
Is it BBC?
weekly soap thing. That seems quite.
There's a soap called the Bouquet of Barbed Wire.
Yeah.
It certainly wasn't any El Dorado then, was it?
Yeah. No.
There was a punk compilation album in Sheffield called Bouquet of Steel. I know that much because a mate of mine keeps going on about it, and his band was on it, and it still keeps doing the rounds, and they still have sort of slight redos of it, and there's certainly plans for a night in Sheffield to be called Bouquet of Steel, but Bouquet of Barbed Wire, don't know about anything about that. Sorry.
Oh, okay. If you Google it, it'll come up.
Challenge accepted.
No doubt. Can't remember whether it was BBC or not. Might have been ITV. Who knows?
Jim, can we actually have an explanation as to why you're dressed like that? Seriously, I'm just too intrigued. I mean,
He got
or
a
is it-
point,
or is it
look
just
at
re-
him.
is it just effect?
So you don't need an explanation for a baboon and a badger. But
No.
It's quite normal.
That makes sense.
What's your point?
That makes-
Oh, it had Susan Penn-Halligan in it.
It had a mini in it.
Frank Finley, Susan Penn-Halligan.
All right.
Are we talking about the 1976 version or the 2010 version?
No, the original.
The original.
Yeah.
It was 1969, wasn't it?
76 according to the... Oh, hang on. The book was published in 69, but the
Yeah, okay.
LWT was 76.
Yeah, Frank Finley was in it, apparently.
Yeah, that's it. The series is known for its treatment of family and sexual dynamics.
Mm.
Regular Sunday night viewing there.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Oh,
Who's-
that's gone.
Who went? Oh, Matt, yeah. Hey,
Why not?
if I turn away and somebody goes and I come out of it...
it's like one of those games.
It is,
Yeah.
isn't it? Yeah. And I'm shit at them.
Yeah.
Can I just say, Robbie, I definitely have sock envy. I miss not having a sock on here. I don't want to seriously.
So this, well, you have no choice with these. They're like stitched on. You can't take them off unless you cut them off.
How much was it?
But no, actually, kind of like. Sorry,
How much was it?
what this thing?
Yeah.
120.
Stitched up as well.
No, well, it's. I mean, it's just.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
just- It's brilliant.
This was
I know.
80,
Constantly
and I had to sort of.
Yours is a road, isn't it?
Yeah, it was. I had to swallow a load of vinegar to 80 quid. Because the last one I bought was 16 quid. And it was a piece of shit, and it lasted 6 months, and it was just, and it just. So I thought, no, I'm going to.
Jim's
spend
got
more
that's a
money getting
PSA,
these
isn't
ones.
it?
It
Yeah,
is,
Jim's
yeah.
got one.
Yeah.
They're
Mine was
bloody
about
good. They're amazing.
67, I think.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, this is
give the bloody
this
music
is
again.
the PSA 1 Plus. You pay for the Plus.
Ooh,
No,
get a sock with it.
It's just like the little things like these, these things here, and you get the socks, and you get a slightly better, apparently, because I read some reviews, and you get a slightly better mount.
Well, you would.
To, yes.
It's yours. It's the clamp style mount, or is it one of those that goes into the hole in the corner of the desk?
Both.
Yeah. You get the clamp and the hole.
Yeah.
You get the clamp and the hole. Yes.
Okay.
But at the moment, it's clamped.
No reason in this, isn't it?
At the moment, it's clamped, but it will eventually, when I've decided what I'm going to do, it will get drilled. Come on, Jim. You're too slow.
I wasn't sure that was worthy.
It wasn't really.
You cut me with your words.
Oh, I'm going to have to get rid of these handcuffs if I can. Do my head in.
Well,
Yeah.
you've got to explain.
You
First
Said
of
the
all, you've got
vicar to the
explain.
priest.
Yes.
Because our priests.
Oh dear.
Let's get one here as well. Actually.
I need.
Said
a
the actress
drink.
to the bishop, or the bishop to the actress, one or the other. Come on, let's get our metaphors right. Come on. What kind of a party has Jim just been at? I mean, seriously. I mean,
Well, we can,
Well, if that's
we can
if
tell.
that's what he was dressed like, what was Zoe wearing?
stop.
Hmm.
Right there.
Do you get a
Before we
kickback
get
for free
taken
road
off,
ad?
no.
Yeah, we should. Somebody can. I read a review of these, and they said surely anyone that uses these on podcasts should get some kind of sponsorship deal from Road, but unfortunately not.
Well, they're everywhere, aren't they? That's true.
That's 'cause they're good.
They're absolutely right. I mean, it's like these things. There you go. You went for the Shure one, and I went. And if I'm repeating myself again, how do you make a decision based on YouTube videos what bloody mic to buy? You can't really. You've got to make a decision somehow. And I went, well, Nick Batt uses one, so I'm having it. And that honestly, that was the sum total of my decision making. After I'd watched countless videos about microphones, I've gone, still can't make my mind up.
I watched a whole bunch, and this one kept, people kept saying, people I kind of trusted and respected kept saying.
Yeah.
And then I think the thing that tipped me over is I'm a huge Sarah Silverman fan, and she has her podcast, and she also films it, and she has one of these, and I love her voice, but she's got a very squeaky voice, but when she's talking through this, it just sounds really good. And I thought, if you can make that kind of voice sound really good, then yeah, it's got to be worth it.
it was easier for me because I just went, Robbie, what mic do you use?
Yeah, SM7B.
All right, okay, thanks, bye.
And then Ben bought the SM.
Whereas I just. Oh, go on.
No, the same. No.
Yeah, hasn't he got the MV7, Ben?
Yeah, he's got. Yeah, it's basically the USB version of this.
You're all right, Mark.
Has your computer got COVID as well?
Fuck, yeah. Nasty coughing fit.
No.
Right, I am going to get a drink because I'm thirsty. Oh, we'll have alcohol.
I don't want to.
So which variant have you got, Matt? Is it Omicron? Is it?
I haven't got a clue, mate. The one that makes you feel like you've been hit by a truck.
I'll be the scammer one.
Is there any Delta left, or has it all just become Omicron?
Who knows?
There's now Delta Plus, isn't there?
Well, they're saying Deltacron, aren't they? There's been a fucking crossover, isn't there?
Just got a bad cold, mate. Get over it. Oh, no, it's crap. No, it's crap. I had it before Christmas, and it knocked me out for a week.
I was fine till about 5 o'clock last night, and then within an hour, I was absolutely on my arse. And it was just like, what the fuck is this? And did a test, and it was like, oh shit. Thought I'd got away with it for like 2 years, and never mind.
That's because people have stopped giving a shit about it now. People all think they're totally immune, and you can still get it, and still. When I'd had 2 vaccines before I got it before Christmas, and I was still pretty dreadful.
Yeah.
I hate to think what I'd been like if I hadn't been.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm thinking, because I've had both my jabs and my booster, and I'm thinking,
Synthetics just put it's now the Andromeda strain. Oh, that's cheerful news, that is.
Shortened to
Power
A6.
Rangers, Super Hyper Megas or Deltacron.
A6. Oh, shit. Yeah. Never mind.
Well, it's spiked again, isn't it, now?
Yeah.
So,
Well, now that Boris said it, you don't have to worry about it.
yeah. Because
Well, it's been cancelled. It doesn't exist anymore.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't exist now. You've
Just
got the other
cold,
thing
isn't
going on.
You don't need to self-isolate. So what's your problem?
Oh,
That's
It work.
They're saying that I've been floored for over a week just with flu in the past.
Yep.
There's so much misinformation about it. There was a lot of people saying that you could, the common cold triggers the COVID tests and flu triggers the COVID tests. Even like if you'd had a drink with lemon in it before you did a COVID test, it could set that off.
It's just something we're going to have to learn to live with.
Yeah, I'm not taking any risks. So I've got an elderly mother. I'm not going to go and visit her while I got this because I'm not putting her at risk.
Well, Spanish flu's still around anyway. It never went away.
There's a cheery thought.
Yeah. So we've learned to live with that.
Yeah.
I like that
it's
synthetic. It's saying
actually
Michael
American
Crichton
flu.
gets a kickback.
Yeah, Spanish flu was actually American flu. It just got reported by the Spanish. The Americans didn't want to report it.
Oh, quelle surprise.
Sorry, Synthetics, it's your fault.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. So where's Fiona tonight? She not up with you, mate?
no, she's downstairs watching the show down there. Weirdly, I don't know why. But probably
Alright.
Tending to her badger head.
yeah, closer to the biscuits.
There's a euphemism.
Yeah.
The bloody hell's that?
Where's the
Shit, I shouldn't laugh.
Yes.
That doesn't taste right.
What?
Not enough vodka in it.
Well, it's a G&T, but the tea doesn't.
How many sugars?
Are you sure it was tonic and not just the bottle of soda?
Well, do you know that's happened before, but not. My wife bought a bottle of soda
this
water,
early
thinking it
in
was
the
soda,
night.
and it was like, oh, but no, that's not soda water. But it's an odd tasting. Oh, I know what I've done.
Here we go.
It's sparkling water. That's what it is.
It's
So
not
I've
that
got a gin and sparkling water. Oh, well.
We were caught short last night and pissed in a cup.
At least I can taste the gin.
Yes.
Well, that's the main thing, isn't it?
Oh.
Witch hazel. Oh my god. Yes, synthetic. I had plenty of that in the past.
I used to love the smell of that.
Yeah, it's
I
gorgeous.
That
do
and
love the smell of
TCP.
witch hazel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sandalwood. Beautiful. I love the smell of sandalwood. That's delicious.
Germaline.
Yeah, generally that's quite nice. That's a
Swart
reassuring
figure.
smell.
Nothing I've
Swart
smelled or
figure.
tasted in the last 2 years has smelled or tasted right.
Well, the Americans do a sweet called Lifesavers, and they call the flavour Winter Green, and it tastes just like Germaline smells. It's fantastic.
Wow.
It's sweet, obviously, but it has that Germaline flavour.
Watermelon Jolly Ranchers.
Oh, God, no, I can't stand those.
I remember getting a bag of Reese's Pieces that somebody brought back from New York for me, and it smelled and tasted of sick.
Yes,
And I'm
butyric
not quite-
acid.
Yeah, and I'm going, Americans like this? Really?
Well, it's like Hershey's chocolate.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
But the watermelon ranchers, they reminded me of a very, very bad version of Spangles.
Well, yeah.
Yeah.
I used to like Spangles. Especially the ones that you used to get them in tins, didn't you, as well? Little round tins.
Yeah.
Dusted in whatever it was, flour or sugar or something like that.
Yeah.
See, the word Spangles
Show
now
my age.
brings up those gay 70s bars.
I don't know. Kent never went.
There were a couple. It was much.
I never went to Uncle Spangles, but
Well, spangly outfits. Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. And as soon as you say Spangles, you think of all that shiny light quirks.
And Licorice Imps. That's another one I liked.
what is that? A gay nightclub or a street? That could be a good name for her.
Could be both. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Christians.
they came in a little metal tin with a small hole in one corner, and basically they were just licorice juice that had been dehydrated.
Oh, yeah.
Nigella Lawson used those in a little recipe last night on BBC Two. I saw that.
Really?
Yep.
Well, I never.
Go back on iPlayer and have a watch. If Nigella Lawson making things with licorice is your thing.
My mate was on this morning.
My mate was on this morning.
This morning.
It was on this morning, and I missed it live. So I went to ITV Hub to try and find where he was. And God, that thing is awful because you have to go through, like, every time you skip forward, you have to go through more adverts. I ended up going through like 20 adverts before I just gave up because I couldn't find him in there. But he was on there because he's
Well, didn't it?
he's in a polyamorous relationship. So it's him and
He's shagging around, basically.
No. He's him with two women in a committed relationship, and it's the happiest I've ever seen him. And
Well, he's happy anyway.
they're all happy, but yeah. But
Wow.
How on earth do you
friend of mine
persuade
was on
two
this
people
morning
to
for the
sleep
same
with you?
thing?
say that again, sorry,
Let's not go there.
What?
didn't hear him.
No. Just.
Well.
Fiona.
Got any mates?
Yeah.
Oh.
Here we go.
Yes, Grace, they did. Sorry, I'm just answering Grace in
Yeah.
the chat. They did. Oh,
David.
Evening, Elton.
what's going on?
Excellent.
Is that a Fallout suit?
I was inspired by Jim.
Breaking Bad, isn't it?
Trying to get in the band.
Oh, God. Hello, David. You all
We
right,
should
man?
definitely.
I think this is
get
the
a
first
band
time
together.
we've been face to face, but it's good to see you. Even if you are dressed in a bin bag of some description.
True story. I played a show in this outfit. So was in a surf band.
Cool.
We all had to wear like OSHA suits and everything. So yeah, it's funny what's lying around.
I did
the
go
house.
to a festival in this outfit. I was
kinda
running
like-
through some woods.
Have you ever seen the band? You ever seen the band Clinic? You know, they get in those medical like grubs. It's pretty cool. Scrubs, not grubs.
Scrubs and grubs.
Grubs.
You look like you've just been cooking up some crystal meth there, David.
One never knows.
Yeah, looks like.
Feels like it too. Work hours out.
Before you know it, you'll be seeing
Still work
badgers
hours.
and
It hasn't blown up yet. It can't be that bad.
I see badgers, yeah. That's what I should have wrote. I see badgers.
Can you also wear that spaceman helmet to your right? That would go on your head.
Wasn't there a 70s band that used to perform like that?
Interestingly, yeah.
Space.
Yeah, space.
They did Magic Fly.
Magic Fly, yeah.
It's one of those yard sale. Yeah.
Oh, man.
There you go.
Say it like that, man.
Very in keeping with the picture.
Here I am floating in my tin can. Copyright strike. Sorry about that.
But officially, now he's the only person with a helmet.
To yourself.
Speak for yourself. Surreal.
It is. It's becoming like a trip, isn't it? It's like, what?
Ooh, I can't breathe in there.
I'm supposed to not be able to breathe with it off. We got that
yeah.
completely the wrong way around. Realism. Come on, realism.
Right? What's wrong with the show or me? I don't know.
See what lasts longer, the show or him. He's going to pass
Such
out
a
in a minute.
good-looking helmet. Who have I said that before? God, that was an evening. Anyway, yeah, it's really
Residence.
stylish. It's really stylish.
I need to make more of an effort. That's
What, the modular monk?
Have you got some tin
Oh, yeah.
foil? Make yourself a hat.
There we go,
Oh, here we go.
modular
It's
monk.
Gonna be the emperor. Right.
oh yes.
All of them.
That's better.
Is it? You can see that's probably a good thing.
It's different.
Oh.
I'd put my Darth Vader helmet on, but I've got a Star Trek t-shirt on. It'll break down the universe.
Do it, Kent, do it.
I don't. Where is it? Maybe Fiona knows. Darling, do you know where my helmet is? No, I'll refund that. You know where my Darth Vader is, darling?
Talking to Star Trek,
Go
anybody
on.
else started watching Picard Series 2 yet?
No.
Engage.
It's very good. Very good.
That's about as much.
Kill the combo.
What is this Star Trek to which you speak?
I know not.
Have a look in the cupboard. Hang on.
Oh, no, don't open the cupboard. Don't.
All the synths are going to fall out.
But you've got to move that emulator 1 first. Oh, which he just waddles over. What's that he's got behind it? It's heavy.
Get out of the way.
Yeah. Hands? Fuck off.
Go play your CSA.
Just bend over, hands.
So this is what he gets up to. Ready? And this is the last you'll ever see of Kent.
He's opened a
200 grand's worth of synths.
This is where we need Ty to come in with one of his Attenborough scores. And here we go into the Come on, Ty. You know you want to come back on.
No, he's too busy procrastinating. Oh, sorry. Oh no, what have I done?
See, I told you. Oh, there he is. No, he's gone.
Is that actually the vortex that Kent's just
Yeah.
entered? All right, just
Yeah.
checking.
This is where he stores it all.
The weight of synths in there will pull him in forever.
He's just
Yeah.
pulling out more.
It's got its own gravity.
Gravitational field.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a space echo. Let me just get this out of the way.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Can I just,
One
David?
CS80, two CS80, three CS80.
Oh, so, it's a bit. David, has Andy Synth Addict given you a bit of a complex then? Because
Yeah.
ever since he did that, I've got things crawling all over me. It does me head in. Thanks, Andy.
What?
Absolutely the most minging thing ever.
Ugh.
You are so culpable, Andy Synth Addict, for giving everybody here a bleeding complex. Look, David's the living proof of that. Look, he's coming
Oh,
in
Jesus.
a biosuit.
Hagrid's arrived.
Hagrid.
Just see, you brought him up. Now it's like
Hagrid's around.
A bit shorter than I remember.
almost.
Oh, was it Saruman?
Hagrid's on his knees, by the way, so yeah.
No, Kent is 10 foot tall, you know.
Yeah.
That would be the second challenging wank of the evening.
I saw that clip again today, the original Sean
Where
Locke.
did it come from?
Oh, it was just brilliant. It's one of those random. It was actually the tribute that they did on 8 out of 10 Cats, and it was all his best of, and that was funny as hell. But the one that gets me every time is the Rectum of the Year.
Yes.
That is just because he's desperately trying not to laugh himself, and he's got what's her face, Claudia Winkleman, literally just dying. So
Telling him to
stop.
shut up.
I think
And yeah, it's just
It's really fucking messed up.
Why is it that people trying not to laugh is one of the funniest things ever?
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like
Even when you try not to laugh, you laugh even more.
Dudley Moore and Peter Cook.
Oh, God, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just all the time, and how they managed to actually not to that just absolutely cracks me.
But the funny thing is, if you listen to the recording of Peter Cook and Dudley Moore, you can. I mean, you're laughing before they do because it is that funny.
Oh, we're like, oh, it's
It's Indiana Hagrid.
Got to go.
So she's going to go and sit downstairs in that outfit.
You will not pass. Oh, hello. Right, let's have a look, see if this fits in my ear.
And I'm sober. Jesus.
Yeah, this is a scary thing, isn't it?
Right, see if these work.
Mind that emulator. That's mine.
You give me headphones that don't work though.
Hands is feeling a little bit worse for wear.
No, these don't
You can't
work.
leave hands like that.
Do we risk Bluetooth in a studio full of Widdy?
Say again. No, I just want a drink, that's all. Say it again.
Widdy.
Thank you.
Widdy.
I'll come steady on.
No detail in this one.
Oh, you know, gin and tonic, sparkling water. It's not a thing. It really isn't.
No,
But
I don't suppose
even
it
just
is.
by the description,
You heard it
can
here
guess what
first,
the one
folks.
tastes like.
It's 'cause my
Elderflower tonic is very nice with gin.
I'm sure it is, but yeah.
No,
It's
you
my-
need
my-
anything with a taste, so that you don't actually have to taste the mingingness of gin. It's vile.
I like
You
the
put tonic
mingingness
in
of
it,
gin.
so you can't taste it. You put
Infuse
orange.
the meaningless of gin.
Write that one down quick.
You are aware that British soldiers mix gin into their tonic to make the tonic drinkable, not the other
Yep.
way around.
I
No.
could drink tonic water
Rubbish.
neat
Don't
all
believe
day
that
long.
for 1 minute.
Yeah,
I love tonic water.
How can anybody
I
drink
love tonic
tonic
water.
recreationally?
I like it. I find it really refreshing.
Yeah,
The show.
yeah, definitely.
I like it.
If
I can drink it.
If I've got a proper thirst.
In fact, I can drink the tonic water quite cheerfully on its own and pretend I'm drinking gin and tonic without the gin in it.
Yeah, me too.
When I used to go and raid my parents' booze cupboard when I was a kid, because they had a booze cupboard, all these different, they'd have a sniff, and go, oh, that's lovely, I'll try a bit of that. Tia Maria, lovely, right, and all that stuff. And I got this bottle of gin, and it got it to my nose. No chance. Whatever the gin never got past my nose. It was only later in life when people keep forcing gin and tonics into you, and they go, actually, I'll drink it. It's got alcohol in, I'll drink it. But no, I'm really not a fan of gin, if I'm honest with you.
That's right. I grew up in a restaurant, and we had our own bar. And like on a Sunday, we'd have dinner downstairs, and so I would go and get the drinks. So I would, pour Dad a glass of wine or whatever, and then I would always have a Coca-Cola, but I'd always put something in it. And I literally went round every single spirit in the bar and added it to Coca-Cola, so I got a little bit of an alcohol kick, and it was, it was adventurous until I put in De Kuyper cherry brandy, and I thought I had discovered the world. I thought I had discovered cherry Coke. And I was like telling all my friends, oh, you've got to get some, oh, here she comes. Got to put cherry brandy in. And it was only a few years later that I realised that Coca-Cola had invented themselves like 30 years previous or something. But yeah.
Robbie had a bar in the restaurant. He spent a lot of time sleeping down there.
Yeah. It was one of the best things in the world, living in a restaurant. You never... Oh. Yeah.
Oh, well.
Those big... this was because this was in the 70s. So, you have these... on the bar, you'd have the little bowls of pickled onions and olives and salted peanuts. Well, Dad used to buy the salted peanuts in a jar that stood over a foot tall, was just like this. And that was just like... I'd go into the pantry there and just... and then go to the fridge and there's Parma ham. There's like, lovely, have some of that. A bit of melon. Wash it down with squirty cream. It's the best. The smell, every time if I walk past a restaurant or walk into a restaurant, it's just childhood for me. It's that smell, that kind of lingering smell of a million things that have been cooked in the past. Lovely.
I certainly wouldn't want to be a restaurateur these days, though. My God, it's hard work.
Oh, God, yeah.
What about...
when my dad passed away a few years ago, he had put off retiring for God knows how long, and then he retired, and 2 years later he was dead, bless him. But the thing was, the reason he kept going, because there really is absolutely no money in that game. Hasn't been for a long while. And he had debts that we didn't know of that he was trying to pay off. That's why he didn't want to retire, because he was still trying to pay the debts off. Luckily, he'd been clever in how he'd set all the debt up so that my stepmom didn't get lumbered with it all when he passed on. But it's the times. I mean, the peak. Like he came over to England in '69, and by '74 he'd got his own business. So he'd worked for friends for 5 years, and then had his own restaurant within 5 years. Just coming over to this country and just starting this restaurant with his partner, and the mid to late 70s was brilliant. The early 80s was awful. The mid 80s was even worse because it was recession and everything. He lost that restaurant, had to move, downsize to a smaller thing, and then it boomed again, and then it just went. It's the first thing that people stop doing when they're hard up is going out for dinner.
Well, isn't it something like 80% of restaurants fail?
It's ridiculous. If you can keep it going, I mean, he kept his going from 74 to where are we now? 2018, I think it was. 2017. In one guise or another, he kept it going, and he was living either we used to live in the restaurant, and then it was successful, and we moved out of the restaurant.
Yeah.
And then it didn't go so successful, so it's back into the restaurant and then back out again. It's just, it really was. He had. Oh yes, we've scored a goal. Sorry. So yeah.
So you're still losing, but you've got.
We're still losing, but
how did you do that? Sitting in that seat, Robbie.
I know, it's amazing. Yes, what goes on underneath. Yes. Now we just scored a penalty.
Hey, can I ask, have you got a secret stash of Averna?
Who? What? Where?
Because you talk about going through the alcohol selection from the
Italian
restaurant. So Averna. Oh, I love it.
No.
It's Italian Jägermeister. And it's
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
It's so much nicer than Jägermeister. It beats Uriger out the park. It's just Averna is just delicious. It's
My
wonderful.
poison is grappa.
I could sit and sup a bottle of that, and it's not really Italian, is it? Because it's from Sicily, so I suppose that's.
What do you mean? It's Italian.
Yeah. Like Sardinia,
It's Italian. Corsica, no.
Yeah.
Sardinia, yes.
Sardinia, yes.
Elba,
Yeah,
yes.
But see, Pecorino Romano doesn't come from Roma at all.
No.
In fact, you're not allowed to make cheese in Rome anymore. Some funny law that was passed, so you can't make
Wouldn't
cheese in
surprise
Rome.
me.
So
Wouldn't
all
surprise me.
the manufacturers of Pecorino cheese, they up sticks and they went to Sardinia, and now all the Pecorino Romano comes from Sardinia.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned all this and trying to make the perfect carbonara. All this stuff's come out.
Please tell me you don't put cream in your carbonara.
I most definitely do not.
No.
Good.
I've even had to go all the
Sacrilege.
way to London. I've even had to go all the way to London to get guanciale because you can't get guanciale in Sheffield for love the money. Cool.
It's funny, isn't it? Because like, there's a huge.
Yeah, a lot
if you
of
go to,
Charlie in London.
you don't need to go there.
So pretentious, but I
You only needed to go as far as Peterborough.
You got Vintage.
Peterborough.
You only need to go to Peterborough because Peterborough's got a huge Italian community. In fact, the Peterborough and Bedford.
Well,
In fact, the
Sheffield's got
Italian.
a good Italian community. It amazes
Well,
me that you can't get this
yeah,
stuff.
Peterborough's huge,
I've not been able to
yeah.
find an outlet for it here in Sheffield.
Have you
So-
tried Googling it?
Yes.
Let me. See, I'll
And
put
you
in touch
seriously
with-
can't find it?
There are delicatessens and all these other things. There's nowhere that I've been to. Of all these main dealers, all these main delicatessens, I could not get guanciale, and it does my nutting. Right, just
I'm
because
just
I'm a
trying-
perfectionist, I want to get the right stuff. Because you can get pancetta ad nauseam, but I want
Oh,
guanciale. Because my
I'm
carbonara
just
has
trying to
got
look
to be
for
proper.
my dad's old suppliers, who, yeah, it was one of those. They're a big family, big Italian family. Have you ever wanted anything doing? You go and speak to the Ciborio brothers. But he used to like literally anything you wanted that was they would get it, and Dad would actually go. Dad would go back to Italy on a Ryanair or whatever for 30 quid to go back home, to go into the hills to pick the mushrooms to then and bring them back. He would just, because it was more cost effective for him to do that than to order them to be delivered because they were special, only found in the hills of northern Italy sort of thing. So he would actually it was just amazing. He'd come back with these big bags of dried mushrooms that his mum had picked, and
You can get it from Waitrose, Andy.
there you go. You can get
Yeah,
anything for
I've
Waitrose
done
at
that.
price.
No, I've done that, Saucy. Yeah, you can get it at Waitrose, and I've been to Waitrose, and they ain't got no guanciale, and nobody has ever asked them in Sheffield. They don't stock it. You can order it in, but to be honest with you, honestly,
You can get it from Amazon.
You can
No,
get
you
it on
see-
Amazon. You can get it all these places. You can get it. Yeah, but
That's where I get my
annoying.
grappa from, because
I
you
can
can't
do
buy.
that.
I can't buy grappa
Except
in
I
off
can't buy anything
licenses
on, I can't buy
anywhere.
anything on Amazon. I can't do Amazon. Right, honestly, it's just a pain in the arse. It kicked me out, and now it won't let me back in.
I'll tell you what,
I'm
Andy.
trying to reset the password. You can
I'll
put- you can
text
order
you.
stuff for me. Yeah.
I'll text you later. I'll order some and I'll get it sent to you.
You do that. Honestly, that'd be great. Yeah,
He would.
Yeah, about 250 grams of guanciale. It'd be great. Thanks.
Yeah, no worries. I'll sort it out.
It'll be about 10 quid. 10 to 12 quid.
250 grams of Charlie,
Probably
10 quid. Bloody
Probably
hell.
get one of these suits.
Not bad, is it?
Behave to me now, Nails. I'm
That's
talking
a hell of a
about
weekend.
cuisine here, and you're
I
dragging
had
it down to white powder. That's the pecorino.
I
Sorry.
had a customer come in once to collect his keyboard, and he saw
Oh,
this on
somebody
the,
get rid of somebody get rid of Iraq, can they?
inside.
Wipe
Well,
Iraq off
literally.
again. Nothing wrong with Iraq. It's the seat of civilization, as we
What?
know it. But what a shame it is.
Baghdad was a beautiful place before it got bombed.
Yeah, I'm talking about Mesopotamia, really, Jim, rather than
Yeah.
before the bombing. Really, but
Yeah.
It's very technical.
it's yes, right. Well, let's kill that conversation. Somebody just 1921, 1958. Yes, we know. We've made a right proper fuck up there. We really have. We are culpable. Yes, we are. You can blame the Brits. It's our fault. I'll shut everybody up, hasn't it? Bloody hell. Right, well, you're thinking of something to say. I'm going to get a beer. Bye.
I'm on mute because I'm crunching crisps. So I don't want everybody to hear me eating, but I got bloody told off again. You should be on a diet. Yeah, I know, but come on. You only live once.
Well, as long as you've got a insulin pen nearby, and
I swear, every time I go to pick up my meds from the they get bigger and bigger and bigger. I had my repeat prescription review. It took about half an hour.
God.
Oh dear. Pills, eh? Gotta love pills.
well, just be grateful that you can actually see a GP.
Well, this is one of the things about living where I live. We have our own doctor surgery in the village, and I can see a GP the same day. Can anybody see what's behind me? Can anybody see what's behind me?
Can.
Look, you're about to be
cat.
blessed. Now, this isn't any cat. This is the eternal kitten.
Is this showing? Is that showing its arse?
No, that's just
Looks like it from here. All right.
Mitzi. She's 2 years old. Her brother is like this.
Oh.
Same, and she's like this. She was the runt of the litter, and she got to that big and stopped. And even the vet was convinced. The vet said, no, she was born at a different time. No, got it from the Cats Protection League. They got the litter, all the cats in one go. Definitely the same parents. And
You don't like
now that we take her back, because she hasn't grown since then, she's like, oh yeah, she definitely. But yeah, she's super cute. She's my favourite. But don't let Miles hear me say that.
Oh, madam.
Oh.
No, I had a customer come in and he saw the Darth Vader helmet on top of the Clabanova. He goes, "Oh, you're a collector." I went, "Yeah, all right. Yeah, that's what I am."
You're something.
What do you
Something.
collect? What do you actually collect?
I don't collect anything.
Dust.
No, I have no reason to be thrown in this. Just bought it to do Luna May's show. Just give her a giggle. It's never been out of the cupboard since. This is what goes on now.
The return of Bath Spong.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
As I'm on mute. You got to make the sound of it going on. Even does the sound.
I'll be yours.
Cheers, Matt.
Yeah. Of course, it's been a while. Yeah, carry on.
As you do.
That's it.
You
We have
carry
just,
on. I'll just sit here with my fetish.
Wait.
we have just broken science fiction now.
That's it, yeah.
Yes. He's even got the glove and everything.
Yeah, you got to have the glove. You can do that just for rant. It's sort of like. But if you make what? What about him? Is he on the phone? Tell him I'll call back. Because you can't do this. Join me.
That's supposed to be that, isn't it?
Yeah.
I find your lack of faith disturbing.
Yeah. I think this is just
Your sorcerous ways won't work. I must say, I did get rather excited at the Obi-Wan Kenobi trailer.
Oh, I've not seen it yet.
No, it's on
I'm
YouTube.
excited.
Don't say moist around the gusset, Robbie. I'll get really upset if you do.
You just said it for me. Why would I need to? You see, there. See?
Oh, yes, those two words, moist and
Moist about the gusset.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah. Yeah, I'm with Susie Dent on that one.
Yeah.
I like Susie Dent.
Go to your happy place, Andrew.
happy good man. Don't know where that is. It's a bloody long way to Prague. I'm not going anywhere near there right now because the Russians will be there in 3 weeks. So,
Well, not
I watched a
great,
really
to be
good.
honest.
I watched a really good video on YouTube yesterday by a guy whose name I can't. I'll go and find it. And he's a journalist, and he does this, a lot of stuff on YouTube, and he's very good. And he explains the history, and he explains the tactics of what's going on. And I've been trying to avoid the news as much as I can, just sort of like get it when I need it, maybe once a day, rather than like all the bloody time, because it's just depressing. But he actually made me feel a lot better about things. Saying that, tomorrow we'll probably all be vaporized, but
God, I hope it's a direct hit. I don't want to have to suffer slowly.
Well, one of the things I've learned in the last couple of weeks, which is kind of confirmed my suspicions, again, living in East Anglia, we have, because we're so flat, as everyone keeps reminding me, we have a lot of American air bases here. So we have the 451st Fighter Squadron, which is F-15s and F-22s. We have the 100th refueling wing at Mildenhall, so all the big transports and all the big fuel planes. We've got RAF Wattisham that's just across there, which is British Army Air Force, I think. So we're surrounded by bases. So basically, in a tactical nuclear strike, East Anglia is just boom, gone.
One word though for Andy: threads.
Oh yes,
been there. It is a daily comfort right now.
I was going to say it's a daily occurrence in Sheffield, weighing yourself in the middle of the city centre.
Well, I grew up in Doncaster, right? Literally 3 miles down the road from where I lived was Finningley Air Base. It's got the longest runway of any of the RAF bases. They used to land the massive transporter planes and everything there, and we knew we'd got a Russian nuke aimed right at us. So it was like, well,
isn't that where
we'll all go together when we go suffused with an incandescent glow? It's just bang, gone. All right, okay. Well, at least the thing about threads that freaked me out was the fact that it took everyone so fucking long to die, because it was all, it wasn't. All the people on the peripheries, they had a bloody awful time. I don't want to be on the periphery. Just zap me straight away. That'll do for me.
There isn't going to be much in the way of periphery, to be honest.
Probably not. I think you're very right. So.
About 172 missiles to wipe out all the key targets in the UK. And you let off 172 nuclear weapons. There ain't a fucking lot left, really.
No, there's not.
Fire the nuclear weapons. Sorry.
So, we get to that point where When the Wind Blows becomes a documentary.
Okay. We have to exactly. We just have to hope that people have got that even the nutcases have got some common sense genes left in them.
I was thinking about this the other day, because like when I was a teenager, it was middle of the kind of the height of the Cold War in the early mid '80s, and the escalation of the arms race and Reagan's Star Wars and whatever. And I was, we'd camp. I actually made a drama play thing. We videotaped it because I'd been inspired by things like Threads and The Day After and When the Wind Blows and all that. And I was really properly kind of an activist, kind of teenage kind of thing. But it was kind of almost like a morbid fascination with it all, rather than being absolutely shit scared of it happening. It was kind of just like, I'm fascinated by all of this stuff and want to know more about it, and hate it, but still want to know more about it. And then in the last few weeks, with what's been going on, as soon as apparently when he said we've raised our nuclear whatever it is upper level, and I was like, shit, this could actually happen, because he is that fucking crazy. And it's scary now when you're older and you've got family and shit. It's just like, wow, this gets properly scary. and the difference between then and now, and I can't even bring myself to play things like Two Tribes anymore, and I love Two Tribes because it just. I remember poring over the sleeves and watching the videos and all the debates that sprung out of that, and then I remember the night they showed Threads, and we all sat around our TVs watching it, and we're just like, whoa, because it wasn't Hollywood glamour or glitz. This was proper gritty northern drama, but with nuclear weapons. Sorry, I can't say nuclear weapons.
Bottles.
And melting milk bottles and ladies weeing themselves in the street. It's scary
No, Mr.
stuff.
Bond, I expect you to melt.
Yes. Fire the nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
So, anybody see that episode of Toast of London when he's voicing the submarine? Oh God, no wonder. Toast of London. Have you seen Toast of London?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So he opens up with one of the episodes opens up and he's recording the pre-recorded messages for a nuclear submarine, and they've got two admirals behind the desk along with Clem Fandango, and he's reading these commands one by one, and he gets to the one that says fire the nuclear weapons, and they say, Stephen, can you just hang up? And he whispers to the Navy chiefs, and they come and says, can you do it a little less dramatic? So he's going, fire the nuclear weapons. It's just, you've got to watch it. Go and watch it. It's brilliant. It's Matt Berry at his finest. Steve Elbow says DX7s are the only synths that will survive nuclear war. Damn, I've been found out. That's my protection. Walls of DX7s. Oh dear.
That's why.
Yeah, Robbie can get the whole. Fiona said, "I can get the whole family under the DX1." This is true. Oh, by the way, Kent.
Yes.
That power supply should be back. Hopefully next week.
Dun, dun.
And then, yes. Let's see.
You can switch it on.
Yeah.
See if it works.
Oh, it works, except it just makes this awful sound. But then a lot of people say, "Oh, well, it's the DX1 that makes an awful sound anyway." Sorry,
How we laugh.
how I laughed.
Yep.
Quick, showered boy coming past.
But David, have you realised the irony with your costume hiding from face mites, and that's the
Yes.
only bit that's exposed?
Define irony.
I'm just trying to figure out, can they get in my mouth? Do we eat those face mites?
What is
Protein.
a face mic?
Randy's got to get on the
Very
show.
good.
Yeah, no,
Got a
probably
lot
not.
of questions.
Probably can't swim.
You know that saying that apparently you eat
Don't-
so
don't
many
they drink your
spiders a year
tears?
when you sleep.
Yeah.
Apparently you don't. Apparently that was that's all fabricated.
Why would a spider want to go anywhere near anybody's goal?
Even if I did, I don't care. I'm asleep.
Well, yeah, cool.
Yeah.
I've definitely eaten a spider in my sleep. I had this really elaborate dream, well, nightmare, that was all to do with this like really foul tasting chewing gum, and I ended up waking
Black
up
Widow flavour.
like this really sort of horrible dark green coloured chewing gum. It tasted so bitter and foul, and I woke up going, and I was just like, ugh, what? The bitter taste in my mouth, and like just sort of
Spiders
rushed
taste
for some
like
water,
nuts.
and I'm sure
Did
that's
it taste
what
like
happened.
chicken?
Nah, walnuts.
Well,
Well, they're
Yeah,
evil
it's-
anyway.
It's like walnuts.
It's just
Yeah.
horrible.
Oh.
So yeah, I think one had crawled in there.
Well, having voluntarily eaten all sorts of weird things like water bugs, which are particularly disgusting, tarantula, crickets, mealworms. If I eat a spider
go
in
on,
my
I'm a
sleep, I'm
celebrity,
really not
you know.
bothered. No, I was in Cambodia, and it seemed rude to refuse.
yeah, there are limits there.
In Cambodia, you don't.
Not like Temple of Doom.
Monkey brains.
Don't point at the Labrador.
Yeah.
There we go.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So.
I mean,
That killed the conversation.
chili coated crickets. You can get those in
What?
the UK.
Yeah, but then
You
the
get
chili
chili
takes away the
mealworms.
flavour of everything, doesn't it?
Exactly.
Twiglets, aren't they?
Yeah, sort of nutty.
They
The
say you
crickets
should eat
don't-
more.
My eyes.
No, that's going to be a thing. Insect-based diet.
They're the only
Yummy.
things that will survive a nuclear war.
Thank you for that one as well,
Yeah,
Robbie.
Yeah, sorry, I just tried to
Which
lighten the
one
mood.
is it? 12 at night.
With 3-1 down. Oh well,
At least
there
it's
was
only
a faint
football,
glimmer of hope. Yeah.
Well, nothing was
not
said.
warheads.
What have you just gone down, Robbie?
3-1. We've gone down 3-1.
Oh, sorry. Who's we and what does that mean?
Norwich City have are now 3-1 down against Chelsea in the Premier League,
Oh.
and we are as relegated as a relegated thing, even though it's not officially mathematically possible just yet.
It's not really a collective we. It's Robbie and a couple of others.
One of the best supported clubs.
Even I get that one, Jim. Well done.
I must say, I do. Have you ever seen the Mitchell and Webb sketch about the football fan, and he Robert, what's his face, Webb, is the oh, did you see what we did last night? And Mitchell's like, no, what do you mean we? You weren't on the field. You weren't playing the game. It is this thing that we feel a part of a tribe.
Yeah.
Griff Reeves-Jones and Tom Hollander. That's my scene. If you Google that, Griff Reeves-Jones, Tom Hollander, or YouTube it comes up. And of course, Griff Reeves-Jones is the, oh, wow, yeah, mate, oh, yeah. Who do you support? Who do you support? Who do you support? And he's going, well, I don't support anybody really. Oh, you got to support someone, haven't you? You got to support someone. You got to have a team, haven't you? You got to have a team. And he goes, well, no, I don't actually. I don't have a team at all. Yeah, you do. Everyone's got to have a team. You got to have a team. You got to be an eggs. You got to have a team. You got to be a team. I go, yeah, what? So I don't know what you're talking about, mate. You've got to support. You got to support somebody. You got to support a team. And it goes on and on. And I'm thinking, that is me. That is just how I feel all the bloody time.
Have you seen that episode of the IT crowd when they tried to learn football?
West Ham?
Tried to learn the speech.
West Ham? Did you say West Ham?
Yeah, did you see that? Or what's he thinking about playing two at the back?
I regret to confess that I'm very much of that ilk. I haven't got a clue about football. Not a clue.
We can simply no idea whatsoever.
No, not a football league.
I must admit that I do feel quite alone within this community,
Oh,
being a mad keen football fan.
I felt like that all my life.
Bye.
Could get used
Bye.
to it. Yeah.
Yes, it does seem like football and technology things don't mix. But hey, I was taken to football at the tender age of 4 or 5 and have been hooked ever since.
Child abuse.
No, this was the 1970s, so it quite could have been. I did actually play for Norwich City's like under 11s or something for a year or two.
To me, it just goes back to being absolutely crap at it when I was at primary school, which meant, in the eyes of everybody else, if you're crap at football, you were crap at everything. You were just a crap human being, particularly if you were male.
Yeah,
And
football's
it scarred me. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So it absolutely scarred. And then once I'd got to, excuse me, the grammar school, and there was somebody introduced me to this different thing, which had a different shape thing, which you didn't actually have to kick with your feet, which always seemed like a stupid thing to do anyway. You could pick it up and run at people and go, get out of my fucking way, right? That was a much better idea, and that was all right. And as soon as you're quite good at rugby, all right. And suddenly I became a real human being again because it was a sport that I could play.
It's good training for life as well.
Lunacy.
Friday.
Absolute lunacy. I've been scarred for life by bleeding football and being a non-human for most of it. That I've just decided that's it. Nope, that plays no part in my life whatsoever.
No.
Yep.
Sorry, I part of me would like to join the human race at some point, but it's too late now.
I find them all too antisocial. They talk about stuff that just has no interest, so it's their fault, not mine.
Yeah.
But I think those of us of our age, a particular vintage sport, as Kent said, did define you. But wrongly. I'm not saying, but you were defined by your ability at a a sport. If you were good at rugby or football, you were one of the lads. But if you were good at a racket sport or something that was needle. But
look at this nice embroidery.
Yeah, but it was.
Watch what happens.
At least
I was never that good at. I was never. We were rugby. Schools were defined by their sport. You would have a school that was a rugby school, because that's just you'd have a school that was a football school, or a school that was a gymnastics or athletics school or something. It's,
we were definitely sportsmen. I mean, I was 5'9", so if you couldn't at least scrap a little bit on playing football or whatever, play basketball or soccer,
we know what basketball is.
Well, as an American friend used to always tell me, you invented the word soccer because it's short for association football, and you know what? She was right. So we can't complain about it.
Well, we're British. We know nothing.
But my boy has no interest in it, and I don't care that he has no interest in it. You know what I mean? I still follow a little bit. I'll follow hockey. I like hockey a little bit, and a little bit of basketball, because they're both pretty international also. And I actually like studying the coaches and the players and the dynamics of their personalities a little bit more than just the winning, because the winning kind of doesn't last long, but if you're there's a lot of stories built into that stuff. So if you get into the stories, it's interesting, but if you're just into the sport, it gets dull very quickly.
Yeah, but a lot of sports have lots of nuances tucked away inside them.
Look at that! I got rid of Jim.
You wouldn't take the time.
Oh, good, you're back.
Still here.
For instance, through the 90s, early 2000s, there was a massive NASCAR guy. Yeah, I mean, fucking huge on it, and all the nuances thereof. Because they go, it's driving around in circles.
So this is why F1's lost me in recent years, because it has become very processional, and there doesn't seem to be, having grown up in the age of, the 70s and the 80s, where it was battles and personalities, and on the track and off the track, and there was overtaking and actual racing going on. Whereas now it's so technical, and races are won not on the track, but in the length of time a pit stop takes, or all this kind of stuff. It's just.
Or how good your computer is in the pit.
Yeah, it's quite boring now. Whereas back in the day when I was a lad, it was all about overtaking on the track, neck and neck, bouncing off each other's wheels and
crashing.
Yeah, and crashing.
Well, it started to come down the shitter when they started to have pre-programmed second gears. So the ratios were set for second gear to go around the tightest bend as fast as humanly possible, but it had nothing to do with the driver. All he had to do was hold the line.
Yeah. But we had drivers like James Hunt, real characters.
Yeah. Hunt, Mansell, even Schumacher. I mean, I think Schumacher was probably the last of the great characters, wasn't he? Because everybody loved him or hated him. Yeah, well, Senna before him as well. But with Schumacher, you loved him or you hated him. There was no in between. He was either the greatest Formula One driver ever, or a dirty, cheating individual.
I'll just be honest. If you go back to the 60s, we got the little cigar-shaped little, Cooper S's and stuff like that, with drum brakes.
Oh yeah.
And the safety level was, there's a wire fence there that'll stop you from going off the cliff. Oh, cool.
And you've got an open face helmet. What more do you need?
Yeah.
In an aluminium cockpit.
Yeah.
But it was the same with bike racing as well. I mean, the likes of Barry Sheen.
Oh yeah. I still use when I'm out driving and I get overtaken by some guy on a motorbike doing 300 miles an hour. I'm still to this day, what do you think you are, Barry Sheen? And the kid's like,
who?
Silver Dream Machine.
But didn't he ride a 752 stroke?
Probably.
So it's the equivalent of about 1500cc
Yeah,
four-stroke.
They were proper back then, weren't they?
Yeah.
Did you see that thing about Eddie Kidd that they did on? It was Top Gear, wasn't it? They did that whole kind of Eddie Kidd thing. I just didn't realise. I knew he got injured and never recovered, but some of the stuff that he did before he got seriously injured was just like mental, absolutely bonkers. But balls like.
But it was the same with the rally drivers back in those days. I think is it because the rules were more lax, or that there weren't rules?
Probably.
That made it more exciting.
And I think once you had a number of really bad accidents where really great people were killed.
Safety's reviewed.
Yeah. And
Nicky Lauda survived, but God.
But Ayrton didn't. It's just like those. I remember that day because I was doing radio at the time, and we were keeping. We did a sports thing every like 20 minutes, and we saw the whole thing play out live. And you're trying to broadcast, and it's horrible, absolutely horrible. And so many things changed after that. And anything for driver safety's got to be good, but when it starts to compromise the sport in terms of its excitement,
I think we've killed a lot of the mystique too, haven't we?
Yeah.
So much information with everything now. We do with everything with artists. Like, oh, you can't listen to Michael Jackson, blah blah blah. And I go, what about Quincy Jones?
Yeah.
And then they go, well, I don't want to talk. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm like, you are though.
Yeah.
And it's but the point, even with racing, I know growing up, I had the slot machines. I don't know if anybody ever. Did you ever have those? You press on it.
Yeah.
So, my brothers had them, and then and that's kind of. I wasn't really in the racing, but I knew who were some of the big. It did get me kind of connected with it, and all I knew was they're really cool cars and they have really cool names, and that's all I cared about. And I feel like we can't really do that anymore as much with things, which I don't know. I mean, I understand why we do it, but it's kind of like
this is probably why
like Behringer, right? I mean, Behringer, same
Goodwood's Festival of Speed is actually really good racing because the cars are right on the edge.
It's a tiny track as well, isn't
it? From the 60s, and they're slipping and sliding all over the place, and you've got a crash on it. That's about your lot, mate.
Yeah.
But it's really, really good, close, exciting racing. More fun than watching any of them.
I like those little cars though. That got me thinking about it. I remember going to the little hobby shop, and you could get the little tire. You could change your tires so that they would hug the corner. And I remember I'm not really handy, but at least I didn't consider myself. But I would build those little cars. I would find other pieces and put them all together with the little magnets.
Yeah.
You get the eraser, and you would rub the little pickups at the bottom.
Yeah, we Skelextric.
Yeah, we had this thing called Skelextric. And you had the two, because you could buy all of those parts and you could literally modify your car.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
And there were people that got really into it that would change the actual motors. They'd build their own little motors or adapt them. It's I mean, absolutely. And you'd collect those cars and go into the toy shop every weekend with your pocket money, looking to to buy your favourite. Yeah, I gave mine to a youth club because it was just sat in the loft, so I gave it away. I really wish I didn't, but
I got a 6-laner.
Really?
Oh wow!
Been collecting it over years. I got
Skelextric.
Mark 1 Escort. Yeah, Mark 1 Escort, Mini Cooper.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I had the Mini Coopers. That was my first one.
Tyrrell.
It was a 6-wheeler.
Yeah, Elf Tyrrell.
Yeah.
Tyrrell. John Play Specials. 84 one and an 82.
So party round at Kent's with a couple of cases of beer.
Yeah.
It takes forever to set it all up. Absolutely.
Yeah, but that's half the fun.
It was. Yeah,
it was
but when you're doing a 6-line, jeez.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, but I remember taking my pocket money, going to the model shop and going, yes, can I have a quarter inner curve, please? And give you one piece of track.
Oh yeah.
yeah, that goes in there. Or we'd recreate original tracks like Brands Hatch, for instance. It showed you in the catalogue what parts you needed. There was loads of specialist parts. You had to buy them separately. They didn't come normal.
And now all we do is collect virtual cars in Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
But
I've got my American muscle cars now. So.
Oh,
but
did it
teach us patience? Because there wasn't that instant gratification. You actually had to do something before you could have the fun, and then after you'd had the fun, you had to pack it up and put it all away because you didn't have the space.
Yeah,
it was the living room.
Well, I think if anything taught me patience, it was having a modem.
Yes, I still have my original 2400 Burroughs modem.
Jeez.
Oh God, living it up. I had a 1400.
But don't you remember like ordering things through the mail, and it would just go. You'd
having to send stamps,
and it would go out somewhere.
Yeah.
And then, literally, maybe months later, the UPS truck in our case, right? It would come down the street, and you'd hear it, and you just pass by, and then it might be another week or two later. I mean, it was just totally random.
Do you know what we've now got a subheading for the show now, which is when did we fucking get old? Because I still don't remember it happening. But somehow,
back in my shell.
Yeah, did it?
No, we're not old. We just have a different perspective.
It's an important perspective, but it's impossible. Nobody wants to hear it.
Well, I think David's been travelling faster than most of us, so he's aged a bit quicker.
I do think about what we lose all the time versus when we gain something. I believe in that concept a lot, and I go, okay, we got this. What did we lose? And then I'll stop and keep thinking, and it's usually a lot of these patience and these. I'll stop after this one, but I don't know why. I remember you would wait for your friends to come pick you up at night, and they'd come by in the car, and let's say for some god awful reason you weren't there, and you missed it, and then you'd come home and your parents or something say, yes, they drove by around blah blah blah, and then you would sit like the dog or cat does at the window. At least this is what I would do, and you would sit hoping something might come back around. And what a lesson that was, right? You better be ready.
Well, just not having mobile phones. You would phone and arrange to meet someone, and then you went and met them.
Or didn't.
Well, maybe in your case, but I mean,
and you couldn't investigate why until the next day.
It wasn't that I didn't go to meet. It was more often the case that people didn't come to meet me. Now, there's probably something in that.
You drove by. You weren't there.
I was there.
We knocked on the door.
But so often it was just little old me standing on that little street corner. Thanks, Jim, for the nice accompanying moody music.
Oh, yeah, this is right. He stood on the corner.
I should have learned. Listen, look, you arrange to meet somebody, and then they don't show. There's a reason for that, Andy. Work it out, mate. It's not that hard.
Yeah, if it happens once.
They never came.
It's forgetfulness. If it happens twice, you're really barking up the wrong tree.
I'm gonna have a drink. This is depressing.
Good call.
Yeah, agree. I remember when
Kiwi in.
you loved to see that film. My mum said to me, you want another 5 years and it will be on telly.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, can you just turn it down just a touch? I can't actually hear anyone speaking.
Good, that's about.
I know I've got crap hearing, but
I have no idea if that was in Kia or if it came through or not.
Sorry, Kent, you were saying movies waiting for them to come on TV.
Yeah, my mum would say to me, can we go to the pictures to see that? No, wait 5 years, it'll be on TV.
Yeah. Oh yeah, James Bond on Christmas Day.
Yeah. When they showed the original Star Wars on TV for the first time here, literally the place was deserted. He wasn't in the vanished indoors.
I know what an SQ80 is, but what's that thing you're playing, Jim?
Do what, sorry?
I said, I know what an SQ80 is, but what's that thing you're playing? Is it an
This.
omnichord?
No.
Feedback, feedback, feedback.
Is that better? Yeah, okay. Music is quite apt after the conversation we just had. No.
I can't pick it out. Say again, what notes they were? What key is it?
G major. It's
G
somewhere-
major?
G major in B and C.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, that-
What on earth have I come back to?
a long wait for the third chord. A lot of similarities. There seems to be soft toys and bass moments.
Real crap going on.
Usually.
Andy, I think you're clipping.
Someone is.
Is it really clipping?
It was certainly breaking up.
Might just be your internet bandwidth, Andy, that's just not able to take all of that amazing stuff.
Who knows?
Trying to fit too much down the pipe.
That's it.
Oh, Mrs. Well, bugger the pipe.
Come on,
No,
Jim.
it's still clipping. Yeah, it's still clipping.
Well, that's not me then. Or is my entire thing clipping?
The spaced out teddy down there, right?
But then,
I really should have taken some drugs.
So just tell me again, is my mic clipping when I speak like this now?
yeah.
I can't hear you over the music.
I think the whole stream is clipping.
Oh, well, maybe that's a cue to say good night, or with this lovely dreamy music, because I've had one hell of a day. It's been lovely joining you. Thanks for keeping me company for a couple of hours. I shall say good night.
Text me your address, Andy, and I'll sort out some meat for you.
We'll do that via the good old usual FB methods. If you
Okay.
can sort that out, that would be marvellous.
Yeah, no worries.
Do a PayPal thing. You're a gentleman and a scholar. And I'll
Cheers.
catch you at some point soon. Take care.
Bye, everybody.
Well, thanks.
See you.
Yeah.
Bye.
Excellent.
Oh, dear. Is that OBE?
M-Tron Mark II.
M-Tron.
The Mach 2.
I've got to admit, I do have a slight fondness for that sort of bossa nova organ style.
It's fun. It's just fun. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Cheers, Robert. Enjoyed
My,
that again.
TR-77.
That sounded lovely. What is that? The Korg again?
What? SQ80.
SQ80 is it? Oh,
Yeah.
sounds
And
lush.
it's-
Really
it's
nice.
two sounds layered, so that it sounds more like a CS80 when just using two oscillators.
Oh, it's just, yeah, sounded lush. Really high quality. Really nice. Oh, I think my
Goodbye,
internet's
Dumble.
buffering.
Some real stereo panning going on there.
Who's the drums? Is that you, Ken?
No.
No, it's me.
Oh, it's you.
Wow. Actual sound coming out of my studio? You ridiculous. You must be joking. Oh, God.
I'll post the link in. I'll
tell you what, it starts to get really interesting when you knock it down to about 4 or 5 beats per minute and then play it. It
With
gets
lots of
really
reverb.
atmospheric.
Cool.
No, it's a very cool, very clever little thing. Reminds me of toast.
Yeah,
a little,
little bit of
toast.
Toast. Oh, Prometheus wants to know any updates on the Anglia. Yes, nothing has changed or happened.
There you go.
You still have the voice card, PCBs, and
Yep, still have the carrier bag. I'll get there eventually.
did you get the PCBs made up in the UK, or were they from China?
Well, the actual PCBs that I have at the moment for it are actually handmade.
Oh,
So,
wow.
Yeah.
Oh, you used the CNC to cut them out. Right.
Yeah, what do they call it? Extraction printing or whatever.
Rather than taping and using ferric chloride.
Yeah.
That
We're
lovely
still
stuff.
going to go down the road of getting this Voltaire one thing, which will get stuff going, but the workshop needs to be put in and everything needs to be set up. Blah, blah,
Yeah.
blah, and then get all the rest of the long-term jobs out of the way, which will be so much fun. Not. So, funny enough, I've got one of those. Well, it's a Sidemen to fix. It should be interesting. I saw there was a video up about that.
What a Wurlitzer.
Yeah, well, it's a Sideman.
Is this one of the units that went on top of the organ? And
No. This is a big floor-standing thing about the size of an office fridge. It was a drum machine. It was mechanical.
oh, right, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And somebody put up a video.
Oh, wasn't
Really?
it Lookman no computer?
Yeah, really enthusiastic video about it. And and I watched the video and I'm going, yeah, but you didn't have to repair the fucking cunt. That's the thing. My God, it's just bare wires bare rods. You know, sort of like, don't touch that. Or, ow, ow. You know, so just going there. Oh, shit. So,
Bare
Yeah.
wires, isn't it like street slang now for something? It's bare wires, mate. No.
yeah, probably.
Sorry.
Yeah. So it's
When did we get old?
Yeah. Last week, apparently.
yes. Stick your hand inside a it's a Sideman, and suddenly you're Mr. Brown.
Well, it's like
Sorry,
it's like working on a valve amp.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like that thing.
Always keep one arm behind your back. Don't wear any rings.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I used to love wearing watches. I had to stop about 25, 30 years ago. Because of, I had a watch. I managed to weld it. It's got welded. Shit, I can't get off. Thank God the fuse went. I'd still be there now.
Yeah.
So, yes. So, I used to have, I don't know where they all are now. I used to have a lovely collection of watches. I was really into them. Which is weird.
Oh, dear.
Collecting watches. What's that all about?
I used to love my watches, and then, like you, I just went, I don't know, I just couldn't wear them, and now I wear them again. It's just like I haven't been away.
Yeah, but watches that talk to you. Whether you want them to or not.
Well, watches that call an ambulance if you need them to.
Well, yes,
not a bad idea.
watches that monitor my heart are quite useful.
That's no, it has merit. It has merit.
It's when it can restart it, that's when I'll get really impressed.
Yeah. Yeah. Just keep you alive till the medics get there. That'll be fine.
Please stand clear.
It's like
Watch the battery go down.
Yeah. I had my medication review because he said, some of the stuff that I take is for blood pressure and or hypertension. And he said, do you take your blood pressure at home? And I said, blood pressure, I can do my blood pressure, I can do an ECG, I can do all this. Yeah.
No, I take my blood pressure everywhere.
What do you mean?
I had this thing last night, so because I've got obstructive sleep apnea, so I wear a mask attached to a CPAP machine, and obviously the parts eventually, start to get a little bit, used, and you have to replace them and keep up with them. And the one thing that goes is always the mask, and in particular where the hose from the machine clips into the front of the mask.
Yeah.
And last night I woke my missus up, and she woke me up. She goes, "You've just sprayed in my face," and I'm like, "I didn't remember that." But it was, thank you. But yeah, it split around the edge of the, where the thing goes in, and like you get a little bit of condensation. So as I rolled over and the split opened up, it just kind of spat condensation in her face.
You so need to combine that with a
20
Darth
years
Vader mask.
Yeah. 20 years ago, she'd have been appreciative of something like that, but not anymore.
Your poor missus has to go to bed with a TIE fighter pilot every night.
Essentially, yeah. Yeah. But do you know the funny thing is, I can't go to bed without putting it on because I just can't. I can't mentally settle down and sleep without it because I know what will happen. But nor can she.
Yeah.
When I'm not at home, if I'm not at home, and so she hasn't got that kind of faint whirring noise from the other side of the bed, she feels all unsettled, and yeah, it's. But yeah, so I had to phone up the hospital today. Bless them. I mean, they will have one to me tomorrow, I hope. But even stuff like that, the hospital said, because normally they send you the mask, which comes with the head strap and the frame that holds it in place and all that. And this is the state of the NHS today, that we've only got these bits, and luckily it's the bit that I needed.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's crazy because like if I don't wear that, I can't drive, and I've got to drive at the weekend. I've got to take mother-in-law for an eye test at hospital. So if I don't
Castle.
have, yeah, quite.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just I can't. If I can't sleep, or can't have that when I sleep, then I can't drive. So it's essential.
Right, I'm going to duck out and go and bake another pizza.
Nice.
And
Make us one.
I'll probably be back.
You say pizza.
You make me hungry now.
I'm done.
Cool.
See you in a bit then, Jim.
Okay, see you in a bit.
Enjoy.
Cheers.
Take care, bud.
Right.
Rob, don't you find that having your watch constantly monitoring your pulse and your blood pressure and God knows what else, doesn't that drive a sense of fear? Doesn't it sort of drive anxiety, knowing, if your watch suddenly goes, oh, your heart rate's up? Isn't it almost a self-fulfilling prophecy?
No. I mean, as someone who is officially diagnosed with, I think they call it health anxiety disorder or illness, something, whatever. Basically, what's the word for someone? The old-fashioned word.
Hypochondriac.
Hypochondriac. That's it.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm one of them, and on medication for it. And so no, it doesn't actually, because it doesn't actually tell me unless I want to know. It's always doing it. So like, I can tell you now if I go into it that my current heart rate 4 minutes ago was 74 BPM, and then I can go through and say my resting heart rate's 63 at the moment. And so it's there. It's always there, and I can sort of look at it when I want to. And the ECG stuff will only happen when I tell it to happen. And the problem, one of the reasons I bought this is because when I had an ECG and I was having an atrial fibrillation episode, I remember the sound that this thing was making because it was beeping with the beat of my heart, and it was all over the bloody place. It was a fascinating thing. And so every time I feel it go a little bit quivery, I go down to here to do it, and by the time I do that, it's stopped again because the medication has reduced the frequency and the magnitude. But no, it doesn't. It actually gives me a little sense of
reassurance.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because I can keep a track of it, and I've worn a 24-hour blood pressure monitor, and it's the worst fucking thing in the world because every 30 minutes something attached to your belt or your side is going and it's pumping air into it. It's primitive stuff, but saying that, I've got a blood pressure monitor, and my mother-in-law's got one as well, and she did that. She was, every time she felt a little bit squiffy, on with the blood pressure monitor, check my blood pressure, it's up a bit, or it's down a bit, or whatever, and she would work herself into a bit of a tiz. I only use mine when I am told to use mine now, just because I can't be fucking arsed with it, because it's such a faff. However, when I had this massive atrial fibrillation thing, which lasted about 6 hours, I think it was, it was that initially told me, it was my blood pressure monitor that initially told me that my heartbeat was irregular. That and the sweating and the feeling a bit bleh, but it confirmed that something wasn't something wasn't quite right. So it's, but no, I mean, I was kind of not forced, but I was persuaded to get one of these. I like my Apple stuff, but the Apple Watch just didn't appeal. But then, my wife said, "Oh well, we're supposed to be getting healthy, and you can get all these benefits from having one of these devices, whether it's an Apple Watch or a Fitbit or whichever version you might go for." And so we kind of decided that we would treat ourselves at Christmas to getting one of these each. And it is, when you combine it with the whole Apple Fitness program that they have, because if you subscribe to it, you get, it's basically like Peloton, so it's, you don't have to have the bikes and everything, but you get so many classes that you can attend and take at any time that you want, and then all of your metrics are synchronized with everything, and it populates a very comprehensive application that will give you a really good idea of your fitness and where you are, and there's some manual stuff you'll have to put in, but like my scales are, they feed into Apple Fitness, and so does my toothbrush for some strange reason. But you can connect all of these different things, but the watches are really kind of a useful thing because it's constantly monitoring and feeding into the health aspect of Apple Fitness, and so you can build up a picture of what's going on, and that will help you identify things that are happening, things that you're doing, and you can make changes as necessary. And also it helps me track my medications. It's just beeped at me, it's just tell me to take my 2 final pills for the day, which I won't do just yet, but that's helpful because I'm a forgetful fuck at this age, and I forget to take my medication at some time, so the fact that it pings me and gives me a visual display to say take your bloody pills is useful. So
it makes sense.
But yeah, and I don't, it could have been an Apple Watch, it could have been anything, but the fact that I've got an iPhone and everything, and the fact that we've got a subscription, 30 quid a month gets me everything that Apple do: music, health, fitness, news, TV, all of that stuff. And it's not just for me, it's for the whole family. So it's £30 a month for the whole family to get all of that stuff, and we can all benefit from it. So it doesn't fill me with any anxiety, but it does this awful thing where, oh no, she's not going to do it. Sometimes I say something that obviously sounds like Siri, and she starts talking at me.
And he says it and it doesn't. Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the thing is, it's the way that it connects with the phone. So if you have the phone and the watch close at hand, it tends to prioritise the phone over the watch when you do things like "Hey Siri," and then neither of them do it now. There you go. But then I've got an Echo over there, so I mean that doesn't help when I set things. It's like an alarm will go off, and I'm thinking, "What's that? Is that my phone? Is that my Echo? Or is that my watch? What the fuck?" My daughter hates it because I've got all my lights. So like I can go, Alexa, light green. There you go. And so we rely now on like walking around the house saying, Alexa, lights off. And sometimes it doesn't always work. And sometimes, and my daughter's like, "Oh, you've got a bloody switch on the wall. Why don't you just use that?"
Well,
That's no fun.
When I did some major work to a previous house, I completely gutted it and rewired it, and I put in what was called an X10 control system, which was a precursor to all this stuff. It did mains born signalling. Mm-hmm. And you could use your computer to program in timers and such like, and I had simple switches to trigger relays that would set off various macros for all sorts of things, and I thought that was the dog's dangly bits at the time. And as I got older, I just thought, actually, I like the simplicity of the switch.
Yeah.
And it's weird how I went from a real sort of techno freak or technology freak to enjoying more the simplicity.
Yeah.
I mean, my old living room had over a mile of cabling in one room. That's for a 7.2 setup.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, my lounge still has all my wiring for my home cinema and everything, because you can't, unfortunately, wireless audio is just not good enough for that. But yeah, I mean, honestly, if you could see what I could see underneath my desk, the cabling is crazy. But so anything that can alleviate that, hence Widdy.
Yeah.
Take a drink.
I know people joke about it, but my God, it's a bloody good system.
Yeah, I mean, if I think about everything that I've got connected to Widdy, and if I'd got cables, it would just be horrendous, absolutely horrendous. So yeah, anything like that. But no, we had this thing like it was last year where we'd resisted home automation, mainly because the things that I would really find useful and beneficial, like a thermostat. So having a thermostat that I can adjust from wherever I am, so I can like literally turn everything off when I go away, and then heat the house up so that when I get home, it's warm. Or I can if the wife goes, "Oh, it's a little bit cold downstairs," she turns it up. I can be up here going, "No, we're going to save electricity this month and turn it down." Little things like that. But because we live in a rented house, we can't do huge amounts of stuff. Or we can. I mean, I could put a thermostat in, but I'd have to probably leave it here or replace it when I go. And I don't want to do that.
Depends on how your heating works. If you have standard thermostats on the radiator, depending what size they are, you can just screw off the top and put a automated one on top.
Oh yeah. But again, I don't want to. My thing is, it's not so much that I can't do it, as I don't want to do it, because I don't want to spend money on somebody else's property, and then have to go through the hassle of changing it all over again when I want to. So the light bulbs are easy because I can just swap those in and out, and trust me, I've got a box ready for when we have to leave this place, of replacing all the light bulbs with just cheap old filament stuff. But this light and the light in my son's room, and the landing lights and the hall lights, and the kind of the spare room lights, they're all connected. And so and the good thing about it is, from a security, I'm paranoid about security, and so the fact that I can have my lights come on at random intervals when I'm at home, or even when I'm not at home, but overnight, because like most places in the UK, come midnight all the street lights go off, and living in a remote village that's kind of quite close to a main road, it kind of makes. We are very lucky. We're not hit by a lot of crime, but a lot of people are, because they can just dip into the village in the pitch black, do whatever they do, and then fuck off again and straight down the main road out into wherever. So I can just have lights sort of pop on during the night and turn off, and because they're LEDs, it doesn't cost you. It's pence. It's fractions of pence. In terms.
Have you got CCTV as well?
Yeah, I've got. A camera in the front room, but again, I don't, because of the fact that I rent, I don't have anything on the perimeters, which is if I owned this property, I certainly I'd have that. But I've got one remote control camera in the house, that's at a point where if you're going to come and steal anything from my house, you will go past this camera, it will see you, it will pick you up, it will find you, it will hunt you down, it will kill you. But yeah, I mean, that was a revelation to have. I mean, I've got one. Actually, I've got two cameras because I've got one in the garage where the fairlights are because I've got fairlights in there. So it's a night vision thing, and it's motion sensing and reports if it sees anything moving or heat signatures or stuff. It's quite a clever little thing.
Have you not got any samples from work so you can have automated entry access system? And
Well, do you know, I was going through my garage a little while back, and I've got boxes and boxes of card readers and automated locking systems and access control panels, and I know that if I spent the time, I could put together a decent access control system, and I've even got a UHF reader so that I can place it above my. If I had a motorized garage door, I could place it above my above my garage door, and as I pull up, it would the card in the window would just activate the thing. I've got all of this stuff, and I just I can't be fucking bothered with it. It's just, I've even got card printers that will encode cards and everything, all sat in the garage just gathering dust.
I've got dogs.
Yeah.
No, honestly, the field mouse can't fuck within 400 yards of this place.
Exactly,
it's not kicking off. Although I must admit, you talking about Alexa and stuff like that, we do kind of wish we hadn't named Siri.
Yeah. But why did you name Siri?
Well, it's actually short for Sirius, because Fiona wanted to call her Sirius Black because she was so black and she's so into Harry Potter. And so it's got short to Siri, and it was only after we started getting, the iPad firing up and started playing random songs and stuff.
Can you change the trigger word on Siri? You can, can't you? I know you can do it on Alexa.
Pass.
You can change the, so instead of saying hey, Alexa, so I'm gonna have to shut up now because she's just woken up.
Alexa.
You can change it. Somebody's done that. I was on the call with that. I was saying, "Oh yeah, I can't say that word," and they said, "Alexa, turn Rob's lights off," and everything went off.
Yeah.
So.
Somebody did that on telly, didn't they?
Yeah.
On a quiz or something. And he goes, "I've always wanted to do this." You go, Alexa, I'm never going to give you up.
Yeah. Yeah, my son likes to do that because he got the drop-in thing. You can sort of drop it onto any device from another device. But it is. I mean, sometimes it's really handy if your hands are full and you can't turn a light on, or like if you were going to investigate a noise downstairs, but the light switch is the other end of the the hall or something. Now I can just say Alexa, lights on, and
but
it comes on.
Correct me if I'm wrong. These devices require an internet connection. So if your internet connection goes down,
you're fucked. Sorry, yes, you are. You're screwed.
Boom.
That was the weird thing, because all of these devices are connected to your local network, but they all need to call and come back through the cloud. So if your internet goes down, you are stuck.
Well, there is a Raspberry Pi based home automation system that you run a local server on, so you're not dependent on an internet connection.
That would be useful. But the frequency that the internet goes down here is so minimal that it just it's only when you have a power cut.
Yeah. For me, it's just I don't like the idea of someone owning my data.
Well, unfortunately, whether you like
fits
it or not,
into
they
my
do.
sense of paranoia.
Yeah, no, I get it, but they do at some level. They already do, and there's not a lot you can do about it. And most of the time, it's for fairly inauspicious things. And I'm sure there's, I'm sure that I've got hundreds of profiles around the place where people have profiled what I buy or what I do, where I interact. I've got nothing. I'm not doing anything that I don't, wouldn't admit to in public. So, if it helps, I mean, sometimes it's a hindrance. Sometimes, or you think it might be a hindrance, but a lot of the time, it's really kind of helpful.
Yeah.
But I get why people are, suspicious. My daughter's. She covers up the camera on a laptop, and it's just silly things like that, because she read somewhere that people could access your webcam. She's ignorant. Well, not ignorant. I tell her that she's sitting on a private network that runs through VPNs. The chances of that actually happening here are pretty damn slim. Not saying it's impossible, but it's pretty damn slim. And by the way, can I just say, if anybody is a hacker of any kind of description, you're watching this, can you all get together and do something about fucking Vladimir Putin? Because we've got the technology to bring that.
Anonymous already have been.
They're working on it.
Yeah, just do it. Because he's doing it to us he's been doing it to us the last 20 years.
Actually, the Russians are the ones you don't really need to worry that much about. The Russians, the Ukrainians actually were quite heavily involved in the hacking scene, but it's China. China's the one you want to worry about, and America.
What did I say? I saw this clip's former president, number 45, was being interviewed the other day about this, and they asked him about Ukraine, and I shit you not, within 10 seconds it was down to the windmills because they kill all the birds. It was just like, how did you, in that short space of time, go from Ukraine to it being the fault of wind turbines?
I can only surmise he switched into the energy dependence mode.
Can you imagine what? Well, I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about this the other day. What if this had happened? This whole Ukraine thing had happened 2 years ago when he was in charge. I mean, I know that
it'll be like now with Boris.
Well, yeah. Did you see Question Time?
No.
Was it last night or the night before? They had the
I
former
really
Danish.
like my TV, and if I watch him, I'll end up throwing something and breaking my telly. And
So they had, what's his name?
Zahawi?
Yeah, Zahawi. Yeah.
Zahawi.
That's it, Nadeem Zahawi. He was on there, and he was saying how Britain had led the response to Vladimir Putin, and they also had the former Danish Prime Minister,
married to Neil Kinnock's son,
who tore him not just one, but a myriad new assholes. Because she said, "You're leading? No. No, the European Union has gathered together. They're leading. They're doing. You won't even let Ukrainians in because you've got 100 steps to comply with the visa regulations." Honestly, it's just hilarious how she literally within 5 seconds just tore him complete new arsehole. It was.
I'm slightly more cynical that.
You cynical? No.
Yeah, the EU prevaricated considerably over putting sanctions on the SWIFT banking system. They still haven't put sanctions on one of the main Russian banks because they still have to pay Russia for the oil and gas.
Yeah.
Boris's approval rating is only second to I've forgotten his name, the Ukrainian president in Ukraine.
Right.
The UK has done a hell of a lot, and it's acted quite quickly. And I think in terms of sanctions against Russian business people or oligarchs, we have sanctioned more than America and the EU combined. So that
was the facts that I read today.
Yeah.
Well, those are the facts that I read today. So what I'm saying is that what really pisses me off about this whole situation is that I do not know who to believe. Even reputable sources are spouting, in some cases, propaganda. In some cases, they're not providing the information. I object that they blocked RT, not because I necessarily... I don't believe much that comes out. It is a Russian propaganda channel. But I would rather see the propaganda for myself than read someone else's interpretation of it. And Twitter at the moment is just an absolute fucking cesspit.
Oh, yeah. Well, it has been for many years before this kicked off.
Yeah, thanks, Wagyu. Zelensky, yes.
Yeah, Zelensky. Actually, I mean, to be honest, everything I've seen about him, I really kind of quite admire. But this whole situation isn't something that happened overnight. This has been facilitated and exacerbated by not just Putin but everybody else. I mean, the fact that
NATO and the EU also bear some responsibility.
Oh God. Well, NATO agreed with Putin or the Russian
and
Federation,
Ukraine, yes, under the
and said
Minsk
we will
Treaty.
not expand to any further to the east than we already are, and then they go ahead and expand further to the east. And you can fully understand that if we were Russia, or if the UK was, and this organisation has said we're not going to, and then they got to France and they got to Holland, we'd be sat there thinking, oh, hang on a minute, you said you weren't going to get any closer to us, and now you're able to put all of your weaponry and defences in these places that are just literally across the water from us. We'd be pissed off. And so you can I'm not saying that that Putin is right, but I'm just saying if that's his concern, then it's kind of a valid concern, because we promised not to do that and then we went ahead and did it anyway.
Yes.
But what he's doing is not, of course, the right reaction.
Oh no, he is a complete. What he's doing is completely wrong. But as you say, I do think that he was poked.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry to all our American friends here, but Joe Biden is not the sort of leader to stand up to the likes of Putin particularly effectively at the moment.
Well,
and he does have, or his son has considerable interest in Ukraine.
There is that. But when you are, if you're facing up against the Saddam Husseins or the Colonel Gaddafis or the Bashar al-Assads,
who were state-sponsored by the Americans.
Yes, but that aside, if you're standing up to those kinds of people, you can, if you're America, you can stand up to them without fear.
Yes,
those people
they're not on your doorstep.
They're not on your doorstep, and they don't possess the weapons to wipe you off the face of the planet, whereas Putin does. And so I'm kind of glad that there's a lot of caution being exercised, because they've been poking him and they've been doing all this stuff for many years, and he's clearly got to a point now where he's had enough. He's not having any more. Do we need to poke him? Just tip him over the edge, because he has, the proverbial power of the button.
Yeah, but he also controls the gas pipeline.
Exactly. Yeah.
I just think it's a massive failure of diplomacy all round. Both the Russians, the EU, the Americans. It's a shit show that never ever should have happened.
There was a time when you could, what could have happened was that after the breakup of the Soviet Union, we could have brought Russia closer.
Well, they wanted to join NATO.
Yeah, and forged more ties, but they had bloody Yeltsin, for crying out loud, to start with as and he was an absolute pisshead. He was a joke. He was a clown, and he was and
well, the oligarchs formed under Yeltsin.
Exactly. Yes, and Putin was, old school, knew what to do, knew how to take his country, give all of the wealthy bits, to his friends, as long as they would keep him in power. And how many years has he been there? Free and fair elections. It's
it is a shit show, and there has to be a diplomatic solution, and I think there will be.
Yeah.
But the EU, the NATO alliance, and Russia all have to accept compromise.
Yes.
And that compromise may be uncomfortable, because areas like Donbass may choose to be Russian.
Yeah. And the thing is, if I was the leader of Ukraine, and you've got an area of your country that's still
Scotland.
So you've got an area of your country that still strongly identifies, and apparently, so we're told, the population of those regions wants to be affiliated with Russia.
Yes.
Well, look, let them have it. If it's gonna stop all of this nonsense, let them have it. But when you see some of the reasoning behind, and this was this video I was talking about earlier on, where this guy takes Putin's pre-invasion, the night before speech that he did, where he's talking about the neo-Nazis that are running the country, and yes, there is a neo-Nazi element in Ukraine. We've known about that for a long time. The fact that they rose in prominence as a reaction to the annexation of Crimea. Putin doesn't sort of talk about that, but yes, there is this. But they were like 2% of the vote. They hold, their political party.
They don't hold power.
No, literally nothing. It's like any other country. We have it in England. It happens in America. You've got a group of extreme right wing people, but they don't hold any kind of power over the country. The country is in mostly a fully democratic nation. The fact that they elected a president who was before that a comedian and TV star. Yeah. I saw a clip of him actually playing the president of Ukraine in this comedy show that he was in before he became the actual president, and it's really quite funny. It's very good. But
irony that
yes,
art and life are both similar.
Quite, yeah.
But the thing that sticks in my craw more than anything else is you watch what's happening and you just want to do something to help, anything, right? And like I said to Fiona downstairs last night when I said, look, we could sleep on the settee and we could get a Ukrainian family in here and they can have the bedroom.
I've thought that, yeah.
And all the rest of it, right? And my own government is stopping me from doing that because they won't let the poor fuckers in the first place. And they're going on about checks and everything like that. You go, what? Have you ever tried getting into this country without any paperwork? I mean, for fuck's sake. They do the checks naturally. If they come in by plane, they'll be checked. Don't worry. If they come in through the ports, they'll get checked.
They don't, though. That's the problem.
Yeah, but they do. That's the point. They do get checked. Everyone checks that on anybody coming into the country.
But
depending on where you're coming in and from what passport you're using, depends on how much they check you. Nobody just walks in. It's never been like that.
No, it's never been like that.
It's the same old bullshit that the Red Banner press has been touting for fucking years that allowed Brexit to go through.
My old man came to this country in '69, and even back then, him and his brother, who came over a few years later, would have random knocks on the door by the police just to check up on them.
Yes.
Can I just check your papers? Can I just check this? It's never been. You can never walk into this country, just like you can't walk into many other countries.
If you've got a boatload of women with small children huddled together, there's not a lot of checking you're going to need to do.
No, and I saw somebody again on Twitter. Unfortunately, I got. You know how it is. You get a notification about something on Twitter, and you go and look at it, and then you get drawn into this thing. Somebody was saying, "Oh, isn't it funny how all of these Ukrainians are coming over, and they're saying it's women and kids, but there's a lot of young men." No, there are no young men because the young men aren't even allowed to leave Ukraine. You cannot leave if you're between 18 and 60. You have to stay. As simple as that.
Yes,
you cannot go.
yes.
So they're using the same old tired tropes about immigrants that it's we're saving young women and children, but actually it's adult males of a fighting age. No, it's not. It's I mean, I've got Ukrainian friends. I work for a company that's global, and we have people that are Ukrainian. We have people that are Russian, and every single one of them is beside themselves with worry and concern. The Russians and the Ukrainians. The Russians that I've spoken to in the past week or so are completely against all of this. They see Ukraine as an extension of their Russian heritage, because it is.
Yes, it is.
They're close ties, family or friends, everyone's there, and they don't want this. And I really think, yes, diplomacy is going to play a massive part, and I think it's the only thing that will get this to stop. But once we've got it to stop, and hopefully it will stop soon, then you've got to get Putin out. And the only way that can be done safely and without any kind of massive repercussions is if the Russians get him out. They rise up.
Yeah, I was going to say that I'm always suspicious of other countries seeking regime change, because historically it never works out well.
No.
And this is an issue for the Russian people to decide. It's not up to us in the West. It's for them to see who their leader is and to enact the sort of change that happened under Gorbachev.
Yeah, but when you see Russian people on the street and you see these kind of vox pops that various news organisations have gathered, you've got the old school. They tend to be the older, our generation and above. There's no war in Ukraine. No, Putin's doing the right thing. And then you've got the younger people who are informed, who are online all the time to get the information, and they're disgusted and they're horrified by this. And eventually, they will form the majority of the people in Russia, and they will hopefully turn.
But this is one of the issues with us blocking, or with the EU blocking the broadcasting of RT via Luxembourg. Naturally, Russia went, okay, well, if you're not going to broadcast our stuff, we're not going to broadcast your stuff. So they've cut off the BBC.
Yeah. Well,
so
the BBC, the World Service, or certainly the radio, have supplied alternative methods, haven't they?
Yes, but in terms of if people are allowed free access to information, then if they get both sides of the picture, they can make up their own minds. But unfortunately, if Putin is complete or almost completely controlling the media access that the Russian people have, then that's not going to be good.
No.
And I do think that these sanctions, whilst they are ostensibly, meant to be hurting Putin, they're not. They're hurting Russian people. Blocking them off from. I mean, little things like McDonald's closing 850 stores. You think, well, Putin doesn't give a flying fuck about that.
No, but the Russian people are, and the Russian people don't necessarily see the West as being the bad guys for doing that. A lot of them, particularly those of maybe 40 and below, know that the reason these sanctions are happening is because the guy that's leading the country is a complete, batshit crazy nut job. And so,
you see, I don't think he is. I don't think he's batshit crazy.
Sorry, Harley Quinn's in the house.
God's truth.
Do you know what? Do you know what? I would.
Do you know what? I wouldn't.
I thought
Dom, your mic's on.
Take a drink. Take a drink.
1 second, I got that.
I remember Harley Quinn being a bit more nimble than that.
Yeah, he's definitely no Margot Robbie, is he? She's got a good name, hasn't she, Margot Robbie?
Yeah.
We should be together.
Sorted.
What's he doing? Freaky.
Going into space, mostly. Ooh. What the hell have you done since Sunday?
Hello!
There it is.
Hello!
Hello!
I come to lighten the mood.
You certainly have.
How dare you come and
scare us.
Is that my background?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Pine nuts.
It should, my
it
laptop's
doesn't.
gone to sleep, but it should kind of do, if I'm logged in.
Hmm.
Ha ha! That's better! Woo!
Woo.
What are you using to make these filters?
A magic string, and no, it's Snapchat, but they have a whole department now building these virtual avatars. So it's called Snapcam, I think. Go and check that one out. And in the background, it's this thing called Synthesizer, which I've just discovered, which is really cool.
Oh, wow.
And theoretically, you can do kind of really real-time crazy stuff. Whoa! So if you've got groovy music going on in the background.
Well, it's like those pink wafers I just had. I read the back of them, and there's more E's in them than a 1980s bloody
E's are good.
rave
E's
club.
are good.
Yeah, and it's
Right, yes, they're kicking in. Definitely kicking in.
Ah, a great big pulsating orb. This is what we need.
I'm glad you finished the orb. I thought that
Yeah. Which one of us is he talking about?
I had to go to a parents' evening earlier, and I came back and it was all a bit serious. So you can, by all means, go back to your seriousness.
Oh, did you
No.
Did you see Andy?
Depressing.
Yeah, actually, Andy was talking about it because he's a teacher. He was talking about actually doing it from the other side.
Oh, really?
Are
Wow.
you using School Cloud as well?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, this one was in person. This was
right.
the first time
Wow.
in the last 3 years. And really weirdly, quite a few people there were like, "Oh, I wish this was online."
Yeah, it's so much
because
better
you know
online.
you had to get out of bed and turn up and
People going,
meet people in
recognise him
person.
with his ponytail.
Yeah,
Yeah, it was amazing. There you go. It's a
Woo.
big old balls.
big
Whoa!
team. What's the time? All right, I'm just going to go and avail myself of the
scared everyone
facilities.
off.
No, I should be back. And yes, right.
I shall be back.
I'll be back. What was that
Wow.
joke? I'll be back. No, I can't remember what it was. Anyway,
Yeah. You be handled, I'll be back.
Switch personas. I think that's better.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Jesus, that is scary.
Hello, Karen from Doncaster.
Hello.
Hello.
Just imagine how long it would have taken to do that with Paintbox.
Paintbox. Can you remember Paintbox?
So what, I have to be really careful going on dating sites now.
Yeah.
Okay. She didn't look anything like that.
Yeah. You're not much like your photo. Oh no.
Or
This is a crazy one though. I mean, because it's just you actually do look. I quite fancy myself.
Steady now. Oh dear. So, have you recovered from the madness of the Sunday show?
Yes, thank you very much for your time spent on it.
No problem.
It was brilliant. I really enjoyed it. The badgers and bears were totally unexpected and totally epic.
Yeah, we didn't know if my mask was going to turn up in time.
Sorry.
Baboons you can get next day delivery, but not badgers. Not that now.
Who'd have thought?
Quite a niche market, isn't it?
Yeah, apparently baboons are very popular, but badgers, no.
Yeah, you see, kids aren't reading, Tales of the Riverbank or such like these days. So,
Oh God, do you remember Hammy Hamster?
yeah.
Oh yeah, I do.
I wonder if that would be classed as animal cruelty now.
I can't remember what happened.
Oh,
I think Ring of Bright Water would be these days.
Yeah, I suppose.
Well, yeah.
I don't know.
I need
No,
to
it's
get
like Hammy Hamster. Good stuff. What else? So what other filters you got?
Let me have a look. There's quite a few, but there's only a few in the favourites. I've been playing with Sysex today. This is a good one.
You have favourites? Oh, very good. Yeah, not quite. I don't know.
This is my Gaz. Right. Today. Looper. Oh, got that one wrong. Hang on, start again. The only thing with this is I have to put the mic in my beard.
Oh.
Nothing wrong with that.
No,
What was that classic thing Gaz said a couple of weeks ago? Oh, it was with that unit he had. He was going to demonstrate it later on in his show. And he goes, I don't know what these switches are, though. The 14 and the
that was
58. That was beautiful. It was classic.
It was the routing buttons, wasn't it? It was
Yeah,
1 and
it
5
goes,
and 2 and 6 and
they're
3
your
and
tracks,
4.
mate. Yeah.
It was an easy mistake to make, but it was.
Oh, yeah,
brilliant.
absolutely.
Oh, dear.
Oh, that was good, though.
Yeah, that was a moment.
Oh, bless him.
Let's see what else we've got. I've been rewiring everything, which is always a disastrous thing to do.
Oh, God,
Hang on,
no.
Let me pop back to being me for a second because it's a bit weird.
A bit.
He said eventually.
I've got the, screen is rubbish. I tried to twist it round for a green screen, but I forgot that on the back is green, but it's got a pole down the back. So when I turned it round, the pole was on this side. I thought, oh, sorry, I can't be able because it's actually quite hard. So you can see this kind of aura around my head where the lights are. But yeah, so I decided to do some rewiring, and that was a really bad idea. But I'm getting there, which is really good. I'm still blown away by this Juno 106 with... They're called gravitational slingshots, but you know about them, Kent. They're the replacement voice chips, but those kind of one-off ones he made with a more bottom end on them.
Yes. Yeah. Yes, I have to do one of them tomorrow, strangely enough.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've got to put, I think it's 6 of the analog Renaissance ones into a machine tomorrow. But
not fun. I guess if you've done more than one, it probably gets easier because by the time
it takes me about 20 minutes.
Oh, right. Well,
do you socket them, or do you just put them onto the board?
Yeah, just put them onto the board. Because the sockets can or will fail eventually at some point. So solder them directly in.
I've found the sockets with the proper round turn pins tend not to fail, but the ones with the wafer contacts, they're more prone to corrosion.
Yeah, but the problem with that is that the analog Renaissance one come with square pins.
Ah, right.
Yeah, so they won't go in anyway. So, but it's just it's just as easy. I mean, it's all right for me obviously because I've got a desoldering station, but so it only takes me about 20 minutes to do it. And then just balance up the filters, bolt it up, get it out.
Piece of cake.
Yeah. We've got there is an OBX that I've got to do tomorrow that's got a will of its own. And there's another one being dropped in tomorrow that works perfectly in dual mode, but put it into single mode, and it would only play 4 voices. I'm going, what? Trying to work that out. How, on the architecture of the machine, how
could it happen?
That would happen, yeah. And so far,
switch contact?
Don't know. It's one of those weirdies. So, but
what's the temperature for the iron that you have to stay below for those kind of things?
On old girls like that, I have both the soldering iron and the desoldering station at about 360C.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think.
And you use leaded solder.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, I can't stand that other stuff.
Yeah,
I was thinking when I did. What was I soldering? The last thing I soldered. Maybe the Juno. I can't remember something anyway. And I looked, and I've still got a little bit left of this reel of solder that I had when I was literally 14, I think, and it was a proper big, massive reel of it. And there's still some left. I'm still using, and that's 30 plus years later.
I get through about 6 rolls a year. Yeah.
Well, I'm into electronics. I soldiered quite a lot, especially when I was a kid as well. And this thing just carried on going. And then I thought you couldn't get lead solder anymore. I thought it was all banned, but it's not. It's only commercial.
It's only commercial use. Yeah.
Yeah. No, the 4060 stuff is still available, although they have put the price up a bit lately.
A bit.
Yeah. I use the term loosely.
Just realised the glow on my head was actually some crap on the lens. I've just cleaned it and it's all gone.
I thought you were going to say some crap on your head.
It comes off. I don't know how I got. Well, yeah, it could have been that as well.
Yeah, it could have been.
How? And it's just gone. It's all clear. It's like having a new telly.
You sure Luna May didn't put that in her mouth or something?
Oh, to be honest, it's probably the ginormous. What's it? Ginormous marshmallows.
Oh yes.
God, yeah.
And we wonder why diabetes is on the increase.
Those things are crazy. Those are just huge.
Oh, here's an interesting design flaw. A bloke dropped in one of these. I can't pronounce the name of it, but basically what it is, it's a rack mount, or should I say, a desktop version of a Synthex, like a Synthex.
What was that, Zyrinx or?
Yeah, something.
What the Black Corporation?
Yeah, sort of like you have to have acid flux to pronounce it correctly, and you can have these wooden end cheeks for it to make for that extra authenticity. And it has two short screws, bolts, that go in the back, and two long ones that go in the front. And this guy put one of the long ones in the back. Goes across the board and has pushed one of the surface mount ICs clean off the board.
Oh, gee.
And it's like, can you repair it? Well, we'll find out tomorrow.
Daughter board and magnet wire.
Well, I'm thinking because it was done with a bolt being screwed in. There's a good
torn the tracks up.
Torn the tracks, yeah. And I'm going to be doing some track tracing. But fortunately, I've got one of these. What do you call them when they're
magnifying glass?
Yeah, it's a colour TV magnifier.
Oh right, yeah.
Which can go quite deep actually. And I'll probably need that to find the dog hair thin tracks that they use on it.
Is it a multi-layer board?
I'm hoping not. But it shouldn't.
It is. He's screwed.
Yeah,
well,
if
the
it's
thing
6
is,
layers, that's not happening.
Yeah, but the thing is, if it is, if it's just torn off that top IC, and it's probably, well, no, it'll definitely be lead-free solder. It's probably broken off well before the tracks have decided to come off. Because that solder is awful. It is awful.
Yeah.
And so, but there again, I'm getting a lot of people now asking me if I can repair surface mount machines, particularly Behringers, would you believe? Cause they go,
wow.
Oh, the pot come away in my hand. Oh,
Yeah.
what a fucking surprise. Really? You bought a synth that cost 120 quid and you were expecting it to last more than a week, twat.
Yeah.
So, but interestingly enough, I've got actually arrived today a Prophet 5 Rev 2 new one.
Yeah. So the Rev 4?
Yeah. But it's the Rev 2 one of that ilk, but not the Rev 3, if you see what I mean. Because I was talking to the guy on the phone, and because Fiona handed me the phone, he goes, it's a Prophet 5 Rev 2. I said, oh, well, he said, no, the pot's broken. I've still got the knob, but the shaft's broken off and everything like that. I go, oh, okay. I said, but which part? And he goes, oh, the one down near the display. It's the sequencer knob. I go, what? What are you on about? And of course, it turns out, you go, oh, no, it's a new one. I go, okay. So we'll have a look, but more surface mount.
Well, again, it's the cost saving. I mean, all the old electronic gear I've got, all the shafts on the pots are all metal, whereas these days they're all nylon and they snap so easily.
Yeah, because I mean, I know there's a lot of people going on about having the right to repair, and I'm here going, no, I don't want to. Throw it away. It costs. Yeah, I mean, this Behringer thing has just come out. It's 49 quid. If it breaks,
it's disposable.
Makes a lovely sound when it hits the side of the bin.
Yeah.
There you go. Bye-bye.
Although I've got to say that the new BCR 32 looks really, really tasty.
Yeah. Looks interesting.
I want a couple of those.
Somebody told me the other day about the second-hand prices of the MS1 / MS101. And because they've discontinued it. And they're now... they've discontinued it already. They're now reaching £350, £400 on the used market. I mean, they sold for $299, I think, or around. And I've got a really rare one because my one is actually an MS101. It's marked up as a 101 before they got told by Roland to take the 01 off the end. So mine's kind of a rare one. So I'm thinking...
Talking about Behringer keyboard being rare.
I know.
The world has gone fucking mad.
Well, yeah. Not that I'm going to sell it, because I actually kind of I was looking at it today, thinking
you like it, don't you?
I do kind of like it because it does what it says on the tin.
But that's
I just
what's
wish
so
they
annoying
weren't.
about Behringer.
I know. That's what I just wish they'd just be so. Why? I don't know.
They bring out something, you go, I want to hate it, and I can't, because it sounds really good and it's very, very affordable.
You have to put it into perspective with software, though. If you're going to have a go at people, and I get it, there's some really dodgy business practices, but every single software company that's put out a rip-off of someone else's hardware product
Cherry
deserves
Audio.
the same.
Yeah.
Deserves the same.
Arturia.
The same brush. Absolutely. So Arturia moaning about
But
them
why-
ripping
why-
off the. It's crazy. Their entire business model is.
I might be doing myself stealing my own thunder here, because I was going to kind of bring this up on the show tomorrow, seeing as we might not have a flipping guest because they haven't responded to me. Anyway, but I was going to kind of bring this up, and the thing is, when you have these arguments about the Behringer plagiarism and all this, one of the things that often gets thrown into the argument is, well, you don't hear anybody complaining about Fender Strat copies or Telecaster copies, because you don't hear guitar users
or pianos.
Yeah, you don't hear guitarists going, oh well, guitarists will say, oh, you've got a Cruiser £85 Fender Strat copy. Well, okay, it's not going to be like a Fender, but you're going to cut your teeth on it. It's a guitar.
It's a guitar. Stage,
you cut your teeth in it.
When the first copies started coming out, some of them were better than the Fenders that they made. They kind of pushed Fender to get them better. Some of the not guitarists, but I'm told by
But why don't we do? Why is the synthesizer community so?
People are weird.
Well, yeah, and was it 3 years ago?
Well, there's probably a lot of people who are really pissed off about giving up stuff for ages and saving up and hunting and finding some great piece of equipment to have an 18-year-old turn around and say, yeah, well, I got one of them as well, mate, and it only cost me 200 quid.
Yeah,
but
the green-eyed monster.
But they haven't got one of those.
No, you see,
they've got a rip-off of one,
and it hasn't really affected second-hand prices that much.
Not at all.
Well,
which is
But I wouldn't even say they're rip-offs. They are synthesizers in their own right that just happen to be very similar to another synthesizer.
No, they don't just happen. They're deliberately designed to be as close as they possibly can. With in some cases additional features, but they are deliberately designed to resemble that. He's playing into that market of those people, because I've seen comments loads of times where it says, well, I've now ticked off 3 of my dream synthesizers. No, you haven't. You don't own those original synthesizers. You own a copy. Let's use that kind of fairly non-inflammatory word. You own a copy, and fine.
But these things are out of patent. There is nothing wrong in business terms.
With
someone emulating.
But he doesn't just do those.
No, he doesn't.
He doesn't just do those. No. Now, if that's all he did, and let's face it, Roland have had 30 odd years to reproduce the 303 and the 808 and the 909 and the 101, whatever. They've had all that time to do that, and they've neglected not to do it. They didn't do it, so he has. Fine, not a problem. But when he starts going after the people, the small people that are still in business, trying to earn a living, trying to be inventive, and he comes along and rips them off, hook, line, and sinker. And then you have to make a decision.
It's like the Oberheim, Tom Oberheim.
Tom Oberheim is one.
Analog Anecdotes.
But
there are bunches of them that you have to say, look, you're doing some of this and you're doing some of that, but I'm going to have to judge you on one of them, and I'm afraid a lot of the time it's going to fall down
the
the
dodgy
side
business
of bad
practices, and obviously he thrives on the negative publicity and press to get it out there. But
absolutely, yeah.
You have to tar everyone with the same brush.
Of course.
Apple patent breaches.
The thing about
everyone does it, mate.
The thing about software, though, is I've got no distribution costs. I've got very low development costs. I don't have to manufacture. I don't have to hold stock. And I can sell a bit of software for not far off what he's charging for the hardware. He has to get the hardware, the manufacturing, he's got to do the distribution, he's got to pay the import taxes, he's got to get them into the stores, and the margin on that stuff must be minute by the time it comes out the other end. And in certain ways, if he wasn't an asshole with his business practices, it's like really good luck to him. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
If you just took away the little sprinkle of obvious nastiness
Exactly.
on the top.
Exactly
it
that.
wouldn't be a problem.
And
But the cork sniffer and the, do you know what I mean? Just pick the battles.
So I was going to bring this up again. I'm stealing my own thunder, but hey, join us tomorrow from 7 p.m. To have the same conversation. But his media team posted this comment on their Facebook page. Let me just bring this up because I want to quote him. I'm going to quote him accurately. He said, or they said, it's very difficult, isn't it, to sort of say they when you're pretty much sure it is he. Synthocracy synthesizes for the masses, not the classes. That was the statement. And I thought, what the fuck are you talking about?
You see, I find that funny.
It's funny, but in a kind of a tragic way, because you are stoking the flames of division. You are trying to make yourself out as being the fucking Robin Hood of the electronic music market when you're not. You're trading off of lots of other people's work. And look, so many people have come up with. Do you remember in the 90s there was a thing about recreating the 303s and the 808s? There was the TB. Do you remember the TEEBEE? There was a rack mount. There was the Freebase was another one you rack mount.
Yeah.
Loads of this stuff, and nobody batted an eyelid. Yeah, nobody batted an eyelid at that. 3 years ago or 4 years ago, some company at Superbooth announced a 101 clone that looked identical to the 101, except it was a lot thinner, and it had rechargeable lithium cells inside, so you didn't have to, you had the complete portability. But it looked exactly like a 101. Nobody said, "You're copying." Behringer, the first thing people say is, "You're copying," because he's got the reputation. But nobody said it about any of these other companies. Why not? Why is that? Is it just simply because we hate the fact that someone is doing what Behringer is doing?
And doing it very well.
And successfly doing it. Yeah.
I'd
It's
like
because
to
we're
think,
old.
I'd like
It's
to
'cause
think
I'm
it's because
it's because we're old.
The nasty side of it. Because there's some terrible stuff with oratones, and so he probably wasn't in the nicest space to start with. But I don't think you can't knock it business wise. It's all fine. But clearly there have been some really, really crappy things that he's done, which is fine to diss him on. Absolutely.
Well, look at the
There's some other
Mellotron.
stuff that,
Yeah.
The history of the Mellotron. I mean, that was a stolen idea.
It's rife. I mean, it's been within the musical instrument industry since
the
the
whole
musical
thing's
instrument.
based on
Guitar pedals.
music
Did
itself.
Stradivarius invent the violin? No. He refined the idea and made it absolutely brilliant. But everybody has plagiarized something. And if Behringer had come up with, I said this to Kent the other day, if they'd have come up with the circuitry for the 101, but just put it into a unique, their own design that didn't ape the original, that just said, look, if you want that classic 101 sound, here it is. People would have bought it. I'd have bought it if I wanted a 101 sound. I didn't hanker after an MS 101 because it looked very much like the Roland, because I had both of them in this room at the same time. And I'm sorry, the only one that I took a picture of me wearing, slung over my shoulder with a guitar strap, was the SH. It wasn't the Behringer one, because that was the instrument.
As Wagyu points out, the original ARP filter was a Moog ladder filter.
Exactly.
To be honest, the Roland Boutique is better than my 101 here. If I had to choose, I'd definitely sell my SH 101. If it wasn't the first synth I ever bought, it's got four voices.
Like the Ken Freeman string synth, the Stringman, where he had taken it to a show, left it there overnight. When he come back in the morning, it'd been opened, and 6 months later, Selena is born.
Funny.
And wasn't there a case of some engineers going to Roland or Yamaha? I can't remember who.
Taking some of the tech IP.
Yeah, and they just basically scribbled loads of notes because that's what they had. They didn't have camera phones, but they just scribbled loads of notes, and then went back and built it themselves. It happens. It's part of anything. It happens in any kind of walk of life. How many cars are built that look like the last successful? When Ford came out with the new version of the car, the KA, it looked very much like a Fiat 500 because Fiat had absolutely wiped the floor in that market with that cute retro design. So Ford come along and do it, and then 2 years later, Vauxhall. Yeah, and then 2 years later, Vauxhall, who are part owned by Fiat, do the same thing with the Adam, I think it was called. It happens everywhere. But it just seems like, within this synthesizer community, I don't know whether it's just because I'm sort of focused in on it more than anything, but it just seems that lots of people get really bent out of shape. And
I think it's not so much Behringer the company. I think it's that a lot of people within the industry hate Uli Behringer himself. I think a lot of it is personality.
When you have an individual that holds, that stands above the parapet and says, "Hey, this is my company, and I'm going to," like Steve Jobs did, like Bill Gates did. Bill Gates, 20 years ago, Bill Gates was the devil incarnate. Then he went away, and then it became Steve Jobs. And
it'd be interesting if he wasn't the head of heading up the Big B, whether it would dissipate a little bit. If someone else came in and took over and said, right, he's off to be chairman, he's got nothing to do with it anymore. We're going to change it up. We hear you. We've listened.
Yeah.
Here's some more product.
I mean, look, if you're going to come
I heard today from a source that Behringer have now dropped the Oscar. They're not going to do it now because they couldn't get it to sound the same. Which is weird, because I thought, well, that's even more digital than most analog keyboards. But they couldn't nail it.
Got to be true to their art.
Look,
they could have released it. We can just make it look like an Oscar, and everybody go, "Oh yeah, it's an Oscar,"
and people would have bought it, and the people would have loved it.
Yeah, as far as they're concerned, right, strike that off their list.
The thing is, are Behringer the scourge of the industry, or are they the shot in the arm?
I'm going to tune in tomorrow and find out.
Yeah. I think they're the shot in the arm personally. I think
they're a bit. I think they're 6 of one and half a dozen of the other.
But they are definitely fulfilling a pent up demand. I mean, they're modules. They're obviously copies of lots and lots of things, but they seem to be pretty good modules. They're very competitively priced, which I understand can hurt the smaller manufacturers, but business is business, and all's fair in love, war, and business. And if someone can produce a product and undercuts you, well, you need to start thinking about changing the way you're trying to sell your product.
Well, we said hurry up and clone the bloody Andromeda Race 6, and get
It's the 2600 here, and I had money down. I had ready money to buy the Korg copy. And they'd sold out, and I'm really glad I waited now. I saved a bunch of money, and it's brilliant. It's utterly brilliant. I'm sure it's not quite as good as an original one. I love an original one, but actually it's flipping great. The Neutron is amazing.
You wouldn't. You've got to pay to keep it going.
Well, exactly.
Wick original as well.
Pardon?
Wick original, because if you've ever played a Grey Mini, you don't think any other 2600 is worth as while.
Yeah, because that grey Mini I got out in the garage, when I saw that one up for sale, I'm going, well, I could get it out and get it going.
You don't want to get it out, it's too bloody heavy to move it around.
But as a thing, a few £100, it's just an amazing synth.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing. Whether you're learning, whether you're just making, you can just make entire tracks with it. It's great. So,
and that's the thing. The other thing is that Behringer are doing this wonderful thing about, I know they're giving away a lot of stuff to educational establishments, particularly in second and third world countries, which is great and it's fantastic. And I'm not going to take anything away from that. But also, they're enabling just anyone to get an analog synthesizer or an analog drum machine or whatever it might be.
Yes.
At an affordable price. When God, I would have murdered somebody for the chance to do that back in 1984. But couldn't. I couldn't buy it. I could murder anyone I wanted. But somebody reminded me of this quote. The very famous quote: "Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery."
Yes.
Did you know that isn't the entire quote? The entire quote is: "Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery that mediocrity can pay to greatness." Yeah, and I was like, yeah.
You can see why they left that last bit out.
You can see exactly why they left that last bit out, because it then makes and really that's how I kind of view Behringer, is that yes, they're imitating and they're paying homage to, but it is, at the end of the day, it's mediocrity compared to compared to greatness. And look, if they
not everyone needs greatness. Not
exactly
everyone needs to have a £3,000 or £4,000 synthesizer.
No.
And I mean, when I was younger, if I could have had access to something like a neutron and their proposed proton, I'd have been like a dog with two bits, you know?
Yeah. I mean, I must admit that when they teased the PPG clone, I've always wanted a PPG wave, always. And
no, you don't.
Oh, no, I do. No, I do. And I've played one, and I know how temperamental they are, and I know that they're a lot of work, but it's still, it's like the Fairlight. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it. And it's something that I've lusted after since I was yay high. And
I think they should rent these out to people so they can own, rent one out.
There should be some kind of scheme.
And after 2 weeks, they're going, fuck me.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't sell any bloody Fairlights. But I would love to own a PPG wave, but I know that to own the system that I would want, which is the wave and the wave term and the FDK and all of that it's just stupid money.
2.3, 2.2 or 2?
2.2 or 2.3, I think, and the wave term A rather than a B. But to get into that stuff,
then you won't have an FD.
I know. Yeah, I've seen the one I saw. The one that I really wanted is the XPWL one, which was a 2.3 with a hybrid wave term A stroke B, and then the FDK, and it was just stunning. But it's stupid money. I'm never going to be able to afford that. I don't believe.
Who's got it?
Sorry.
Who's got it?
There was a guy called Barney up in Liverpool who's got it. He's also got PWL Series 3, which we were going to have. But that was the one that did the strings on.
Does he make music at all?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's not somebody just. He's got a studio and everything. Yeah,
nice.
he restores them and everything. He's got loads of really cool stuff. But I'm never going to get one. And so when I saw the Behringer, I thought, if that's the way I can get a PPG, or as close to a PPG as I can probably get, then I'd probably go for it. But it swings a lot on price and also, which I know is going to be reasonable. But also, I want to know if they're just doing the wave, or are they doing the wave term functionality? Because that for me was the most interesting part, was the fact that bringing your own samples in and stuff.
Hi, Keith.
It's Keith in Watford.
Who's upside down?
Is he?
I was going to say Jim's not here, but that must have been that was you, Dom. He's frozen.
Well, before I forget, I thought it was a
Ramsey's
good
in the
idea for a Facebook synth group where you can discuss synths. You're only allowed to comment on a synth if you actually own one or have owned one and have actually had real experience. Rather
that would be
than
interesting. That would be interesting.
But I saw it on
That'd
YouTube.
be a very quiet room.
Rubbish.
yeah, it would be quiet.
Or at least you have to clarify that. Actually, I have owned both of these, and I think that this one is better. I've seen.
So I had the audacity once to. I know I deliberated. So there's a couple on YouTube. They're part of a band in Austin, I think, and they have a bit of a reputation as being kind of a right-wing leaning band, and they do some videos that are historical, kind of like 10-minute histories of a famous synth. And they did the Fairlight, and somebody said, "Oh, Rob, you'll be interested in this." So they sent me a link to it, and it was horribly inaccurate. Really was quite inaccurate. So I deliberated: should I say something in the comments? Should I not? And so I said, "Look, so I kind of was really diplomatic, and I wrote it and then deleted it and rewrote it and refined it, and was just like super polite, and got absolutely mullered by the person that created this. Oh, you're gear snobbery this and gear snobbery that and gatekeepers this and
this is why I found that answers like, "Oh, fuck off," really works.
But I thought no, I'd be
above already straight away,
But I thought I'd generally be diplomatic and say, look, I'm coming at this from a place of experience, and I did ask. I said, "Have you ever had the chance to use one of these?" No, I couldn't afford to use one of those. Yet you're doing a 10-minute video on the accurate history, and you get things wrong, and you don't expect to be called out. And
what was this on Gearspace by any chance?
No, this was on YouTube.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it was very odd.
Normally everything's accurate on YouTube, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Well,
but I got blocked and banned and
it seems to be a nicer class of argument on YouTube compared to others.
You working now, Keith?
Keith is frozen.
No.
No, he's gone.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Yes. So I now, even if I see something that's just like blatantly wrong. I mean, I know I'm a bit like Mark Doty. I just want to say, look, I'm not correcting you because I want to be better than you. I just want to make sure that the facts are out there. It's not just some.
Oh, can we? While we're on the subject, can we just check that goalposts haven't been moved here? Because wasn't there something about the exact terminology of what polyphony and paraphonic was?
Oh.
Did that move again?
No.
No,
I think that was clarified.
Paraphony is based on not the number of notes, but the articulation. So you can have 3 notes playing, but they've only got single articulation through the filter.
Yeah.
That's paraphony.
Okay.
Oh, that reminds me.
It's never really changed.
Question for Ken.
Did you see Mark's video about the Minimoog? Which I thought was quite amusing.
Yes.
You can. He thought that everybody would be able to tell the Minimoog out of 4 different synthesizers. He played a Matrix Brute, a Poly Brute, a Minimoog, and an ARP 2600. And he said, I bet you can tell the Minimoog from all of these. And actually, a lot of people didn't. They all thought it was the Poly Brute that was the Minimoog.
Wow, brilliant.
Yeah, I know. And he said,
Excellent.
he said in this video, said, credit to you, Arturi, you've produced a synth that can actually confuse people like
That's
this.
great.
But it also depends on what sound the Minimoog was doing.
Yeah.
Because there's iconic Minimoog sounds, and there's sounds you can get on a Minimoog. You think, I didn't know it could do that.
I think it shows that a lot of people think they know what something sounds like.
Yeah,
and I would wager that a lot of those people had never played a Minimoog, and I didn't even answer that because I've never actually played a Minimoog.
No,
so I can't comment. I can't say no. Kent.
Oh, you should.
No,
You should just say. And another thing, this Minimoog is amazing. I've seen it on YouTube. I've heard it with my
Mark
own
Doty
ears.
tells me
It's true.
Yeah, well, I remember getting my arse handed to me on Facebook before because I said that the RA minis sound completely different.
Well, they are completely different.
Yeah, and but I was getting my arse handed to me. Go, no, they're the same synth. No, they're fucking not. And to prove the point, standard Minimoog $3,500, RA 10 grand.
Yeah.
What do you think that's because of the wood?
I mean, the brown painted wood of a later.
Yeah,
they are fucking ugly.
The 79 ones, which would look like they were done in pine, and then a cat threw up all over it. They just smeared it on, as opposed to the beautiful RAs, which sound completely different. And so, like I say, when you're playing a mini, you then have to nuance again and go, well, which mini are you playing that you have to recognise? Because you'll recognise an RA because it sounds so different. And all the, shall we say, classic tracks that minis were prominent on would more likely be an RA or a Musonics one as opposed to a Moog Inc one. So
Fiona's saying, tell them about the synth Jeremy brought round.
Oh, bloody hell. This synth, it is a Tysco 110F. It's been sitting in a flight case for 45 years.
Wow.
He didn't realise that he still owned it. It was around his parents' house up in the attic. He thought his parents had got rid of it years ago, but they hadn't. So it's been up in this cold, dank attic for 45 years. And he brought it around yesterday and he goes, will you be brave enough to turn this on for me and just see what happens?
Kenny Spong's Destroyer of Worlds.
Yeah. And I'm not kidding you. I turned it on, went through the parameters, played it. It's not even out of tune.
Wow.
It completely worked. The worst thing it had was there was a on the filter frequency and a couple of pops because it's got a little parametric equalizer.
Which was probably like that before, to be honest, before we put it in the room.
Yeah, but it was perfectly in tune. I could
nail
these 2 VCOs together and every key worked.
Wow.
And it was like, my God. So
I have a question for you, Mr. Spong.
Okay.
Juno 106 and many other keyboards, 6 oscillators, they've got 6 filters, all that kind of crap going on. Why have they got 6 filters? They all get set to the same thing. Why don't you have 6 oscillators into one filter?
Well, then it would be paraphonic.
Paraphonic.
That's paraphony.
Why would anybody want that?
Key, if it's all going through one filter, you can't
you can't put the
filter
envelope on the filter, can you? Right. There, that's what reminded me. Of course you can't do that.
And that's why you would have separate architecture for each source.
Because if I'd ever tried to build a synth, I would have
So
worked this one out.
technically speaking, there's no such thing, because this will make Mark put a gun in his mouth. And,
gotcha.
There's, technically speaking, if you look at schematics, if you come from it from a repairer's point of view, there's no such thing as a polyphonic synth. They don't exist. What you have is a series of monophonic synths,
voice switching,
that happen to be sitting in the same box together.
Yeah. Now I get it. So it's just that's really dumb of me not to work that out.
Just had a gunshot, sorry. All the way from Minneapolis.
Yeah, put it in your mouth, get the brainstem. Be sure. So,
no, but it's true.
Yes, of course. So if we just had a filter with no envelopes and triggers or anything clever like that, then it would be all right, wouldn't it? You could just have
be an organ.
Yeah.
I mean, you only have one high pass on the 106 or 60 or 6.
Yeah.
There's only one high pass at the end. I mean,
and it's stepped, isn't it? It's a step.
Yeah, it's a 3-step job.
Yeah.
Well, not on a 6. It's a variable. Because on the 60,
yeah, but not on a 106.
106.
Stepped.
There you go.
Is it on the Juno as well? Is it on the Juno 6 and 60? Are they
they have a high pass
on the 60 it is. On the 6, without the presets, without the memory, it isn't.
They all start to blur.
The second question is on the Hydrasynths. Do you know how to switch off that really annoying flashing light screensaver thing that comes on if you don't
imagine
touch
there's in the settings for that. Yeah. So
Is
can't.
this an OLED screen?
The off switch.
It's like a car hi-fi that you get where if you don't touch it and it's got shop mode, which just it's really annoying.
I'm sure I've seen something for this.
I wish I had a synth that did that. None of my, or the only thing that does that is my Polybrute, but it's just got like 4 round buttons on
this
the,
is
and it just
horrible.
goes up and down.
And I actually can't. I read the manual, but I can't find the bit in there. It just kind of goes, "Look at me, look at me."
Stop selecting.
I wish I had one that said that to me, but you know,
I have to say my Juno sounds better. I'm not
controversial.
Totally blown away by the Hydrasynth so far, but the jury's still out. I expect it to be like, holy crap! But I think people are getting blown away by
a lot of my excitement and hype comes from the action of the keyboard.
Aftertouch, the polyphonic aftertouch makes it a lot more interesting than it probably is. But
yeah.
Also, if you turn the reverb to 100% mix off, you can still hear it, which is doing my nutting as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, there might be a patch.
It's on all the patches, so you do it on. Oh, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be a fix.
On every single flipping patch.
I don't get that with my DX5 because it's got no fucking reverb.
Well, I don't want reverb. I suppose people need reverb on it. It's not the nicest reverb, but I'm sure I'll grow to love it. But honestly,
I'll take it off you if you don't want it. I'll give you 50 quid for it.
I'll give you 60.
All right, 70.
I'm a 20. Is it the full one or?
It's the full one.
It's the deluxe.
It's the big job.
Right. Who asked the question?
150.
What question?
Who asked the question? About the Hydrasynths.
Yeah, I asked about the Hydrasynths.
All right, okay. You press system setup.
Yeah.
You see we've got the up-down arrows on the far right. So you push down. Push it down once.
On the far right, the up-down arrows. Oh, yeah, down. Yeah.
Yeah, hit it again.
Yeah.
And again.
Yeah.
And again.
It's on page 5 now.
Yeah.
Page 6.
Now I can't find it. Wait a minute. Let's try it. System. Let me try that. Hang on a sec.
I swear I couldn't find it earlier.
Yeah. It's. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. No, sorry. Yeah. Hit system setup.
Got it. Yeah.
On the far right, it says protect on, and underneath it says light show to 15 minutes.
Oh, yes, you God.
right?
Yeah.
Turn it off, it won't do it.
Kent Spong told
Told
you
me
what's wrong.
You are a genius. Thank you
There you
very,
go.
very much indeed.
It's funny, I thought it was deeper than that.
Kent Spong, Kent Spong, Kent Spong, Kent Spong, Kent Spong, Kent Spong, Kent Spong. Thank you.
There you go. Done.
Well, that's made my day. That's absolutely brilliant.
That'll be $27.50, please.
Yeah. It's a minimum hour, isn't it?
That is a minimum hour.
Not going for minimum 4-hour call rate.
Yeah.
Yes, darling, 85.
Is that called Vegas mode, or am I reading wrong? The Grace Griffin says Vegas mode seems to become endemic.
I mean, that's what you normally call it if it's overly flashy.
Because it looks like the fruit machine.
Yeah. That's a great
yeah.
name for it.
Because I see all these people like Rand's show, and they.
He's there, actually.
No, he's in. Yeah, just get on the fucking video, mate. But yeah, they have all these things behind you.
Come on,
all going like this, and I wish all I've got is like static LEDs, and that's it.
To be honest with you,
I feel a little bit inadequate.
After a while, it gets on your memories quite intensely if you've got a lot of them knocking around.
Have we got any Emax 2 experts in the room? Are you familiar with the Emax 2?
No.
Emax, what about it?
Here he is.
He's back. Jim's back.
Hello.
Jim.
Hello.
No, I've got two of them. I've got two Emax 2s. One has had a SCSI to SD upgrade, and it's been put up to the Turbo HD, so it's like the top of the range thing. But the floppy disk drive is broken on it. Now I've got another Emax 2, which is the 1 meg version that hasn't got any upgrades or anything, but I've replaced that with, or I've had replaced the floppy disk drive with a Gotek USB thing. So it's brilliant. Mm-hmm. I want to fit that Gotek drive to my 8 meg machine. So I've got that as well as the SCSI. Should it just be as simple as a straight swap?
Technically speaking, it should be a straight swap.
I mean, unless they change what sort of drives they used in the run.
Yeah, but
I mean, you wouldn't think so.
No, because my 8 meg version is set to boot from SCSI from one of the SCSI drive images. So the standard one would normally boot from the floppy, so you'd have to have the OS floppy in the drive when you boot. So
it should technically be a different data chipset for the floppy as opposed to the SCSI.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to buy one and shove it in there and just hope I don't break it. But because then I can sell this one. It means because that's the only reason I'm keeping this one is because it's got the Gotek drive in it, which has got an absolute shed load of libraries. It's Behringer's sales rep.
Yeah, I'd be a fucking shit one of those.
Exactly the response I was wanting.
Indeed.
What have I missed?
Well, it depends how good you aim. I think Dom's hiding from you.
Who does he look like? He reminds me of someone with that beard. I can't think.
Could it possibly be? No, it can't be.
Brian Blessed.
I'm hiding. Actually, I've got a massive delay going on here. That's weird. I must be watching the. Oh, hang on. I'm watching the.
Yeah, you were watching the wrong one. You're doing a Fiona. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hang on. That was very weird. I don't think Ty's seen this one, though, because it's my.
Oh, that's scary.
Oh, my God.
It's not bad, is it?
I'm vaguely excited. That's the sad part.
Yeah, that's not challenging at all.
I'm slightly confused.
Yeah. I question everything now.
Hang on.
I'm just not going to say anything at all.
God, you would actually be attractive as a
princess.
Well, do you know what? I was going to say that when he's got that on, you can see the lineage in his daughter. You know, you can when you female him up a little bit.
But I'm definitely not going there.
No, I was just really didn't want to say anything. There you go.
There we go.
There, that's better.
How are you, Mr. Ty? Thank you so much for coming on Sunday, you legend.
No, don't be ridiculous. I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good. It was it was fucking mad. That's what it was.
Yeah.
Just that was
great.
ace. Absolutely perfect.
Yeah.
It was brilliant.
Actually, I'm glad the gag worked out.
Oh, it was brilliant. It was brilliant because I flipped the camera to Ty because I'd missed what was going on with you, and then just as Ty was winning, I saw what was going on and flipped to you just at the right moment. So it worked out really, really well. It was just madness.
Well,
to be fair, because that was literally
new, isn't it?
What we were going to do. We were just going to basically disappear off, and then we were both going to just come back on with our masks on, just Kent and I. That was all it was. We were literally just going to go off, come back on. I was going to be a baboon, he was going to be a badger, and it was only when it was because Philippa stayed another night, and so she just said, "Well, why don't I put the mask on and just attack you as a baboon?" So of course I phoned Kent. We were there going, "Yes, Fiona can be a badger."
It's perfect.
And can I point out the first thing, and I swear to God, the first thing that Fiona said when he was going, "Will you be a badger and attack me?" And the first thing Fiona said was, "Can I hit you?"
Fabulous.
Yeah,
Fabulous.
make it look real.
So,
oh, brilliant.
Yeah. So no, it was good.
Superb.
So, yeah,
absolutely superb. Thank you.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
How's this evening been? Honestly, I've disappeared for the last couple of hours. I was working, and then.
Have you finished your big push, or is it still?
No. The big push is done. I'm just on.
Great.
I'm on to the next. I'm on to the next lot of big pushes. But they're all. The deadlines aren't for a while, but spread out over the next 5 months. But there's still.
So they finally signed it off. So when did they actually sign off? The day before you needed to do the tweaks in the end, or?
Yeah. Great, more or less. Yeah, it wasn't far off that. Yeah.
Is it like, can you make it more yellow?
Just
at the end.
Yeah. Can we have a bit more brown?
Yeah.
The best one I had was. Can I have a bit more? Not on this project, but I had a project once where obviously the director suddenly realised the difference between sine waves and square waves, and he just turned around and went, "Can the score just be a bit more square wave?" Like the whole score, not a track. Not a track, just a whole.
It's a square wave. Bye.
Yeah. The best one I have. Stop.
Put a bit pressure on, right?
Yeah.
Just put a bit pressure at 2 bits over the entire mix. Done.
And you did the confused Alsatian.
just hand over a MIDI file.
What?
One of the best conversations I had. I mean, oh my God, there's so many. And stop me if I've told you this one, but. Did I tell you the one about the shaker? There's just a great story about this director who she just latched onto in a score. I must have told you this. She latched onto of all the. I mean, it's a big score. It's a big drama thing, BBC drama, and she just latched onto this one instrument, and she's going, "That instrument there." Because she was trying to explain on the phone what it was, and we were playing the track.
It's called a violin.
No. And she was going, no, I'll get it. That bit there. That's the bit I love. I love that bit. And I went, okay, that's a shaker. And she went, yes, that's it. I love the shaker. And then I swear to God,
more cowbell.
No, I swear to God, this conversation happened. This happened. She then went forward to a bit and told her, this bit here, it was a full brass section, but this bit here, this bit isn't really working here for me. I'm not really liking that sound. And she went, can you play those notes on the shaker? That conversation was had.
It's a little knowledge, isn't it? A little knowledge is.
She and for the rest of that series, she fucking did not let go of the fucking shaker. Yeah.
Was this a 25-year-old BBC producer?
No. She was a well established. She's now running her own production company. Well established BBC director stroke producer who'd been in the business for years and years and years. And that was the first
www.shaker.co.uk.
Yeah. It was the fact that there we go. Now can we do a brass ensemble with that, please?
I
did have the can you make it more red conversation with a very, very tiny little bit of. I just shied away from doing it after a bit. It was an advert for Rennie's launched a new Rennie's called Rappies. And the advert was a woman coming up the escalator with her Rappies. She obviously had really bad wind or something, and she got to the top of the escalator. She'd taken this Rappies and everything was beautiful, and it was only about 20 seconds long. And the guy was literally like, we made this thing and it was all good, you know. This was in my lounge, back in town, and he was like, it's not quite right at the end. It's got to be the brightest possible red you can imagine. And I'm like, what the fuck does that mean? No, it's really, really red. And in the end, I just went, and smacked the thing, and the symbol went off. Because that's it, red. Yeah, like that. I was like, it's just a symbol crash on the end.
Yeah, there you go.
As you can make it. Okay. Yeah. All right, cool.
I generally did have. Can you make it a bit more brown? I mean, I got that one.
Yeah,
there we go.
Shit. Hans has had that one as well.
Oh, it's honestly, they talk absolute.
Yeah.
Bollocks. Yeah.
We used to do producer faders when the A&R man came down. In fact, we had one running on the Tribe called Quest Records once when not called a Marshall, but one of the guys came down and told him to push this fader in the chorus. And you literally get him sitting there going, did I do that? Yeah, that felt really good.
We've all had the blank fader.
A good DFA.
Just on the SSL, can you just push this, because we can't actually automate it properly, so just as you feel it. Exactly. Sorry, I misheard what you said. So that was just makes people feel more involved, doesn't it?
So if you sat with a producer, just assign a bank of faders to nothing and just say, right, so if you just shake the sound, can you hear that? That's it. Yeah.
Just need one, not even a bank, just one for the chorus.
Do you know, I had a producer come here once, and the first thing she does was get here. When I offered her a cup of tea, the first thing she turned around and said, "Oh, I need some sugar. Do you have any biscuits?" So I went, "Yeah, so I've got what biscuits I had." And she went, "Do you have any other biscuits?" Okay, it gets worse. So this woman was just, fucking unbelievable. It's the closest I've ever come to just turning around and telling someone to fuck off, because she knew nothing and didn't know what she wanted or anything. But this day, it went on all day. And she sat here, and I was meant to do a sonic state at 4:00. Now, this meeting was meant to be over by 1, and it got to 4:00, or just before 4. And I said to her, "Look, I'm really sorry. We've been going all day. The meeting's overrun. We haven't really achieved anything. But I need to go and do something else now. I've got to go and do this podcast at 4:00. It was about 5 to 4, 10 to 4, something like that. And she said, "How long does it last?" And I went, "It's going to be about an hour." She went, "That's no problem." She said, "I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll go and have a doze in your spare room." I swear to you, I'll go and have a doze in your spare room if that's okay, while you're doing it. And I just looked at her thinking, what the fuck planet are you on, woman? And I turned and went, "I'm really sorry, but I'm busy after that." So she then had to do, so what she did then was the worst thing she could possibly do. Anyone that knows me and knows how I am with cars, she walked outside, and while she was finding her keys for her car, put her handbag on the bonnet of my R8. A handbag with metal feet
Oi, oi, oi.
On my R8 bonnet.
Get the.
Yes. So after you put the rifle away,
yeah. So after I removed the handbag from her arse,
It turns out you can get a body in the boot on R8.
Wow.
I'll tell you what, I got one for you then. The guy shall remain nameless. He brings me a Pro 1.
What, Brooksy?
And no. This guy needed shooting, honest. Brings me a Pro 1 and he says, oh, it's got a few things wrong with it. So I plug it in and it's doing absolutely fucking nothing at all. Apart from going like this, right? I go, okay. I said, this needs redoing completely. The keyboard, everything, right? He goes, yeah, money's no object. I just want it absolutely pristine like it was when I first got it. I went, okay. So I did the work on it. Comes to the door, I give it to him, they go, there you go, all working. Thanks very much. Off he goes. I immediately get a phone call as soon as he walked in the door, really. He goes, oh, I've just plugged it in and I'm playing it. The third oscillator isn't working. I go, excuse me? Because the third oscillator isn't working. I said, doesn't have a third oscillator. He goes, yeah. He said, I can hear it, but it won't change. And I can't seem to get it in tune. Excuse me? What? What are you on about? I said, well, look, bring it back and I'll have a look. Bring it back. I plug it in, I play it. It's fine. There's nothing wrong with this bloody thing. It's in tune. No problem. Okay. He comes to collect it. I said, look, it's fine. There's nothing wrong with this. It's absolutely fine. I went, oh, good. Off he goes. Calls me later on. Third oscillator's not working. I said, you haven't got a third oscillator. He goes, yeah, but I can hear it. Anyway, I said, look, bring it with you. Stay here. We'll plug it in here, and we will try it out. Okay?
He doesn't have tinnitus, does he?
Yeah, he might as well have had. So he can't do it until the Saturday. So I go, okay, come round on the Saturday. Normally I want the weekends clear if I can have it. But no. So anyway, he turns up with this thing, we bring it in, take it down to the workshop, because it was a few years ago, put it up on the bench, plug it in, turn it on, and I'm playing. Look, this is fine. He goes, well, where's the third oscillator? I said, it hasn't got a third oscillator. He goes, well, when I take it home, I can hear a thing. Well, what's it sound like? And he goes, mate's hum, you dickhead. And no, it won't change tune with the keyboard.
Oh dear.
I said, no, that's mains hum. I'll tell you what, I'll disconnect the earth in the plug and it should work on whatever fucking Mickey Mouse.
Just hold the other end in your mouth.
Yeah.
That'll solve all your problems.
Yeah, just hold the plug, elect your fingers, and stick them in the wall socket. That should do it. So anyway, I disconnected the earth for him. Yeah, happy as Larry. For fuck's sake, you can't tell the difference between the square wave and a mate's hum. That's
Sorry
not the words I had.
Sorry for disappearing, by the way, but I tried to log on just to send Peter a message. So, yes, Peter was really kind enough years ago to give me his entire E2 library on CD-ROM for me to load into my E2. And every now and again, he's so kind, he's there going, have you loaded my library into your E2 yet?
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, sorry, I know. I still can't get to the E2 at the moment.
Can I have it?
No, I didn't say I'm not going to get to it. It's just I just tried to log in to go, oh, sorry, Pete. So, Peter, I really do generally, I got to get to the E2 to do it. It's literally in a room there, but I will absolutely.
You don't deserve that machine.
And
Studio 5.
It's the one. No, it's in Studio 2, but it's the one. It's the one that Midge used. It's basically it's Midge's that was used on Live Aid.
I was the same as the one on
nice.
Live Aid. Yeah.
It's that one. It is that one, and it's
I
mine.
want it.
And it's no. Listen, Robbie, and it's mine. And no, Robbie. And but so sorry, Peter. I will absolutely get that done as soon as I can. And thank you for being so patient. I really do appreciate it. So
Can I
thank
have
you.
it?
What?
Can I have it, please?
No, you can't. I can't.
It's so wobbly.
Yeah, it was. Can I put? Did I tell you? I must have told you this. Maybe I haven't told you the story of when it actually. So basically, I'm doing the album with Midge, and we're talking about his old garage and the gear that, because he has that kind of attitude that a lot of the big stars from that era, when we were kind of yearning to get all this gear, they've basically just been there, done it. They have no interest in the gear. So I was talking about, a bit like Kent in a way, what's in the garage, and he was going through all this gear, going on. There's one of these, and there's one of those, and they're just rotting away. And he said, "Oh, there's an E2 in there," and I'm there going, "Oh, God, can I have that?" He went, "You don't want. It's just a rust bucket." And I was going, "No." Anyway, skip forward 6 months. We're almost doing the rest of the album, and he went, "Oh, I've got something for you in the boot," and he lifts up the boot. No. And there's this E2, not in great nick, and the bottom completely rusted. But he turned around and went, "Come on, let's switch it on." And I'm there going, "I don't think this is a really good idea just to switch it on. It's been in a garage for decades, and it's got a boot from a hard drive, and it's not a good idea. No, come on, let's switch it on." So turn it on, do the power switch, and the display comes on. And then it's doing the kind of loading bit. Anyway, I thought he'd turn around and gone, "Anyway, let's get on," like this.
Those were the power supply capacitors.
What he'd actually done, he's just gone, "Anyway, let's get on." And the clap I heard was the machine just dying, and literally had smoke coming from it. And I was just there going, "I told you it wasn't a good idea." But to be fair, I gave it to Paula, and Paula had it for 3 months. Mm-hmm. Did an absolutely sterling job on it, and it's the last time it's all it's all working absolutely amazingly. But yeah, it's only been switched on a handful of times, hence why I haven't got Peter's.
Was the hard drive still going?
Yes.
Wow,
yeah.
That's impressive.
Yeah.
Because I had one in that Emacs, and that was just gone.
And no, it's still going. And I've had one of the floppy drives replaced with the USB.
Yeah.
Which is what all of Pete's.
It's one of the saving graces of the Telltale caps, because they literally act like fuses.
Yeah.
And you just go bang, leak mercury.
They fail open. Fortunately.
Yeah. Well, I had one go on the the Series 3 that I had downstairs. Still have downstairs, Ty. And I turned it on for the first time, and it all boots up, and then all of a sudden I look over, and there is a flame like this, just a thin, bright flame just shooting out of the top of the CMI.
You're not selling it well here.
I was going to say, everyone, it's 1 minute. 1 minute it's, you should keep your eye on this, Ty, because this is looking good, and maybe you should buy it off me. The next minute it's got a fucking flame coming from it. But still buy it.
This is the beauty of the CMI, because it was one tantalum on one card, and that card comes out, and everything's fine.
That's fine then.
Absolutely fine. But that was the beauty. But no, there was this big. It's you could hear, when you hear a flame, you could hear this thing. I was like, turn it off and unplug everything, and then just because saw where this was the vent that it came out of. Which card does that correspond to? And then pull it out, and there it was, and it just made a mess of the one of the channel output cards. But that's the beauty of the Fairlight. If one thing goes, it's just one thing. You pull it out and you put another one in. So everything was tickety boo. It's all fine now.
Still downstairs, still ready for sale.
Still waiting for someone to buy the bloody thing, because why?
Had that, Synclavier, the Fairlight voice card, dual voice card. I said I had them. It wasn't
It wasn't. What it turned out to be is the 4-voice upgrade, I believe, for a Mark 1 emulator.
All right.
So you go, So I popped her in there just to see if it worked, and it works. It's a working card.
Ooh.
So we're going, I wonder how much that was worth.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Well, have you watched Chris Bly's recent repair fun on his CMI?
Well, it's not really repair. It's just like
new
cobble together as many
build.
spare parts.
Yes.
Yeah. For someone who already owns a Series 3, I have to question his sanity. But hey, all credit to him. Yeah, he's doing it's a fun thing. It's not something I would do, but because he's working with parts that were beyond the Fairlight.
Yes.
Or the CMI, should I say? They're
and
MFX
the different
parts.
version numbers and different operating systems.
Don't even.
I always get pissed off when you see on Facebook people going, "Oh, I'm restoring my, Korg Lambda," and they show a photograph of all the keys being taken out of it and laid in the exact order that they were on the keyboard. Amateur. Fucking amateur. Just throw them in a bucket and clean them. You don't, and a C fits anywhere.
The top one doesn't.
They're not numbered. It's not a bloody Fender Rhodes either. Just
That is
So
true.
you
The
won't
top
know-
ones are worth a lot more than any of the others, aren't they?
you say that, but it's actually true. Top C's, rare as fucking gold dust. They really are. Even for a Jupiter 8, the top C is going to be like 5-6 times more expensive than any other key on the keyboard.
Can you not kind of 3D print them now? I know it's
You
not quite
can.
the same.
They
but-
look like shite.
Oh, do they?
Yeah.
Oh, actually, talking of 3D printing, can I ask a question, please?
Of course.
Okay, I'm just going to hang on a minute. I just want to go and get my knob. Hang on a second.
Okay.
Most
Ties
people use
to
latex.
the knob.
Should I
the
get my
3D
nurse's
printing.
outfit
I
on?
was unaware it was detachable.
Okay. My knob is in hand.
Okay. That's not the first time you said that today.
It's absolutely.
Okay, Ty.
Come on.
Did someone mention my name?
Come on in. And 3, 2, 1.
Very good. So,
Go on in.
On my SL88, so smart ass here, basically you can't really see, but basically the SL88 is on a tray underneath the desk. And when I had a new desk, I had it made so that it literally just fitted, so it just slid under, and you could essentially just get 2 millimeters underneath, fitted perfectly, wonderful. But then I was a complete twat and realised that the desk is made of this thing called wood.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Never kept
And apparently this thing called wood
Swells.
and
Changes
moves
shape.
and changes shape. And so when it's got a heavy thing like Nuage system on top, so what's basically happened is it's just
Got a bit
sagged.
happy.
It's just sagged slightly in the middle,
Right.
which now means that my aforementioned SL88's top knob
Doesn't fit.
doesn't fit. And so when I slide it out, it's fine because it kind of just slides along the top of it and then pops, which is fine. But then when I push it back in, it just won't go back in. My knob's too big, basically. So,
Just file it down.
file it down and aesthetically, you're talking to me, remember? I mean, fuck. I mean, oh god, that as a concept would just okay. So yes,
So you
that's
want
it.
a knob printing.
So what I would like ideally is an SL88 knob, one of those,
About half the height.
but with literally, even just like half a centimeter off the height. Is
the
like
SL88 on a
something like
sliding
this?
tray?
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, but it's got a particular. I don't know whether you can see. It's got a particular.
It's a pin. It's a pin shot.
Yeah, it's got a particular inner bit. I mean, joking aside, is do I just file it off, or can I get one printed?
I could 3D. No, I wouldn't file it off because I'm just looking at how deep that goes. You ain't got much to work with.
How deep Ty's knob goes.
Well, then you just have to cut down the shaft a bit.
Scrape it on the R8 a bit, it'll take the edge off.
just purchase a lower profile knob with the same shaft diameter.
That's where it's rocking and shit.
But I don't know. Okay.
Right, Ty,
Yeah?
I can use this as a template, and I'll 3D print you a shorter one.
Would you? Would that be? Is that doable?
Can you wait until the workshop's in?
No, fuck off! You're just so thoughtless.
Yeah, and I've got.
Call yourself a friend, you fucker.
Now listen, Baldy. Right, there is a get by for you that will see you through until I have done this. Right.
Well, okay.
See the knob you got in your hand?
Yes.
Put it in the fucking
Which
drawer
one's you,
and
that
put it
is?
back on.
But that's what I've done. That's what I now have a knobless keyboard.
Do that.
But can I point out that because everyone that knows me would know what I'm like about doing shit like this, because I know most people would just go, I've got nothing to change on the keyboard. I changed none of the controls. It's set up. I don't have to change anything. Take the fucking knob off. That's it. But every time that keyboard comes out, all I see is my lack of knob. That's all I see. So if I can...
You could also just get out a chisel and chisel out a bit of a wood, or
just
spend a lot of time of sand or sanding paper to get it nicely waxed out.
Find a little short knob from something. Stuff it full of plasticine and just stick it on there. For now.
Pasta.
Oh, this is just...
Short knob and a bit of blue tack.
I tell you what, no more nails and a hammer solves everything.
Or it's the SLA on a sliding tray.
It is.
Sorting out the owner's history.
And how deep does the tray base go? Because it might be easier just to prop up the middle of the back of the top of the desk. Or is it a suspended tray?
Suspended.
Or is it? Oh, right.
Suspended.
Wagyu's made a really good point.
Chisel it out.
You're OCD about everything else, but you're not OCD about your bent desk.
Because I can't see my fucking bent desk. Because it's not bent enough that I can actually... The only way I can see it is if I go and stand by the side and look at my line of sight. And then I might see slightly camp.
We all know you've done that.
Bent. It's not even bent. It's slightly camp. I might
You don't just go around everything in your studio and just not quite straight.
Laser level.
Only when I was actually getting it assembled did I go around the laser level. Until that point, no, it's fine.
I can tell you my console isn't quite straight.
Go into Studio 2.
Yeah.
And all those synths you're not using.
Yeah.
Find a smaller knob with the same shaft diameter. Fit that and wait until Kent supplies you with a 3D printed version.
I couldn't do that. I honestly couldn't do that.
I'll tell you what, Amazon sell knobs because I just bought some more for this old Spring Reverb that I had. They sell
but how do you find out that it's got the right shaft?
It's micrometer.
You have to measure it. They're normally 5mm, aren't they? I think.
I don't know, but
they're either D-shaped or they're round shaped.
The only way that my head will be, genuinely, the only way my head will be able to cope with this is to have exactly that, but shallower, because it's just the way, yeah. But anyway, but at the moment, I have no knob, so
terrible.
It's
a
fine.
knobless jammer.
Yeah. But there we go. Anyway, well, well, if
that was really helpful, wasn't it?
Well,
anything else you need? Just ask. You know, we're here for you.
Okay. Do you know what I did this afternoon? I almost used my 2600 on a track. That's what I did. That's what I did today. Almost used it. But
Did
can
you
I
have a sound coming out? Or
I did. No. But can I genuinely turn around and say, by the time I got it all looked up and ready, what have you? Oh, what has he got on? Oh, I thought he'd done something. Sorry. By the time I got hooked up and ready, I'd enjoyed getting the sound, and when it actually came to it, the mojo had gone, and I ended up using
Omnisphere.
I ended up using Omnisphere.
Fantastic.
Yeah. So yeah,
oh my
fantastic.
It almost got used on a track.
Oh, brilliant!
Did I miss the costume party?
Brilliant.
Hi, Andy.
I heard Ty's looking for a bris, maybe.
What was that?
A latex glove.
Oh.
A bunch of my coworkers wear this shit all the time. Can you believe it? All day, every day. Unbelievable.
No.
Too hot. I gotta take it off.
I was going to get a top up of drink.
Have you seen what my drink is? I've got
What's it?
candy can marshmallow flavour.
Oh, nice.
What the hell is that? It sounds like a heart attack.
There's no sugar in it.
Really?
No, that's
It's
zero
full of
sugar in it.
aspartame instead.
Yeah.
Great.
La 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 la.
A can full of cancer.
Fructose.
Oh God, you're a cheerful lot of fuckers.
I didn't say that. I'm going to buy some.
It's marshmallow. You can get it in marshmallow flavour, birthday cake flavour. What else can you get?
Panel.
You can get
Oh,
loads
look
of
at
different
that.
flavours. Yeah.
Zero sugar cotton candy sparkling drink.
Yeah.
£1 each. Nice.
There you go.
So what the fuck's in it?
No, it's the marshmallow you want, Dom.
The marshmallow. The best ones are the marshmallow and the cotton candy. The cotton candy are really nice.
Drinkcandy.com.
And they're not too sweet. That's the thing. They're not too
You
sweet.
end up drinking a lot more.
Sorry, Andy, I can't hear you.
You're way too low.
It's not working. Is that better?
Bubblegum. Rocket ice lolly flavour.
Yeah, Rocket Lolly is nice. Rocket Lolly is nice.
Wow.
Bubblegum's not. Bubblegum's a bit artificial, ironically.
It's hard to get natural
artificial
bubblegum
sweeteners
these
make you
days, to be
drink more
fair.
because they don't take
Actual
the sugar
organic
craving.
bubblegum. Oh, it's made in Amsterdam. So they weren't stoned when
That's
they came
good.
up with it.
Yeah. Anyway, it's good.
It's lovely. I can't find the ingredients, but I'm going to get some. This looks brilliant.
Cancer in a can.
It's not fucking. Stop the whole.
I don't think
No,
it is.
aspartame doesn't cause cancer.
It doesn't.
Vegan,
but-
keto,
but
BPA. What's the BPA? It's BPA
It's
free.
artificial. I mean,
It's got no BPAs.
The sugar's more likely to give you cancer, actually, because it gets metabolised the same way as alcohol doesn't by the liver.
yes.
Is that real sugar?
Yeah, real sugar.
Yeah. There you
Basically,
go.
sucrose and fructose. Glucose is fine. It gets metabolised completely differently.
Jimmy, you're a clever fucker.
But that's also why you avoid anything with corn syrup in.
Yeah.
I don't avoid anything with anything in. I don't avoid anything. I just.
High
The only thing I avoid,
fructose corn
I-
syrup is awful.
The only thing I avoid are things I don't. Alcohol, cigarettes, and drugs. Basically, that's it. Don't do drugs. Don't smoke. Don't drink.
Well, that's my life over there.
Yeah. So that's my rule, and that's why I'm a fat git. 'Cause but that's okay.
Yeah, the byproducts of aspartame are not very pleasant.
Anyways, yeah, lovely seeing you, Andy. Yeah.
Right,
So,
I'm
Jim and Robert, I can't hear Andy over the playing.
No, he's very, very quiet, is Andy.
Yeah.
How about that? Is that better?
Needs some more Andy.
Better? Hello?
That's just very distorted.
Sorry.
That's what I thought I sounded like, to be honest.
Wagyu says he tried
Just the only
snorting
one.
a sherbet fountain.
Question.
What?
He was sneezing all the way through A-level maths.
I love the fact that no one's questioning it. Everyone's, yeah, probably.
Yeah.
I was going to say this, Dom. Do you know? Obviously, the situation with what's going on. I don't know if you've heard, but there's some trouble going on the other side of the world. Do you know any different the situation with the Soma stuff?
I do. Well, they're obviously in a mess. I know on the top level of what's going on. The company's in 3 sections though, and they are separate entities. I think the European.
Because some of it comes from Russia, some of it comes from Poland.
It's a reasonably small percentage, but it's enough in Russia. So they've kind of disconnected the Russian side of things from the whole company, and they're working everything through the European thing. It's mainly just
so the Emma stuff, because my Emma came from Russia.
Yeah, no, everything should be coming through Europe. Okay. So in terms of the company side of things, the company's fine. Shipments are still happening, and they've got 10% of a problem going on because that's what was going on in the Russian side of things. But a lot of the design side was from there, so they're routing everything through the European side. And of course, with all the sanctions and stuff, the Russian side is dead. It makes you aware, actually, of the problems for companies like that, which the sanctions are obviously causing, who obviously hate the war. They don't want to be involved in it in the slightest. Yeah. But it shouldn't affect day-to-day running of the business. So if you're waiting on something, it should come through. Apparently.
No, I was just wondering. The only reason is because I saw somebody, I think somebody in the States put something on Facebook that they wanted to get an ENA, but apparently they just stateside they just can't get them.
Do it.
They're just not allowed to get them at all.
There's a bunch of stuff coming to me apparently next week, so there are things coming out, but I don't know. I'll check. But yeah, it's a mess, isn't it? But I gather only about 10% of the stuff. Maybe that covers that unit. I don't know. But all the manufacturing is external.
Well, all the other stuff has come. All the other stuff I've got has come from Poland, but it was only the ENA. The ENA came from Russia.
Yeah, maybe that was a one-off then. You've got yours though now, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's a total mess.
It's a wonderful thing. I was trying to figure out, is that an SQ? Is it an SQ80 or is it a? Which on Sonic is it?
Yeah, that's an SQ80.
It's an SQ80. Yeah. Sounds nice. Shame about the fucking guitar in the background, but
yeah, we see that's only 6-note poly.
Actually, this is more because it's going through a synth pedal. Actually, so, so it's actually about 12-note poly.
In your dreams.
I bet there's a guitar in there somewhere, Ty. Is there in your room somewhere?
There are a few. To be fair, they got played the other day.
Wow.
Yeah, because so this is.
You say played? You meant hit rats with it?
No. So my girlfriend. You know the story about the romantic story about girlfriend, but so her dad.
Sounds really romantic.
Her dad was my guitar teacher, and I haven't seen him for years. And he came and played. He came down to see us, and of course I kind of got some of the guitars out. So there are quite a few.
Wow.
Yeah, and he played them, and actually properly played them.
Wow.
With me going, so that's how you do it. I forgot how to do it. Yeah, but they're here. But can I also point out that I also have a banjo here?
No.
Yeah, but the reason for that is
corn whiskey.
No, the reason is, genuinely, the reason there's a banjo here is that years ago my dad suddenly said he wanted to learn how to play the banjo. So I bought him a banjo and a book, and sadly my dad passed about 4 years ago, and then my mum died last year, and when we were doing the house clearing, of course I found a fucking banjo and the book, and so one half of me is going, oh, this is my dad's, and and the other half of me is going, it's a fucking banjo. And I swear, it was one of the hardest moral decisions I've ever made. Do I throw it in the skip, or do I keep it? And then I have to admit, I have a banjo in the house, and
I've
so
got my
banjo
grandfather's George Formby banjo ukulele.
But even a banjo ukulele that's quite cool. Just a normal 4-string banjo, you know.
Only 4?
Yeah,
it is only 4. Yes,
you get 4 strings, 5 strings.
Do you remember at the end of your show when I said to Luna May, does she know the badger dance?
Yes.
You didn't hear the music, did you?
No, not at all.
That's.
Does that explains?
That's why looks like such a dick.
I think you pulled it off, but yeah, no, they would have worked with music as well.
Yeah,
better.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
you can play
Magic dance. That would have been much more comical than you just doing that on your own on screen. Although that was entertaining as well. Have you heard Panda 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 Panda? That's really
is that
good.
one as well?
Yeah, it's just a rap version of. I think it came from Sing originally.
Because we
It's
couldn't
just
do
gangster rap panda.
Could we?
Couldn't what?
Look at my horse.
Oh, can I? That is, yeah. Sorry, that's quoted on a regular basis.
What?
About something's being amazing. Anyway, you don't need to go there. It's very rude and it's great. So it's quoted on a regular basis. If you've never seen it, go and check it out. Look at my horse. My horse is amazing.
Give it a lick.
It tastes like raisins.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
It turns into a plane, then it turns back again.
Yeah.
And when you pull on the winky.
Yeah. Don't show Cholula May. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah. It's a Lula May free zone.
Yeah. Then you won't like the way that the lemonade is made.
Yeah.
Sweet lemonade. sweet lemonade.
Sweet lemonade. Yeah, sweet lemonade.
Yeah. Very good.
Yeah. So more badger.
Which version do you prefer, then, Ty? The original or the Gads version?
I think I've only heard the original version.
Oh, you've never heard of the Gads version that he did sometime later?
No.
Oh.
Am I missing something?
I don't know.
The original. That's the best song ever written.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't
Look
go
at
that
my
far.
horse.
I wouldn't go that far, Ken. But you know.
And then it's ashes to ashes. Then it's the Badger song. And then fourth is everything else.
Oh, by the way, Robbie.
Yes.
We haven't talked about the new Tears for Fears album.
We haven't. No. What do you think?
Wow,
Isn't it?
It's totally wow. If anyone hasn't heard the new Tears for Fears album, you are absolutely missing an absolute treat.
Really?
I was saying to someone the other day, you get these acts that, legacy acts as they're now known, and they come up with a new album and they seem to try to want to tick all of the present day boxes and forsake all that they've done in the past. And yet with what they've done is they have beautifully balanced everything that's essential about Tears for Fears, but there's also this nod to times have changed and things have moved on, and musically, and so they've really done it. I mean, it's so good. And
it is so good. It's not just good. It is.
No, it's and
so
that
good.
the bit at the I can't remember the track. The Fairlight comes in, and I'm thinking, Oh yeah, there's the nod to that classic, the Syrah sample that was used throughout all of their stuff in Big Chair. There's the nod to the past, but in a very contemporary way, and I was just like, oh yes, there's the money shot. What's the money shot
called?
The Tipping Point.
The Tipping Point.
I didn't get that
brilliant.
from the single at all, or the first one. I just got that like nothing's changed.
No, it's for me. It's still 60% in the 80s, early 90s. But it's there's still a good 40% that's more contemporary. I tell you what, I don't know if does anyone. I mean, I'm sure you have Emiliana Torini. Does that name ring a bell?
No.
Yeah, why does that ring a bell?
Emiliana Torini, she had a kind of solo career, but her first album, so this would have been mid 90s, right? Late 90s. Emiliana Torini, her first album, really clever songwriter, but produced by Roland Orzabal. And if you want to hear some amazing production, I mean, it is kind of mid to late 90s production. But it's kind of what's gone on. That production's what's gone on to be the Tipping Point kind of production. But this was being done back then. But yeah, it's amazing. Emiliana Torini. I can't remember what the name of the album is, but it's her first solo album. It's very Tears for Fears. I've
been trying to get Kurt and Roland onto the show through a contact at Universal, and as yet haven't come up trumps. But I still haven't given up hope, because that would just be like a proper fanboy moment.
Yeah. Didn't she sing the Gollum song for the Hobbit movie, for Lord of the Rings?
Sorry?
What was that, sorry?
She sang the Hobbit song for Lord of the Rings, the Gollum song.
She did. Emiliana did indeed sing that song. Yes, absolutely. Okay. So, but her solo album was about 10 years before that, I think. Maybe.
I thought I'd better check before I bought it. I don't want to do a Gran Turismo fuck up again.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that.
Dick.
No.
What's wrong with Gran Turismo? Is it rubbish?
And I bought the PlayStation 5 version.
Oh no!
What you should have done was bought the crossgrade version.
Yeah, put it in the PlayStation. It went.
Me not recognize it. No, if you want I don't know if they've still got it, but they did this thing because they've clearly got. There's a connection between Universal and Paul, who runs SuperDeluxeEdition.com. And Paul got exclusive, an exclusive version of the Tipping Point with the 3 extra tracks. Normally, that's like a Japan-only release,
right?
But Japan only got like 1 or 2. And Paul at Super Deluxe got the CD with all 3 bonus tracks. You get the whole fucking shebang. Wow. And actually, the bonus tracks some of those are, I would say, better than the ones that actually made the standard album. They're just really, really good. And then he went on and got us a special 2,000 copy only Dolby Atmos mix done by Stephen Wilson, no less. And they're now sold out and selling on eBay for stupid amounts of money.
Wow.
But yeah, it's really the 5.1 mix I've yet to experience, because Power Cut we had a few weeks ago took out my AV amp. So
I went to order it and it sold out before I could get hold of it.
Only made 2,000. Paul's he's been really good at kind of like forcing the physical media, and he's a big fan of 5.1 Atmos stuff. There you go.
Please say that's not the limited. That's not the limited edition one, David.
Is it the green one or the
limited edition Target special?
Yeah, the Target did one.
I don't know. Yeah, it does say limited edition.
I got the green one.
It's got the bonus songs. I haven't opened it up. The question I was wondering was, do I get any download copies, or do I have to play the vinyl?
I know there were no download codes in this. There were no download codes in the UK vinyl. But I ordered the deluxe CD, which came with all the extra tracks as well as the vinyl. So I ripped that. So that's what I've got.
Oh, look at that! It's got the
proper line and everything.
See, that's old school. That's
fantastic.
That's why you get the vinyl.
But if you can see them live, because
they are amazing.
Yeah, I was really lucky on my birthday. I think it was my 48th or 49th birthday. They came to Newmarket Racecourse They do like in the UK they've been doing these the last few years now. Like all the jockey club big race courses in the UK have a whole range of summer gigs. Like Chic did one, and Sugar Babes, I think, and these kind of, and Tears for Fears did Newmarket on my birthday. I was just like, oh.
Actually, can I just put in a?
There you go.
Can I just put nice? Can I just put a condition in there? Do you remember? So when they initially announced the last tour, I don't know whether you know, but basically one of them get ill. I think Kurt got ill, didn't he?
No, it was Roland's wife.
Was it Roland's wife? Okay.
Who sadly passed away.
Absolutely, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the tour's announced. I got the tickets to go and see them in Birmingham.
Mm-hmm.
And it got cancelled. The tour got cancelled. And then, so that kind of happened. Then the tour got announced again. And so I bought new tickets to go and see them at Blenheim Palace.
Yes.
Meanwhile, the tickets that I'd done in Birmingham, they suddenly, with about a week's notice, said, oh, by the way, these are your new tickets. The concert's next week. And so I now had 2 gigs about a week and a half apart from one another. So I went to the first gig at Birmingham, and I have to be honest with you, and I did something that I've only ever done once before. I walked out because they were unbelievably... They were verging on bad. They were verging on bad. It was just a shit gig. It was just shit.
Yeah.
And I was with a friend, and it got to about 2/3 of the way through, and I've only ever done this once before. And he just looked and went, "What do you think?" And I went, "What do you think?" He went, "I think we should go." And I went, "Yeah, I think you're right." So we walked out. So about a week and a half later, I'm then going to Blenheim Palace, thinking, "Why am I going to this? They were shit a week and a half ago. Why am I doing this?" And at Blenheim Palace, they were absolutely amazing.
Was the Blenheim Palace gig, was that Scritty supporting?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that was.
What do you think of them?
Scritty. Well, I love Scritty anyway. So they were great. They were great.
It's a really good show. I mean, a lot of it is Rodri with all his programming, and he's done a fantastic job.
So I saw them when they were doing Tears for Fears, and then I saw them the same tour end of last year. I went, so I went. But I'm going to see Tears for Fears at Warwick Castle.
Oh, very nice. Yeah.
So really looking forward to that. I'm
hoping
they're going to be as good as they were the second time round.
Yeah. So when I saw them at Newmarket, I got VIP, so I was like right up the front, and it was just, I mean, it was the first time I'd ever seen them live, and they were so big for me back in the day. You know, songs. I mean, The Hurting was, all of that stuff was brilliant, but Songs from the Big Chair is just such a massively important album for me, and to see them knock those tracks out like it was yesterday, I mean, it was just brilliant. And they've still got the charisma, and they've still got the offishness. You know, they have that kind of I don't know what it is. It's about the kind of the very dry humour, dry wit that they have. And Roland is just he's just a hero, an absolute hero.
Do you know one of
the first bands I saw?
Yeah,
I saw them just probably the week before or the week that the first single charted, Mad World. That was the first one I was aware of. Literally on a small stage in Bristol. They'd obviously kind of booked the tour to support the single, but the single hadn't quite charted. It was great. It was really good, interesting. Still with a Steinberger bass, and really fresh faced. They were tight as well. Really tight band back then. Really good. They were always in the studio just before I went to do something, like doing yet another recall for Songs from the Big Chair. Whenever I was working, it would be, we had Tears for Fears in last week, doing their 17th recall because the shaker was a little bit too loud on one bar on the out train.
I'm friends with Chris Hughes, who obviously produced that. And so I can tell you for a fact that I try not to, but every time I see Chris, we always end up talking about Songs from the Big Chair.
What, you don't talk about Kings of Our Frontier for fuck's sake?
We did first. Can I point out when I first met him? And this was one of Midge's dues. When I first met him, it was literally that. It was all about Kings of Our Frontier. That's all I wanted to know about. And I think we kind of that conversation kind of just ended fairly quickly, and he's far more willing to talk about the Tears for Fears days.
Yeah.
So, but Chris is a fantastic.
He's a lovely guy.
He's a really, really lovely guy. So
when I got Ian Stanley's CMI here, I got very excited because it was Ian Stanley's, and obviously, you know, the fact that he worked with them on the first sort of couple of albums, and obviously the hard drive in it had died, so there was no way of recovering anything off of that. And I started going through the floppy disks, and I was just flicking through them. Didn't really see anything of any note. There's a bunch of operating system updates, and then it was on like the third or the fourth time that I'd gone through them. I picked out one disc, and it said "Bad Man" on it, and then all of a sudden it just clicked. This was Bad Man's song from Seeds of Love, which is just an incredible piece of music. And knowing the history of Ian and Chris on that album, the fact that they worked on, sort of early writing sessions, and then they had the bit of the falling out and they went away, I've still yet to recover the contents of that disc, but I'm desperate to hear what they've got on there. And do you know that they Roland and Ian did a side project called Man Crab? They did a song for the Karate Kid 2. I've got all the Fairlight files for that track.
Oh wow.
Yeah, because I haven't got a fully operational 8-inch drive, I can't take them off and put them on, something a bit more modern. But that was, I tried desperately to get hold of Ian Stanley when I had his CMI here, because I just wanted to say, look, I've got it here. If you want to come and have a look at it, if you want to play it, do you want to buy it back? Because I think we bought it off Chris.
Oh, I know, because I wanted to buy one off Chris.
Well, when Peter went to pick it up, he walks into this, because Chris has got this big Jacobean place, hasn't he? And it was in one of the stone outhouses or something.
Mm-hmm.
And there's 3 CMIs in there, and Chris is like, "Yeah, that's mine, that's Roland's, and that's Ian's. That's the one you're buying." 3.
No, I wanted to buy it off Chris, and he wouldn't let me, because he turned around and went, "You're a mate. It's a piece of shit."
Hey, we got it working, and we sold it on, and it's in the studio as we speak.
But they're his exact words. I won't let you. You're a mate. It's a piece of shit.
It's the music keyboard, and that was absolutely fucked, because the hinge, the single hinge that goes across the keyboard, was just rusted to all hell. And we literally had to sell it, we had to replace it. But we then had to take that mechanism and ship it back to Peter in Sydney, who then literally took it apart. There's this one pin that's as wide as the keyboard, that's the hinge, and he had to gently extract that, and then we managed to get that going. But it was in a little bit of a state. However, it was remarkably, for where it had been stored and for how long it had been stored in that area, was in pretty good condition. But we got it going, and it was working. And Ian. Do you remember in the 80s those stickers that you used to buy that says "This belongs to," and then it had your name underneath in yellow and black? Do you remember those?
No, I had those at school on my.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Ian had bought a set of those, and said, "This belongs to Ian," and he put one on the mainframe, he put one on the music keyboard, he put one on the monitor. They were all marked up with "This belongs to Ian" across all of them, because they had 3 in the bloody studio. Lucky bastards. But I can't say too much at the moment, because I'm working with someone who's working with another person who's in that area, the West Country Massive, and he's trying to find Raoul, which is Roland's CMI. He called it Raoul after his son, or he called his son after the Fairlight, or the Fairlight after the son. I can't remember which one it was, but we think we might know where it is, so that would be quite an interesting acquisition. So, yeah, but yeah,
going back to gigs. Shall I?
Yes.
I'll tell you, one of the best gigs I ever went to was the Blue Nile.
Oh, there we go.
The Blue Nile at Symphony Hall in Birmingham, and it was literally just like, it was an hour and a half of hairs on the back of your neck.
Yeah,
just
I can
completely. Imagine. It was so magical. I think it's like something like the first night of the tour or something, and they did the entire set, and then got to the very end, and for the encore, he basically came out and said, "Well, they're all the songs that everyone knows. We don't actually know anymore, but you know, kind of I might know some, and then he might know some, and then so if you shout out, we'll see what we can do. And so then there was about another 25 minutes, half an hour of Paul Buchanan, maybe on a guitar, maybe one of the keyboard players just played something, just doing this ad hoc of all the songs they didn't play, and it was I can't even explain. It was absolutely magical. And anyone that doesn't know the Blue Nile, my God, I mean, how they were never, you know, I mean, I think they're a real Musos band. They're one of those bands that,
yeah,
you know,
totally.
speak to any Muso, everybody loves the Blue Nile.
Yeah.
And God, I mean, Hats for me is one of the best albums ever made. I mean, that's just, you know.
I went to see Thomas Dolby about 10 or 12 years ago at the
Where
Union
was
Chapel.
that?
Union Chapel.
I was there.
The Golden Age of Wireless.
Yeah,
when he did the
there.
first half of the show was basically a rehearsal.
Yeah, I was there.
Oh man, what a gig! I mean, the first half of the show is Thomas and his band, with the late Matthew Seligman on bass and Adele Bataille doing backup, which was just amazing to hear her do Hyperactive. Those amazing. And the first half of the show is like the band rehearsing. They've not really spent much time together, so they said, well, and Thomas, you know, is a hugely engaging person. He was just like, yeah, he tells a story about this and how this came about and blah blah blah. And Trevor Horn comes on and plays bass to, I can't remember what track it was, but he said, yeah, do you remember, Thomas, when I told you should have let me produce this because I'd have made you a star from this record, not from, you know, Hyperactive or Science. And then Bruce Woolley comes out with a theremin and everything. Oh, it's just amazing. It was a proper Musos gig because everything about it was like, you know, this is how we made it, this is how we did it, and here's the story about how we made this and how we didn't do this. And then, you know, Adele's there, and the guy, the landscape guy on the trombone, I forget his name,
Pete Toms.
Pete, that's it, yeah. And he's doing the whole and I was literally right in front of him and he's doing that. It was just so cool. And Bruce Woolley, and that was a proper
But again,
Musos gig.
the Flat Earth is another Musos album.
Masterpiece.
It's another, you know, the Flat Earth is just one of the incredible album.
Yeah.
Screen Kiss. Oh,
don't even. Still gives me goosebumps just hearing the name, let alone hearing the song. And the whole use of, because that was what, the whole Syrah thing. That was just a beautiful use of it.
That's the stuff that got me in synths. You know, we had all, you know, in the States, we had all the rock going and everything, and then there's this Thomas Dolby cat, and I'm like, man, what is this? And I went out and had both of those releases, and I was so mesmerized by them. I was like, man, I don't know what this is like from another planet, you know. And I didn't know how he was making the sounds. You know, I heard Hyperactive, and I was like, who the hell writes this? Like, this is totally mental, but it's.
And that was meant for Michael Jackson.
Was it?
He wrote it for Jackson, yeah.
Oh, yeah. That reminds me. I don't know why that reminded me of Lena Loveck. I saw her.
Yeah.
So she played a show in New York, just around 2000 maybe. There was a goth show, and she came, and they bought her to come. Well, what was cool was I played earlier in the night, and I was tinkering with my drums behind the stage. And then I looked over. I guess she was just getting ready to go on, and I looked, and she's standing right in front of me, right? And I couldn't even mutter anything. I was just like, and you know, she's got her blue hair, and she's just like, and I just kind of smile at her. And then her show was great. She had the theremin, and it was just like, this is out of control. But I don't know. It made me think of Dolby because I know he had his hands in all that stuff back then.
He was everywhere. He was
so good.
I mean, he was Foreigner's keyboard player, and then he did all the stuff on Malcolm McLaren's Duck Rock, and Jesus, that guy, what hasn't he been on? Genius. I mean, he's an absolute genius.
You know, the sad part about it is he, out of all of my heroes, he's the only hero. You know, when they say don't meet your heroes, he's the only one I've met that I kind of wish I hadn't, in a way. He's the only one. His guitarist I was friends with and it was when he'd just come back to the scene, having done all of his tech stuff over in America.
Yeah.
And fair enough, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. It was just before he was about to do a gig, so he was probably in gig mode. You know, his head was in that space, but he was just like, "Oh no, come back, come and meet Thomas, come and meet Thomas." And of course, huge hero. And I went to meet him, and he was just slightly, he wasn't in the, he was a bit off his own arse.
Somebody else told me that recently.
Yeah, he was
Mike
just.
Medley, we were talking. I want to say he told me the same kind of. He was very deferential, like, I mean.
Yeah, the thing I'm giving him the benefit of doubt, because to be fair, if this was any other time, I would definitely just turn around and go, for fuck's sake, you know. But he was just about to go on stage, and we all know that when you're just about to go on stage, your head's in a different kind of place, and so I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say, I hope one day I meet him and he is how I want him to be. But every other hero I've met has been absolutely amazing. He's the only one that is just.
Because I know he obviously went to America just a few years ago to lecture at Johns Hopkins, I think it was.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure he's still got his house and his studio, which is in the boat.
Norfolk. Yeah,
in Suffolk.
Yeah,
on just off the Aldborough coast.
Yeah.
And I'm hoping upon hope that he's still got it, because I still want to go up there and, you know, interview him, do it for a podcast or whatever. Yeah. But that would just be amazing, because him and Eno live within, like, you know, sort of 20 minutes of each other. And then they've got Wakeman up the road. It's just full of, like, synth legends. I just need to do a journey between all of them. But, yeah, Dolby and his little... because it's a boat, but it's like a light boat, isn't it? It's with a lighthouse thing built into it. It's an amazing thing. It's just
years
typical.
ago, we had a company just down the road in Menlo Park called Headspace, and he was doing stuff with graphics and sound.
Yeah. Well, he's basically responsible for all the Nokia ringtones, isn't he? Because his company developed the FM chip. So, yeah.
I did a Nokia ringtone.
Did you?
Just so you know. Yeah.
Which one?
Oh, I can't remember.
Go on, sing it to us.
I couldn't. You're fucking joking. It was about 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
Go ring ring.
ring.
Beep beep.
Easiest job I've ever done.
It was honestly someone. They came to me basically saying, it was when. Do you remember Nokia had been away for years, and they were just coming back onto the market with those new little. Simple phones, and they were going to be huge in India or something. Anyway, they said they wanted to revamp the ringtones, and someone called me and just went, you know, are you up for it? And paid me ridiculous amount of money to write these just little things. And you basically, I kind of get the impression they kind of went to lots of people and just paid everyone these amounts of money and just chose the ones they wanted. But the broker turned around and went, that called me and turned around and went, yeah, we haven't always had success doing this, given its composers. Apparently they'd done one with Ryuichi Sakamoto.
Oh wow!
And it hadn't worked out. And you're thinking, Ryuichi Sakamoto?
Yeah.
Why? Why the fuck would he look at Nokia ringtones? But anyway, so I did my bit. I got my minute, and I've never bought one of the phones. I have no idea what they use.
Did they not send you one? Wow.
No, I've no idea what they use. I've no idea whether anything they use.
I used to be on the Nokia beta testing thing, and they used to send me all their handsets. What the hell's that? They used to send me all their handsets, so I've got a drawer full of Nokia phones with all these different things on. Yeah.
No.
I went to a Dave Smith lecture at Stanford Karma many years ago, and he said if he had just charged what he should have charged for Mini to license it, be filthy rich.
Yeah, of course.
But he didn't, and we love him for it.
I must go.
Do you know what? Honestly, I must go because I still haven't finished this track.
No,
so.
I must go.
No, I must go.
No, really.
If anyone's going to make a big exit, it's going to be me.
Who's carking in the back? All right, have a wonderful night, guys. I'll tune in again at 6:30 when you're still here chatting.
No, we're going to have to finish early tonight because I've got the builders in the morning.
So, 4 o'clock, not 5 o'clock.
All right. No
Cheers, Tom. See you Sunday.
See you all soon.
See you later, mate.
See you all soon.
Bye, Ty.
Be good.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye.
I do remember one time where who was it now? We were all sitting outside a pub. We all got a beer each under one of those little parasol things on the table. We were so sophisticated. And on the other side of the road, there was this huge guy walking by. And my mate next to me, he sort of digged me in the ribs and he goes, "That's Brian Blessed."
That's Brian Blessed.
Yeah. And he goes, "It is, you know," like that. So all together we all went, "Gordon's alive!" And he completely ignored us, carried on walking it. And as he went round the corner, he turned around and went, "Bunch of cunts!"
Perfect.
He does have a sense of humour.
Yeah.
And then mobile from Australia.
Rains.
Hey.
Rains at the park.
Rains at the park, mate.
There he is. G'day.
You're driving your ute?
That's not a ute, that's an SUV.
I'm in the 4B, mate. I'm in the 4B. Got an ASCII in the back.
What is it with you guys and abbreviations?
Brilliant.
I don't even talk like that.
No, I know.
Was it, you call the refuse collection operatives Garbos?
Garbos.
Well, they did in Brisbane anyway.
Yeah, I think they call them Garbos. So I've just I was going to come on a bit earlier, but I had to get the kids ready for school. So I've just dropped my daughter off, and this is the park that's next to her school. So I thought I'd jump in and say good day to all you guys. It's really nice to listen to you guys in the car, and it's awesome listening to the conversations about Tears for Fears and Fairlights, and it's right up my alley. So yeah, I'm a massive Tears for Fears fan.
Who isn't?
So you guys should know.
Yeah.
In fact, the other day on my show, I was mucking around with the SAR patch, and we were talking about that as well just recently. And then obviously that album that came out was incredible. So as you guys had already mentioned, so I thought we'd put my 2 cents in and say that I loved it as well, or I love it as well, I should say. But yeah, this is. Welcome to the car.
Nice.
Now you've got to demonstrate.
What is it? It's like 8:30 in the morning here. What is it over there? Be after midnight.
It's just gone after midnight.
Half past.
Yeah, about 12:30. Yeah.
You guys like getting up early on Fridays feeling like crap, do you? Is that what you
it's what we do.
Now I'm going to have to knock it on the head about 1, because like I was saying, we've got the builders coming in bright and early tomorrow.
This is the benefit of working from home, you see, because like my daily commute is like from there to here. Yeah. So my alarm goes off at 8 a.m. when most people are like on their way to work, and I'm just kind of, and then I'll lie in bed. I can often lie in bed until 9 o'clock, so I can do my email from bed. So I just answer all the Americans, in the morning, and then saunter into my office, and then I've got, it's lovely. So I can stay up till whenever.
Yeah, it's a downside as well, because if I go downstairs now, make a cup of coffee or whatever, there's 7 keyboards lined up in the front room going, "You're working on us tomorrow."
Well, it's like with me. It's like the moment that I turn my computer on, there's like a list of things that I've got to do for work, and it's like that's why I actually have a separate computer to do my studio work on, because if I turn that computer on and do the studio work in it, I'm screwed.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I have that problem as well. I'll be on, especially when I've got the iPad in bed, relaxing and watching a film, enjoying the film, and there'll be a little at the top of the screen, and it'll be, "My keyboard stopped working, I've got to bring it round tomorrow." Can't get away
because I work for an American company. Like, they're all working up until about now, I think. What's the time over there, Andy, at the moment?
Depends where you are. Yeah.
What? Sorry?
4:30.
Yeah, so they're working for another hour or so. So when I wake up tomorrow morning, like all the emails from my boss and my team out in the US will be waiting for me, so I can just sit in bed and go, yeah, no, fuck off, delete, and then just go back to sleep for half an hour, and then they don't come back online until sort of like 3-4 o'clock my time. So I've got all of that. Yeah, I can mess around and. Yeah, I like that.
It's like with me when I set my show time. Like, you know, what day of the week was I going to pick it? What time of the day was I going to pick it? And I had to pick a time where I kind of managed to get most of you guys at some sort of reasonable hour. And you can't. As a result of that, I've literally sliced off the whole eastern part of Australia. None of those people get to see my show because it's way after their bedtime.
Yeah.
So. Stuff them. Don't worry about them.
But you have to make. The thing is, that's the thing, you know, because we're in this global kind of thing. You are going to upset someone by not being on at an appropriate time. Like, you know, when we're on, it's no good for you. In fact, it's no good for any of Australia when we're on. You know, I mean, I wanted to get, you know, Peter on or Kim, you know, and it's just like, you know, it's in the early hours of their morning. They're just not going to. They're old men. They're not going to do that.
So make it longer, make it 9 hours, and then anybody can turn up.
Well, yeah, quite. Yeah. I have a life. You're a bit hot there, Andy. It's all kind of like your mic's a bit hot.
Distorted, Andy.
Yeah.
How about that?
Bit more.
Yeah, 'cause I think the record is 11 hours 20 minutes.
Better two.
Still a little muted.
This one or this one? This one or
distorted.
Yeah, like
it's just quite distorted. Yeah.
It seems your head amp is distorting, but the gain going to the converter is too low.
Okay, I'll fix it.
For those who don't know, my show's not on tomorrow.
I was just going to say because somebody said
yeah.
What the fuck? Why?
It's my daughter's birthday.
Okay.
Just dropped her off. Yeah. So, out of respect for her, you know, we're going to be doing.
We'll give you that one. We'll give you that one.
But I'm going to try. What I'm going to try and do is I'm going to try and put a premiere up for Name That Synth. So you guys have got. What I'll do is I'll do it Mark Doty style. I'll do it in 2 parts. So I'll put the premiere up for Saturday night. You guys can try and guess what it is, and then on my Sunday, which will be your late Saturday, I'll put the second part up and reveal what it was. So see if we can get people confused.
Well, I might. Do you know? It's funny. It's kind of good that you're not on Saturday because it's my wife's birthday next week, but some of her friends are taking her out for lunch on Saturday, which means I've now got to take my mother-in-law to the hospital. My mother-in-law is 86 and walks with a stick or a frame. I've got to take her all the way to the hospital and all the way to have her eyes tested and come back because she has all sorts of things going on. So I've got all that to do on Saturday, and then try and get home in time to catch the football, and then go and pick my wife up, who'll be horribly drunk. So
it's kind of frustrating though, because during the week I have my kind of set thing that I do where I populate all the stuff that I usually put in for the show. During the week I read all the different blogs and Facebooks and stuff like that, and then I've noticed this week again, like there would be another massive huge news segment on my show if I was to do another show this week, and I'm kind of frustrated because it'll be another week before I get to chat about it, so who knows what's going to come next week. It's like
or Behringer Vaporware.
Well, yeah, I mean, that aside, there's been some good things that have come out, like if you just sort of push that aside and think, okay, what else has come out, there's actually been some really, really good announcements. So
well, tomorrow, I mean, we're supposed to have Dan Goldstein from Cherry Audio on tomorrow, and what we do we book these guests and then we'll contact them like a week or so before and say everything's still good. So I did that with Dan because I hadn't heard from him for a little while and got nothing. Okay, so I waited, and Wednesday, still nothing. And then sent him something today, and he's literally in the last half hour got back to me, and Cherry Audio are actually launching something new next week. So he won't tell me what it is, but he said it might be better if I'm on next week. Well, the thing is, we're now booked through till like May. I'm not moving everyone around just to get him in. So I don't know what we're going to do for tomorrow, whether we're going to have a guest or not. Because I'd like to have Dan on to talk about the new thing, but also I don't want to miss, shoving him around because
have another badger fight.
Yeah, quite. But I mean, I was looking through the news for our show tomorrow, and obviously there's a bunch of Behringer stuff that we didn't talk about. That's happened since last Friday.
Maybe try and get in contact with Waldorf and see whether you can get Rolf to come on.
Well, we've got a few people, we've got Eric Norlander, who said we've got him booked for the 25th, but he said if he could do it sooner, he'd like to do it. So we might see if we can get Eric on, but it's kind of really short notice now.
Yeah.
Because Eric's out in the West Coast, I think, so it's all very, very short notice. So we might just have to do a no-guester tomorrow. But obviously you got Apple's Mac Studio, you've got the Roland Juno Chorus, you've got the bootless stuff.
Hit up Richard Hilton again, because literally he could read out a phone book and it would be interesting.
Exactly, what is with Roland? Does someone need to fly over to Japan and give him a big slap?
Yes.
Honestly, they bring out the Juno Chorus and they don't make it so that we can muck around with it. They just literally make it here. Press this like monkeys, press button 1, press button 2, like they did 40 years ago when they originally brought it out. At least give us the ability to change the rate, change the depth.
At least do what Arturia did.
Yeah. Exactly.
I know.
Exactly. It's crazy.
I
don't know what's with them.
My patience with Roland and the Cloud is beginning to run. It seems to have lasted longer than a lot of other people have managed. But the latest version of RCM, at least me anyway, is screwed. The fact that they've disabled the ability to store all the concerto instruments on an external drive is a big thing. And when I reached out to their support, they said, "Oh yeah, that's a thing. We're working on it, and it's all going to change. But that's the thing. That's how it's supposed to happen." So I've now, if I want to use my concerto sample libraries, that's 45 gig that I've got to move from an external drive onto my system drive, and I don't want to do that because my system drive is.
Symlink?
Sorry, no, it won't.
Symlink?
No, it won't respond to that. It won't. I tried doing an alias and it won't do it. And
Symlink's different to an alias.
Yeah, sorry, yeah, same thing. I tried both and it just doesn't work. I don't know why.
They did the same thing with the patch management as well. You can't load some legacy patches on some of their software synths. I'm like, why not? If it's supposed to be an authentic recreation of the original synth that they made way back when, the D50s and stuff, why not allow us to load those original patches on? It's just crazy.
It's the same with JX08. It doesn't support the original patches.
Hey, well, yeah.
JX08. It's not a JX8P.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey there.
So yeah, it's I was always cutting them a lot of slack, and just recently they've really pissed me off, and I'm thinking my subscription's up in April. Do I use it enough? But then I kind of do.
I did leave Roland Cloud running for about 4 months.
Yeah.
About 4 gigabytes of RAM by the time I killed it. So.
Yeah, it's a shame. I think if Yamaha do what I really want them to do, and I have not inside knowledge of this, but I would love them to be. I'd love Yamaha to do legacy cloud stuff. Software instruments.
Do you really want a version of Halion with Yamaha sounds?
No. What I want from Yamaha is decent software emulations of their classics. Whatever it might be.
Personally, as you know, I'm not a Roland Cloud. Well, I'm not a cloud fan of anything really. I thought the System 8 was a good concept, but it hasn't or doesn't seem to have taken off. The ability to have a controller and being able to then load in whichever synth you want. And I think that would be great for Yamaha.
They're the only ones that aren't doing it. Out of the big three, Korg have got the Korg collection, Roland have got the Cloud, Yamaha have nothing in that space, and I think they're missing out. I think they could really, do some really good stuff.
Reinvigorate their brand.
Yes,
Yamaha
because
do have circuit modelling tech.
I was
from their
talking to a
guitar
guy.
amps. They
I was talking
model
to a guy from
guitar amps by
Yamaha.
simulating the circuit, so
Mm.
it could adopt that to synthesizer.
I was just going to say, I was talking to a guy from Yamaha, and this guy's been working with Yamaha for many years, and basically we were kind of having a similar conversation about the software stuff. They seem to be very big on making quality actual physical instruments. That
Yes.
seems to be their mantra. So they don't really want to go away from that. They don't want to sort of lose that legacy that they've got. And if you actually ask a lot of people around the world, they'll actually agree that the stuff that they do bring out mostly is, quite good quality. So, they don't want to lose that. It's a go-to thing. If you get Yamaha, it's got that quality attached to it. Whereas some of the other brands don't always have that. And I think that's big for them.
Well, as somebody's pointing out in the chat room, Yamaha have many fingers in many pies, and synthesizers is just one of them.
Oh, yeah,
Whereas Roland, not so much. Korg, even less so. So there's maybe not the incentive to do it, but they came out with the refaces, which by all accounts are very good little machines in their own right.
Plastic, yeah.
Yeah,
Plastic.
and
They're really good.
Yeah, and yet that was it. They just did the 4, and they could have done so much more.
But they did the larger ones, but I don't know. It didn't connect. It didn't work. Somehow.
I like the small ones.
Yeah,
there was so much innovation in that, wasn't there, David?
And the thing is about them, it's a perfect example that you get. What Roland gives us the JDXi. You feel the keys. I was in the store. I touched it. And I was like, ugh, I like cringed, I was like, man, this is junk. Now it's arguably I dug into it, researched it some. I said, this thing's fabulous, but I don't want it. Then I got the DX, the rebase, and the keys felt great. It sounds amazing. There's definitely some knocks on it, but I think it does make your point, Rance, that when they do hardware, they do it's great, but
yeah, but then Modi X.
Well, that's the one I always.
I didn't say
wanted.
everything.
Yeah,
I know.
Here's a synthesizer that's supposed to pay homage to the great DX synths of all time. And just as I say that, Manny Fernandez drops into the chat. But here's the Modi X that has 8 operator FM, which is from the FS1R, which is an incredible synthesizer, and yet they don't implement the formant shaping, which made the FS1R just like stellar. And then they put it into a unit with a crappy plastic case and a crappy plastic keyboard with no aftertouch.
Yeah.
All right, so it's got the super knob and it's got all of these, but it was like, Yamaha, what have you've forsaken your build quality?
I agree
and
on
that
the format stuff, but you have to understand a Modi X6 is about 1/3 the price of a montage and probably 1/3 the weight. That's why it's like a very similarly powerful engine but very low build quality.
But it is.
But why make that compromise when you're Yamaha?
The X6 doesn't have aftertouch though. That's the top.
Yeah, it doesn't have aftertouch. It has this awful plasticky. We were talking about this, a few hours ago about the DX7 having this amazing keyboard. Who was it that just got? Oh, it was Mac, wasn't it? Who was talking about? He got the DX7. Yeah, and this amazing keyboard that's in the DX7. They're known for this quality build, and they put out this cheap piece of shit, basically, in my opinion, that could have been so much more.
So I remember when they brought the Mod X out, it was about. So the Montage was the precursor to that, which was this big, massive flagship synth.
Yeah, it was their next gen
to this day
workstation.
a really, really good synth to buy.
Oh yeah.
And what ended up happening was all the the influence, we'll call it the influencers, were all crying, oh, it's just too expensive, we can't afford, not everyone can afford a Montage. So Yamaha were like, well, we're listening to you, we'll bring out like pretty much a cut down Montage. But it wasn't a cut down Montage at all. It was really, like you said, Robbie, it was more this kind of let's see what we can do with a DX engine, but at the same time put the big fat knob on there, and do you know what I mean? Like, it was just, I think it was just a fail, and they're allowed to have a couple of fails.
Yeah. And
it's the same with Roland, though. I mean, compare the V-Synth keyboard to the keyboard in like JDXA or System 8 or the Jupiter X, so-called, and it's just a different league.
Yeah.
System 8 is a terrible keyboard.
I mean, Manny just said in the chat.
Well, imagine if someone smart like Kent, right, who could go and say, right, let's rip out that piece of shit in the System 8 and put a FTAR in there and link it all up and make it work. That would sell like hotcakes, that thing. Like a polyphonic aftertouch, with a System 8 engine in it, that is really going to be killer. I don't know why they didn't do it.
Does the System 8 even support polyphonic aftertouch?
I don't know if it does. It does support aftertouch, but I don't know if it supports polyphonic. But that would just be a firmware thing.
Well, like the System 8, it was aimed for like
Roland
engines, and that didn't even have velocity. So.
A lot of machines that didn't support polyphonic aftertouch did support polyphonic aftertouch within the sequencer.
Yeah.
If you take something the my Motif ES7, if I plug the Hydra into that, I can polyphonic aftertouch all the sounds in it, but I have to record it into the sequencer.
Yeah.
So, but it can't be that hard to say, well, look, let's take some of that code and point it over there.
They do have some, Roland's got some weird aesthetic stuff going on. I mean, that System 8 sounds beautiful. It just sounds, when I hear it, I go, God, it sounds great. I'm like, and I look at that keyboard and how it feels, and I think, geez, my grandmother has better keys than the System 8.
Try the System 1, the keyboard was even worse.
Well, yeah, I know.
The Ferrari motor in an Austin.
I see a lot of broken System 1 keyboards.
I always want to get one, though. I always want to buy one. Every time I look, and when they were really cheap, I'm like, I got to get that System 1 because I hear it, I'm like, it sounds amazing, but I know
I've got the 1M, the rack version.
Yeah, that's the one that's getting a little hard to get. That's the one I should get. Just throw it in
They stopped making the 1M. Why did they stop making it?
Did they stop?
They do stupid thing. Yeah, they've stopped making it. So they stopped making the little Eurorack modules.
Yeah, they had those cool little modules, and everybody got pissed off. They were really cool.
They just stopped making stuff. It's like stupid. Because maybe their marketing department said, we haven't got the sales or something.
Yeah, I got them on clearance at like 100 francs each. So.
Well, there you go, Berenger. If you're listening in, there's some for you. Bring those back.
I really wonder sometimes about my credentials to actually comment on a lot of machines, because, like, for instance, I had Richard from RL here yesterday. He was picking up a Jupiter 8.
How is Richard, by the way?
He's all right.
Good.
Yeah. We took out this Jupiter 8 that I've just finished. Had to repaint the screws. The cosmetic.
Not the one you chucked in a skip.
Not the one I chucked. Put it up on the coffee table, and he was going through. He said, the patches on this are horrible. We've got the factories. And get the iPad 4, whack it in. And he's playing it, and he goes, right, he said, all the buttons are working, all the keys are working, everything's doing everything it should do. I went, yeah. And he looked at me and he went, it ain't all that though, is it, the JP8? It's not that money, no. And it really isn't. But to some people that's a fantastic machine, that warrants those big prices. And the keyboard in that was pretty cool. And you go, well, what's the Jupiter 8 sound like if you were able to access polyphonic aftertouch? I mean, would it bring that machine up onto a whole new level?
I reckon it would.
You know what I mean?
I reckon it would.
I reckon it would too. So it got us talking about, you can incorporate it into the MIDI kit and find some way of applying aftertouch to the Jupiter 8. He's going, what about the OB8 and the OBX? And they're going, that's where it needs to happen. That's where it really needs to happen. Something along those lines.
Well, I think it's the missing link. A lot of stuff is released without it. It's just crazy. What? It's been out there.
Yeah.
I mean, what was the first synth that had polyphonic aftertouch? It was so long ago. You know.
Well, yeah. I mean, I suppose really you could say the famous one obviously is going to be the 80, but I mean that's what 1976.
Yeah, it's in the 70s.
And then there was a huge dead gap, and then polyphonic aftertouch wasn't. You know, if it was on the machine, it wasn't a thing. Nobody gave a shit. I mean, I had an EPS, and I didn't know it had polyphonic aftertouch. And then when I sold it some 8 years later, and then found out like another 8 years later that it had polyphonic aftertouch. Okay, it did. If I'd known that, I would have used it. But none of the sounds seem to utilise it.
It's really PS10 just for the Poly AT.
Yeah, and it was almost like it was like a hidden secret thing it did. It was not pushed on that machine at all.
So on the Hydrosynth, is it because I've never played one, is it a game changer? I don't know if I've ever played something with really good polyphonic aftertouch. I played aftertouch for Norway's got but I've never played.
Well, as far as Poly AT is concerned, I mean, I grew up on 80s, CS80s Poly AT, and it is kind of it was always the best.
Yeah.
It was the best balance, the best, weighting, and it was the most musical version of the Prophet T8 was, personally, I thought awful. It really was bad. And I've tried it on other machines as well, and you're either getting very clunky, heavy keys, but that have the polyphonic aftertouch feature. And to be honest with you, hammer action keys and Poly AT do not go well together.
No.
They really, really don't.
No, I wouldn't see how you could. Yeah, that doesn't make good for that. Yeah.
Yeah, it was never really a brilliant idea, but some people can work with it, and that's fine. But the Hydra keyboard is the first time that I've come across what we call a very small form factor Poly AT keyboard that has that same kind of musical kind of approach to how the Poly AT is applied, like that old girl over there. And I mean, and the other thing is that you can, with these, you can keep using the Poly AT as much as you like, as you can with the 80. But if you had a T8, it would wear out because it's literally just bits of draft exclusion. Cut the pad underneath with a little bolt pushing down on it, and eventually it got so thin that you just touch the key and you used to all Poly AT, just touching it lightly. So it even had a lifespan. So it was like changing tyres on a car. And, these are great. And because it's light, you've got thousands of sounds, USB, bloody CV and gate out on it. And it's got everything.
So Kent, have you looked at the mechanism of Hydrosynth uses?
No, I'm so tempted to, but there's something about opening up a brand new keyboard I just bought that smacks naughty with me. But I will have to eventually. I will have to look and sniff and see what's going on.
I'm interested
it's going to be a completely different approach.
Yeah,
it's going to be a totally different approach to how the 80s did.
It definitely has to be electromechanical though.
Yeah,
they wouldn't be able to do it.
It could be proximity sensors. It could be, there's been a lot of different types of Poly AT mechanisms that have been designed over the years.
Nothing wrong with being inductive. Works great. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know until I open it up. I wouldn't be able to tell you. I was quite surprised with the Rolly Rice when I had to open her up. How little there is in it. I mean, there really is next to nothing in it.
Getting back to what David was saying is like once you actually touch a Poly aftertouch keyboard, like look, once you actually play one properly, not just muck around with it in a store.
Yeah.
I think it's one of those things that you can never ever get out of your head. It's like the pure expression that you can have as a keyboard player.
Like
it just gives you that purity.
But different. But kind
every keyboard you go up to afterwards,
you're always racing against that kind of standard where you just
go. So every other keyboard you play, it's always the thing that's missing on it.
Yeah, and that's what That's what appeals, obviously.
And you keep constantly asking yourself the question like, oh, but what would this sound like if it had access to polyAT?
Yeah, I could.
All the time.
Even channel aftertouch is missed. I hate when keyboards don't even have that. So.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, you don't even need to be a particularly good piano player to appreciate the joys of aftertouch. I mean, the only keyboard I've played that had poly aftertouch was the Kurzweil MIDI board, which I would give a kidney to have one. And the changes to the sounds that you can get out of a synth that takes poly aftertouch is as you say, it's something you never forget, and it's always, I could make this so much better if I had poly aftertouch.
Yeah, but it's like if I get a customer drop off a CS80 and its polyAT isn't working on it, and you play it through a pair of speakers downstairs in the front room, and there's no reverb or anything on it either. It's a bucket of cat sick. It sounds dull.
Weedy.
Yeah. You know, an SY2 has a nice pure tone to it. It's a very similar architecture, but it's in no way the same. But that works. An 80 without those two elements is like, really, dude? No, mate. Apart from the ring mod. The ring mod will stand up on its own.
Rachel.
But, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the whole thing about the actual architecture of the sounds themselves. I mean, some of the presets are really nice, but most especially the 4 strings and the little clavinet as well.
Funny, when I first turned on my Decker's Dream, it just sounded like a chip tune synth to me, and then you have to dial in like the areas where it gets to that growly area, and it's just amazing sounding. So.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've heard synths before now that it's actually quite annoying that can do like the guitar 1 and 2 synth on the 80, and they really, really nail it. The machine it's in has no access to decking polyAT. You know,
What can nail the guitar 1 and 2 in your opinion, man? What can nail those guitar sounds in your opinion? Because
I've heard keyboards do it in the past, but I'd never known what they were. The audio sort of things. You'd be playing something and you go, wow, that really sounds like guitar 1 and 2 on there. But because I know there's machines that can do it. I've heard other machines do it, via audio.
What's fascinating?
Who wants to go for a drive?
Come on,
I've got to drive back.
Gosh.
So you should be able to see stuff moving. But I won't look at you guys. I'm just listening.
Oh yeah, there we go. All right.
Australian trees going by.
Well, it gets to.
Actually, I'll do a front cam for you. There you go. You can see.
Oh, there you go.
That's better.
All that lovely weather.
I can only do that for about 5 seconds because there's a main road coming up here.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yes, what's those blue lights that we can see?
Yeah.
There we go. All right.
Living proof that the Earth is not flat. Yeah. So, yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those functions that has been overlooked.
Well, that's what you wonder. Then you look at how did we get to the System 8? Like, how did we get there? Like, how did we progress so far with all that technology to where players accepted that instrument? You know what I mean? That's the thing that I find fascinating.
Well, I accepted
I think
it 'cause I couldn't afford
the
it,
engine.
great.
I think, David, the engine on that System 8 was so profoundly amazing.
Yeah, I
that
agree.
we actually
the
said,
rest.
okay, fine, we're going to overlook that stuff.
No, and I accept that. I accept that that's what happens.
It took 2 or 3 years to get used to those green LEDs.
I think, but that's the struggle.
I could never get used to those.
But that's the they're awful. But that's the struggle of when is it an instrument and when is it just another keyboard with some cool specs that sounds nice. But I never seem to want to go over and play it. You know what I mean? And
We see this is what's wrong with what trouble is. Channel prices exceed investing. So when people are doing £20,000 for a memory, no, it's not. It doesn't sound that good to warrant 20k. I don't care if it's original.
No, I mean,
And this is why I have this dichotomy between what Behringer are doing.
Oh yeah, no, there's
and what
no
Windy
doubt.
are doing as well, and the way they meet up. Is like, we want to hate Behringer.
Some of the stuff sounds good. You know what I mean? I've tried out some Behringer stuff. It is, and really my only knock on the Behringer stuff is that it just most of it to me is not a great instrument for me, right? I don't get the same feeling that I get. Like they can make the Model 15 clone of the grandmother. I'm like, this is no grandmother. Like I've had two grandmothers. They're not. There's no reason. You can't buy one to replace the other unless you just wanted sounds, because instrument-wise, they're so far apart.
Yeah.
And that's I have a problem with a lot of these things. Well, I got this Nord blade, and that's what kind of got me thinking. That thing's so well designed as an instrument. It's the morphing and everything, and you could pick it apart for not having arpeggiators and different things, but then I go, God, are we any better off other than the Hydrosynth and the polyaftertouch? What else?
But I think there's a lot of changes in
the
market in general anyway. So where you've got more people doing music who don't actually play keys, so that keyboards are that important anymore, and
that's the Iridium and the Hydrosynth pad-based model. I mean, they're very popular, right?
yeah, exactly. So space is a problem, but and also you have this thing with I mean, there's a couple of machines I'd like to get, but I can't because I'll have nowhere to put them at all. I'm done.
Like the $10,000 roads.
Yeah, I know. And would I have one? Yeah, I would. I love real instruments, but then I like to play. So
yeah, and it's not really knocked.
Control. So you maintain the control layouts, but you only need one keypad. And if you have a Hydrosynth, then you have polyphonic after-touch keypad.
Yeah.
And I get that, and I think there's a lot of things probably that are better suited for that now. But yeah, it's good. I mean, there's a lot of different types of players, but for me, I'm always coming at it from that perspective of like, I don't enjoy playing this. I don't care how good it sounds. I don't care what anybody says. It's just not. I can't express myself with it.
But no aftertouch is a crime. I'll gladly pay my crappy D50 aftertouch than have none.
Yeah. Well, even things like morphing.
Another interesting thing is I've got a group of friends, guys, that they believe heavily in not using keyboards at all, because keyboards restrict you to the micro tuning, of the semitone, and there's a whole bunch of reasons why they don't use it. Yeah. And they've made complete albums where not one black and white key has been touched to produce it. So there are other ways to do expression than using a keyboard. I mean, the obvious one is a theremin, right? That's the obvious one.
Oh, that's a great one. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I got the harmonic table controller. That thing's a lot of fun.
You can use a guitar, but only lame people use those. He's not even listening.
This is the thing, yeah.
Guitar players will
what are
tell
those
you.
Strings for?
Yeah. No, I get that. I get that. I don't judge anybody, but it's more like, what is the manufacturer? What was their intent? Who are they going for? But I do think it's less about. It's more about programming, less about just jamming. Or at least in the sense of maybe how some of us think of jamming. Maybe they just play differently. And again, it's not really about what's better or worse. It's hard for me to kind of wrap my head around why
It's a good point. Like, what were they thinking with interface design, right? Programming. Because like some of these synths that you buy, are completely scratch your head, pull your hair out to try and program, aren't they? They're complete nightmares.
Yeah, and I think it's just some companies seem to, and I'll use Nord as an example. They're expensive, whatever, but they seem to understand what they're making, who they're making it for, kind of what they're doing. And sure, you can pick at each instrument, but I go, no, I get where you're coming from. And I felt like, with the Yamaha, it was like, yeah, we're going to make these crappy little reface things, but they're going to be really awesome. They're going to sound amazing. They're actually going to feel good.
Hey, they're not crappy if you put the guitar straps on it and put a strap on it.
Oh, I love mine, man. I make more music on that little looper of that Yamaha reface. Like, I don't know how long it goes for. I've actually got to look it up because it just goes on and on. And
yeah, the CS is so cool, isn't it? It's the most immediate synth, digital version synth that I've played in a long time, because those little sliders, once you touch them, something magical happens. Like, it's
crazy.
It's crazy good, that thing.
The DX is pretty easy too.
Which one?
Yeah.
The problem with the
DX is also
refaces is when they were announced, they kind of teased us, saying, "Wow, it sounds just like a CS."
Oh no!
Whereas we didn't think that meant the CS01.
Yeah.
And then they were about twice the price they are now.
It didn't even have to be called a CS, I don't think, but maybe.
Well, it's based on the CS01.
No, I get it, but I mean,
It's more like an A&1X, right? I mean,
it is the A.
More like an
cut-down version of
A&1X,
the
yeah.
A&1X.
The
it doesn't
PLG.
really sound as much like that.
But
as my
the
A&1X.
developer of the CS said it was inspired by the CS01.
no, I I see what you're saying, and they were pretty expensive when they came out.
Yeah, but that is technically the voice card of an 80, so get 16 of them and make the bloody 80 again then.
It's hard to not want to collect all 4 of them, and if they had only been sold for about a year or two and got discontinued, if they pulled a Moog or something, I think they would be worth a lot of money.
Well, there's CP never goes on sale. That's the only one that keeps being expensive.
What's that?
We have like
the CP model.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, I know. I want
But
to.
they've released big boy versions of the CP.
Yeah.
They've released the big boy version of the YC. There's the Montage and Mode X for the DX. So where's the big CS? Where's the CS61?
Yeah, I agree.
A modern AN1X, the AN2X.
Maybe they're waiting for Behringer to release theirs first, and then they can copy it.
Well, they've got the idea.
Let's put the anaglyph plans up on my Facebook, and Behringer can go and
I would
copy
love
that and save me having to bloody build it.
I would love to see Cherry Audio do some Behringer synths. I would love to ask them that. You know what I mean? And
yeah.
Half joking, but half serious. It's like, well, why not?
The thing is, I think Uli,
You know,
I think Uli would find it funny.
Oh yeah. I mean,
Top eats itself.
how
You
could
can
you
imagine
not?
Deep Mind V.
Yeah, I don't think. Yeah.
Deep Mind V in Revenge for the Swing.
Did you see Paul Schreiber's post on Facebook where the Behringer copied his Super VCO Eurorack thing?
No.
It has a Sony. What's the Sony? Oh, the memory stick. It has a memory stick interface and colored knobs. It was hilarious.
I mean, I think you'd have to, even regardless of where you stand on that Behringer, I think they've actually probably done more good than bad, as far as stimulating everything and challenging everything. I mean, that regardless of how you feel, just objectively looking at it, I think they've pushed a lot of things.
Yeah, they pushed the envelope, and they got a lot of companies sort of like getting off their ass.
Yeah, and I think
and
more
moving
of it,
forward more than they would have done.
Yeah, I mean, I think
Because
that's
if the market's stale, the companies tend to go, just put out another one, but make it pink. That'll do it. You know.
Oh, I hate that. The color, the Yamaha, the white speakers. There was a big announcement. We're going to make a big announcement, everyone. A big announcement. Something in the synth world. And they bring out like a white version of their monitors. And I'm like,
yeah, they're
what
horrible.
are you doing?
It's like that NAMM when all anything that Clavier Nord did was release red speakers.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Yeah, Yamaha's definitely in another. They're not in the. They're not in it like Korg or somebody. Like they're not in the know. They're definitely just kind of on the periphery.
No, if they wanted to be pretty
make that product really something, they should make monitors and do them in dust colour. We're gonna have to keep cleaning the peckers every time.
They have like something like dog fur, like dogs.
Yeah.
Cat,
Now in husky skin.
Yeah. Oh man, that would be brilliant.
Yeah.
Like,
You could do them as custom clubs.
Yeah.
I'm going to disconnect, guys, because I have to disconnect from the Bluetooth, so it'll probably knock me out. So if I do disconnect, I'll join back up.
Well, I might have to knock it on the head now.
I'm calling it a day.
Yeah, we're gonna try to.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to deal with builders in the morning. Strong cups of tea and like, oh yeah, mate, that'll cost you. Yeah, boy.
Sharpen takes a breath.
Yeah.
What's that keyboard on the edge?
Yeah.
All the flavor.
You'll be half awake dropping plectrums inside of synths, right?
Oh yeah. Oh god. I tell you what, they're going to be. What it is one of the old brick storerooms that I had loads and loads of keyboards in. They're knocking down tomorrow, and it's going to be like. Well, I put all the keyboards that were in it. They're in the other workshop, but the other workshop is getting knocked down at the end of it.
just make sure
that
they
shed's
knock
gone
down
now.
the right one. Yeah.
Where is all this stuff going? Interesting.
It's like playing the Tower of Babylon puzzle.
Yeah, it'll be literally Django with loads of keyboards.
Just make sure they knock down the right workshop. Otherwise,
we just had to spend 500 quid on stacker boxes.
Jesus Christ!
There was a cost I hadn't thought of. You know.
In the new workshop, are you going to have lots and lots of racks all around the walls, so you're not stacking synths up, leaning against walls?
No, the ideal thing will be is. What's that, bud?
Your internet connection was better in the car.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do the show in the car.
Oh, this is your new toy, Ramsey.
Just fit the car out with modular.
Oh,
It'll be fine.
Yeah. It's going to sound awesome, isn't it?
What was your opinion on that one, Raghu?
Yeah, sounds great.
It's really, the camera's really jerky, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mine's number 68.
I'm not a big fan of how it looks. I mean, but
what is it?
It's awesome.
The ring mod.
It's the
ring modulator. Right.
It's the ring
Oh,
modulator.
the CS80
Yeah,
ring mod.
yeah.
Have you ever retired a human by mistake?
Okay, it's growing on me.
Do you like the back?
It's very busy.
Do you like
Extra PCB on the back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, it's gonna sound great though. Daggone it. You know it's gonna sound great.
So is there a UA726 on that?
Jeez, look at that thing. How deep is it? Looks like about 45.
3 PCBs.
I'm gonna say it's 46.
Measure it.
I mean, kind of feel like it's a
controls.
But it's all
Could be
knobs,
like-
so you can't do that cool thing where you push all the levers at once. And
well, even faders you can still move at once, sort of.
What's it measuring?
It's
SL88 knobs.
Hold on.
About 42 mil.
How much?
Without the plug. About 42 without the plug.
Yeah, okay. That's right at the sweet spot for the nifty cases.
remember, if you ever have it too shallow, you can always use standoffs. So.
Does it have the preset envelope?
I do.
Do you know?
I'd have to take it apart because you can't actually see the chips.
Yeah, it's got an ADSR.
It does, yeah.
But is it preset? Does it have the preset one, or can you, so you have the preset, or you can use variable?
I can't.
I'm trying to remember what the millisecond timing is for the envelope, so you can copy the 80.
Let's ask a serious question. How much does it cost?
Oh.
349.
How much?
349.
Euros?
Australian.
Australian.
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's not bad.
Lira.
Ruble?
You're at
That's about £8.
Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Point
Do you take tea bags?
I think, was it Analog Solutions? I think I got on their website and it said they were taking crypto or
Nice
something.
native, yes.
Yeah. I was like, wow.
What?
Should have bought some. I could have had a fuse box.
You take coloured beads?
Yeah.
I just remember a sound effects company selling a blockchain library and trying to put the term blockchain all over the website, and they sold it for 1 Bitcoin, and some morons actually bought it. It was literally, it was 4 sounds of bricks dropping and 4 sounds of chains clanking. And apparently
For
some
1
people actually-
Bitcoin.
and some people bought it for 1 Bitcoin.
Look at those doodles people are selling as NFTs. They're just terrible artwork.
Well, you can't tell me that NFTs aren't just about money laundering.
Sure.
I mean, I've never laundered any money, but I guess
I have. I left a couple of 20 quids in me jeans.
you should.
In the washing machine. That's about it.
It's hard to wrap your head around. I just know my little nephew was like, "Yeah, I'll buy your NFT or whatever," like, and I'm like, "What?" Like, I'm like, "I'm selling you an NFT."
Yeah, but you know what it's like. If you can sell a dog shit on eBay if you present it correctly.
Right, that's true. I don't know. Maybe I'm
Freeze
just
dried.
And there's people selling farts in jars online, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Gamer girl bathwater.
Yes.
The joke's going to be on them. We're going to have all the hardware.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if you guys can see this on the camera, but the paper that's printed on, it's kind of like a
It's like a parchmenty kind of thing, right?
Like a parchment, yeah. And also, after my own heart, they've used like a fixed width font, so it's very, very 70s console.
I thought it was like
looking
Yeah.
print.
So it's like
I
that
love
onion
it.
skin stuff. We used to have to type our papers on. It was like, oh god, I only have onion skin paper to do my paper.
Doesn't smell like.
Dating myself.
Is it that kind of paper it's hard to tear?
What I'm going to do with this, if you're wondering, is I'm going to compare this to the Mogafoga ring mod.
I've got that.
That's what I'd like to see. Yeah.
And I
I'm
just
hoping
want
the
to see this.
Mogafoga wins. No, I
Yeah,
guess
Mogafoga's at least twice the price now, right? So.
If you're
Yeah.
lucky.
It's still a pain.
These will go
The
up.
pedals are so great, but they're
This
such a pain.
This company is renowned for not making stuff for very long and then stop making it, right?
Well, that's why I have a Rachel and not an expander. Because they
Yeah,
stopped
right.
making the expander.
I can't believe Moog hasn't made those Mogafogers in the Euroracks. I mean, I guess it's. I just can't believe they haven't done it. I can't believe
They
they
do
haven't
have
done
rack adapters, like 3 Mogafogas in one.
Yeah, I
row,
know.
19-inch rack.
That's why they haven't made Mogafogas for years.
it. I know. It seems like it's a no-brainer.
I should have bought them all when they were fairly cheap.
Moog people will pay anything, and they don't. They're crazy.
So
I guess I'm one of them.
I heard, and this could be completely like BS, but from what I heard is they would prefer to make a Mogafoga in the the .com style modular layout as opposed to the Eurorack. They're not Moog aren't in love with Eurorack. They're more in love with their traditional, native VS stuff, right? What you've got there, buddy.
Well, I imagine
that's more into.
Is that money? Is that just that market is willing to shell out? I mean, to me, the natural thing is to put it in one of the Mother 32 formats, right? You just rack up cool cluster flux or the MIDI Murph. That stuff is so great. The MIDI Murph is amazing.
Or isn't it Phaser? 12-state Phaser.
Or the
is
Phaser. I
amazing.
sold mine there.
Yeah.
But yeah, make that one. But I don't get it. I don't get what they're waiting on. But they're smarter than me, I guess.
No doubt there'll be clones sooner or later.
Yeah. Well, remember there was that dude. There was that guy that was putting them on Eurorack on Muff Wiggler, whatever. I don't know if anybody ever saw that, but he was taking all the Mogafogers and making them into Eurorack. It was really cool.
I just have the ring mod and the phaser so far. One thing I like about the phaser is how slow you can make the sweep. You can turn it down to like 2 minutes.
Yes, beautiful.
Oh no, I saw mine.
But
I got the cluster flux though, and I've got
It's not the it's not just the slowness. It's also the way the phase. So the way the resonating phasing is kind of, it's so analog. It's there's absolutely no nasty or harshness to it. It's just such a smooth phaser. And if you really want that sort of slow evolving sweeping phase sound to go to.
Yeah, I could get that.
It's
That's
actually
never been my thing, but I do understand why people like it.
For weird stuff, the old Alesis Mod FX phaser is pretty cool. It's digital, but it's pretty cool.
But I'd still contend their MIDI Murph was just unreal.
I always wanted the to meter 12-stage phaser type sound.
Oh yeah.
And the movie focus didn't give that to me at all.
Not close enough, huh?
I had to use an original 3094 based unit.
Do you know how close the Muga figure is to the rack phaser?
Probably.
I couldn't get it to sound the way I wanted it to sound. Definitely not the way the rack sounded. The rack certainly had more nuts to it.
But I mean, the racks don't have anything to do with Bob Moog's later Moog.
No, this is it, because that was the particular sound I wanted, and I needed one where you could use an envelope generator to control the sweep. That way you can have your timed sweep down or sweep up, so it would hit the point in the music exactly where you wanted that point to be. And
you can control that color splash that it has. Like the small stone has a really harsh, like lump in it where it gets color splash.
Like,
yeah.
Yes, but you get just run a small stone at 4.5 volts, and then it doesn't sound as terrible. Then it sounds like a Michael Guy album. Because that's what Michael Guys did. He just put a regulator in them, made them run at far lower voltage. And then when you put the eminent organ through it, it sounds like it rather than a normal small stone.
I got my stereo MF101s.
Nice.
And I literally bought the second one the day they discontinued them. I got on like Reverb and immediately freaking bought the second one.
Cool.
Just to have. I don't use them all the time, but every once in a while, it's fun.
Here's a rare one for you, Kent. Have you played with the EMS Highfly?
Yeah. Oh yeah. That didn't sound as wonderful as I thought it was going to. I must admit, the way it has been used on records, they must have really had to
guys.
I've got to go as well.
All right, buddy.
Absolutely shattered.
Cheers.
Here, Angie.
Cheers.
That's it, everyone. Take care.
Take care,
See you
Jim.
soon. Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Bye.
Right, cheers.
Yeah, because the hi-fi basically looks like a set of plastic Wayne scales,
right,
on a mic stand. And they're quite noisy. They are quite noisy.
That's the only thing I've heard about them, that it was really, really noisy.
Yeah.
And EMS were aware that it's a bit bad for how noisy it was.
Yeah.
Is that why there's so few of them?
Probably.
Yeah, they were quite expensive when they came out.
But, which recording actually used it? Because the only thing I sort of assumed was on Which We Were Here, Dave Gilmour using it a lot, apparently. Because you can hear some of the phaser that's definitely more envelope driven, on like Have a Cigar. But I can't think of anything else where...
I imagine there was a lot of parametric equalizing and noise gates going on to make that sound even vaguely useful on any of the music that they were used on. But it's the same way, when I was working on a Synthia yesterday and trying to get VCO3 working, and it's just droning away. And it sounds like I don't know, it sounds like a shagged transistor radio, really, when it's just standard like that. It's like, it's just going, yeah, all right, yeah, it's worth every penny of 14 grand, mate.
Jesus.
Because I got into trouble once because I described the BCS3 as a transistor radio that you stick knitting needles in, and
And I'm going, oh, no, much better than that. And I go, yeah, no, I get it, but my
It's
God.
better than the rather pathetic little synthesizer.
Yeah, but you know what? Even today, I've been repairing those things for 20 years, and I still stand there with these pins going, how do you get the envelope to work again now?
Come on,
there? No, that one. No.
The envelope is so stupid with, which one is it? Envelope signal and trapezoid, and I think envelope signal is for VCA output, and trapezoid is the...
Yeah. And then God help you if you want to use the DK2 keyboard with it. Because you go, right, you've got to put in 2 pins into the joystick, otherwise the keyboard won't work.
That's only Mark II. That's Mark
I've only
II.
played with the iPad app. Why do they call it trapezoid again? What's the deal with that?
It's trapezoid is where envelope and VCA combination in one submodule, which makes it really impossible to understand.
Right.
Yeah.
Basically, trapezoid is the envelope, and then they call something envelope signal, which is the VCA of that thing.
Yeah.
And every time I've used the VCS3, I always plug the wrong thing into it, and then eventually I learned that, well, you just plug both in the output and unplug the one that's fuck all.
I mean, it's still one of those things that cries out for reverb and delay, right?
In the chat has a excellent sounding Synthy clone, if you've not seen his channel.
What is it, Lego?
100 Things I Do in the chat. He has an amazing sounding Synthy clone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, must have been very expensive to build, because if you think about the amount of time it takes to wire all those components and the matrix to the 3 edge connectors.
Well, there was that Cloney project, right?
Yeah.
That was just selling PCBs on Facebook.
Yeah, I think Robin Wood still advertises them on his website for about $8,000.
Yeah. Well, that's the price now.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know. I
Years
just
from now.
checked that last week. I don't know what made me. I was like, let me just go check. And I was like,
But the
okay.
price you pay is the price it is in 10 years.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Apparently his waiting list has gotten better, I heard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's because Inky's helping out. Apparently, Inky lives just down the road from him, so I keep telling him to go down there with a bottle of cider and get a job building smithies.
Let's get this thing going.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Just thinking about the VCS3, to build a pin matrix, couldn't you just have 2 PCBs stacked on top of each other, drilled and through-plated, and have an edge connector, IDC edge connector or something, and just cross matrix the contacts?
Well, you need some sort of springy action to actually keep it in place and keep a solid contact. I mean, if you look at the Gilmetti catalog, will tell you very nicely how it's basically made. But it's basically just some 2 wobbly pieces of metal that are wedged next to each other in that frame. And
It's a
that's
cool
how
Eurorack one you can buy that's generic. You just hook it to anything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just thinking micro banana plugs.
But then it's not cross connection. It's resistors of different values, or 2 different values and different tolerances in the original.
Yeah, but Ken, didn't you say that didn't really matter that much when you tried the different colors? It really.
So there are, I think the normal ones for all the white pins are 10 or 20% resistors, and then there are 4 red and 2 green or something like that. I think the 4 red are the same resistance as the white ones, but like 1% or 5%, and then the green ones are I think like 5 times the resistance or something like that. So I think it's like 100k and 470 or something like that. Where sometimes it's useful, half the time you just deal with something, but also, I mean, the only one I ever used, I eventually worked out which 2 white pins were far closer matched than all those 4 red pins. So if you try to get 2 oscillators playing in tune from the keyboard, I eventually knew which 2 I had to use to get it to sort of track.
Because the best time to buy a VCS3 was back in the 70s, and what you used to do is at lunchtime go into the car park behind EMS, and the guys that during lunchtime will bring out and sell you one for 200 quid. Bye-bye. Off you go. That'd be the time to get them. So I got lucky because the shop that used to supply EMS in Putney is still there. I was able to get all these old transistors and bits and bobs and knobs and stuff that they had sitting in little dusty drawers out the back. I got, I'll take the lot, mate. Thank you. So, but you used up nearly all of it now. I've done so many BCS3s, it's ridiculous.
I had a buddy, we used to do these demolition surveys of these buildings. He was really in the, it made me think of this. He was really in the tubes. And he would go into anytime he saw like an old stereo or anything, it was just like, he's like, Dave, you might want to look the other way. He's like, smash, stuff all his tubes. And I was like, I'm not saying anything. Really funny though when I think about it, because there's probably some other stuff. I was always looking for some kind of synths or something. I never got lucky.
Yeah. It was too specialist.
Yeah, he got those tubes, man.
Should have gone for the output transformers.
I know. We should have made them. We had a, yeah. That's where it starts getting into sketchy territory. The little harmless tubes, that was one thing. Little Robin Hood, save the tubes from the, But no, it's funny.
Well, I better knock on the head, guys. And
yeah.
I'm going to do an early one. Well, at least this week I'm doing an early one. Anyway, God knows about next week.
It's good to see everybody.
You do double length next week.
No, who knows?
Yeah, we got to get this back.
Yeah.
Network
I'll add it on to next ones. Yeah. It'll end up just be on all the time, and people just come and go.
It'll be like IRC video. Yeah.
Okay. Take care, everybody.
Great chatting. Have a great weekend.
As always, you take care, guys, and look after yourselves.
You too.
Good night.
Yeah.
No night.